Hello, everyone, and welcome to Spirit and Salt, episode number 8, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah, episode
You're
number
the
8. Don't blame me for being the DM. This has all happened just completely out of my control. Anyway, previously on Spirit and Salt, you guys found Bones' radio relay tower in the Wapaneska Forest, disabled the modifications that Vanguard Ethertech International had made to it, which were causing the wildlife in the area to be hostile and aggressive. And after spending some time studying it, discussing what to do, you guys eventually disabled the tower completely, after Bones transmitted a message home requesting that anyone listening find his other relay towers and disable them as well. Afterwards, you guys returned to Daybreak City, where you had family dinner at the Pendleton's place. Marble explained what was going on with Vanguard and convinced his family to leave a little bit early for their annual vacation to Okuko, while also telling them that he would not be joining this year, both for their safety and in the interest of continuing to pursue his racing pursuits. Cadence briefly stepped away from that dinner to rendezvous with Police Chief Lydia Powell and confront her about what happened at the Sinclair Cup. She found that Lydia had staged an ambush to attempt to arrest her, but nonetheless confronted her. Lydia didn't admit to any of Cadence's accusations, but Cadence did manage to walk away without being stopped, with some clever intimidation and very good rolls. The following morning, the brothers Pendleton went with Bones to the patent office to patent Bones' radio relay system under the Accessible Inventions name, but discovered that an identical patent had just been filed a day earlier in partnership between Vanguard and Sinclair Media. Bones later went to confront Olga Sinclair about it, under the guise of offering to join her team and claiming that he would get her the designs for Marble's power core. Olga seemed to not know what Bones was talking about, but was amenable to the idea, though she refused to make any firm commitments until Bones could offer her something actionable. It was then afterwards revealed that Bones had been recording the entire conversation in the hopes of catching her admitting to something nefarious, but unfortunately she didn't say anything very incriminating. Meanwhile, Cadence visited the grave of someone named Acelia Amado. Got some more tips on goings-on of the church from Black Brick Kids. Boss and Risco did some shopping. Scraps Finnegan told Patches a little bit about his family history and officially joined the ranks of Santi Silenziosi. And then you guys spent the remainder of your day together enjoying Daybreak City after a harrowing series of days. You went to see a movie and had a nice dinner. Then headed home to rest with plans to depart Daybreak City tomorrow for Prospect and then eventually for Hallow Hive. And we wrapped up as back at Patch's place, winding down for the evening. Patches spoke to Ghost and claimed that he came from a different universe, having formerly been a demigod that traveled the Celestiarum, the space between universes, in a futuristic vehicle. He further explained that his vehicle was lost upon his arrival to this universe, and he believed that he must recover it in order to return home. We left off dramatically right in the middle of that conversation. Before we jump back in, let's do some inspirations.
Oh, on that note, last week you gave out the inspos, and we didn't get our little tokens.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't do it.
Who didn't get one?
These two.
I'm so sorry. For our friends at home, whenever I get inspiration, I have tiny little beautiful yellow beads with smiley faces on them to get this physical inspiration tracker. So, sorry, who did I miss last week? One for Seven and one for Cadence.
Didn't I use mine? I can't remember if I used mine.
I don't remember.
See,
He didn't give
it's
it
hard.
out.
It's hard to say because he didn't give it to you.
We have one now, we'll say.
Okay.
The good news is I was about to give you one anyway.
Okay.
We're walking straight into a police ambush despite knowing that it was a trap.
That was awesome.
And the one goes to Ghost for accidentally handing over your most prized secret possession to Marble in the interest of sex ed.
I know how it works.
And then one more thing before we jump in, just a piece of errata correction. Last time, I dropped a whole bunch of lore about a city called Altus, this flying city that orbits the equator of Maior. And I told you guys that it is constantly in dawn, so as to always be in a zenith. And then between sessions, I looked up how fast it would have to be moving for that to be true, and it was 600 miles an hour. So that's not true. Altus moves at about 30 miles an hour, taking about 15 days to orbit the planet. Well, the Dragon's intended for it to move under the zenith and to have all kinds of abjurations and wards in place to make it habitable, but that all catastrophically failed, and the result is a scattered chain of islands that moves much slower than intended.
So it's 30
miles an hour, 15 days to orbit Maior's equator. Maior being about half the size of planet Earth. So, with that, let's jump back into Patch's house in case you guys have anything else you want to do with this conversation. So it's 10 p.m. or so. We move into Patch's place where Scraps has raviolas in his lap, kind of stroking his pasta. Ghost, you've just been
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
stroking his pasta. And Ghost, you've just had this crazy revelation made to you. I think the last thing that was said is that you were going to show Ghost a movie called Back to the Future that would explain everything to him.
So yeah, I mean, I think that explains it all pretty clearly.
Ghost leans back in the chair, just stares off, doesn't make eye contact with Patches. Yes, crystal clear.
Good. I mean, I felt like I had explained it pretty well, so it might have been a lot to take in, but you seem as pretty smart.
Thank you. I'll, I'm going to think on this for a moment.
Oh yes, that's okay. I should go feed the cat anyway.
Yes. What does he eat?
Just the food. As a cat to do.
Right, of course. How silly of me.
As Patches gets up and heads to the kitchen, Raviola hops off Scraps' lap and follows him in there when he hears the can opener get out of the drawer. And Scraps looks at you and sees your far away look in your eyes and just kind of shrugs at you. Says, I think I'll hit the hay. I got a big new job today, so gotta get some rest.
Congratulations. I'm sure you'll do wonderfully.
He smiles and he says he was going to go hit the hay, and then he just lays down on the couch where he is and pulls a blanket up over him. With that, we'll jump away. I think everyone else is just kind of winding down for the night. I know Marble headed back to his parents' place for just a nice night with just your family, just you and your brothers, and without all the whole party there. Your father explains to you when you get back that night that he says, we were able to get our tickets moved up, so we will be leaving in the morning. You see the twins are frantically putting suitcases together, and Di is getting all the food packed and stuff for the boat. And
Yeah, I haven't written it yet because I kind of forgot we were playing this week. But is the letter for them to take to give to the family, and probably a separate one for Grandma.
Understood. A couple letters.
And I have some information that I'll send specifically about that one.
Yep, sounds good. So it'll be a couple of in-game days at least before your family actually makes it there. So plenty of time to iron that out between sessions. But you and your folks spend the rest of the evening together. Just sort of winding down and having a quiet little night to have some dinner and play some games and drink some tea. And I believe Seth and Bones and Marisco just head back to their hotel for the evening. The last thing I'll jump to, Cadence, when you get back to your apartment.
I get arrested.
You get arrested, no. Here in Glimmerwick. You walk up the steps to your apartment, and on the door there is just pinned a note, a piece of paper. And you pull it down. It reads as follows. Miss Amato, I have considered your offer and I decline. Now it's your turn to hear my offer. Turn yourself into police custody. I believe you have my address. Cooperate and give us everything you have on Solomon Dimitri, on the Symphony, and on the rest of the city's criminal elements. In exchange, I'll make sure you get a generous plea deal. You may even be able to get away with house arrest after a year or two of good behavior in prison. I understand that you'll be traveling. When you return to Daybreak City, you will be placed under arrest for bribery, extortion, conspiracy, and murder, to start with.
I can do either of those things.
I'm sure we'll find plenty more charges along the way. When that happens, you can decide if you want to accept my offer or if you'd rather throw the rest of your life away protecting people that would never do the same for you. I hope your travels give you ample time to consider what's best for you. And it's signed Lydia Powell.
That bitch. I'll just tuck it into my bag of holding for now and then
Understood. Yeah, head inside and I assume sleep like a baby.
Correct.
She knows Liddy doesn't have any balls.
With that, the rest of you guys' evening is uneventful. You guys eventually all get some sleep. You may mark down a long rest. You may recover all of your hit points.
Praise Christ.
All of your long rest resources. As this morning, as you wake up on the 25th of Sprouts, there is a prime zenith. It's a zenith, but a little stronger. You see that the psychedelic green effects and the fractals are just a little brighter. The feeling of sort of vibration in your body as the magic courses through you is a little bit more intense every 5th day. As you wake up on the 25th of Sprouts, this is the morning that the Pendletons are leaving on their trip to Okuko, and that you guys had planned to leave on your trip to Prospect, and then eventually for it to take you to Hallowhive. Anyone who's from Daybreak City would know that the place to go for you guys is the Grand Meridian Depot, which is just a huge train station located in Matanak, where you can catch a train to all parts of Okasis, the continent. Or at least all parts of Seoul and East Kohan. The first to leave, though, probably the Pendleton parents. Marvel, I assume you probably go with them to the harbor to bid them farewell for the morning.
Yeah, I'll probably have breakfast with them, and then drop them off, and then
makes sense.
Go back home and get ready. Are the twins leaving with them now and then meeting us up?
They are leaving with them now to go to Okuko, yes.
Okay. Because how long is it going to take them to Okuko to get to the Cherry Grove?
They haven't quite ironed that out, so let me jump over there, actually.
Because if it's going to take 2... Oh, Neo has an urgent hand raise.
Go ahead, Neo.
Would I have known where they were leaving and where from?
Yeah, you guys talked about it all last night. So anyone who wants to meet Marvel, you guys also needed a place to all meet up anyway. So if you guys want to say, just for convenience sake, that you all meet up at the harbor to then go to the train station, or however you want to do it. But yes, either way, Mauricio, you do know where they're leaving from, and you can meet them there if you wish
You'll
to.
have time to flirt with my brother. Don't worry about it.
I just want to say bye.
Let's jump back actually to the Pendleton house. In the morning, Marble, as your mother and father and brothers are like packing their suitcases and stuff. Top, as you guys are having this conversation in the morning, they're getting their bags packed and stuff, and the topic comes up of them like coming back for all the stuff you've got going on in Cherry Falls. Top says, we haven't quite figured that out yet. You don't, I suppose, know exactly when you're going to be there yet?
Only an estimation?
Yeah. It might make more sense for them to just stay home, meet you in Cherry Falls, then go from Cherry Falls to Okuko. So you guys might just be essentially sending off your parents this morning, because it doesn't make a ton of sense for the twins to go to Okuko and then come back to Cherry Falls, then go back to Okuko again. So I think his bags are being packed this morning. Now that you and I have sorted this out, this is all stuff that your family probably talked about last night, and as your parents were figuring out the ticket situation and all that. Top and Yo-Yo are helping your parents get packed, and they've kind of got their bags started. But they say, we'll take care of the storefront and keep things buttoned up around here. Probably, honestly, just keep it closed since there's a vicious murderer robot potentially after us. Just kind of close the doors, flip the closed sign over, and keep it locked, and just lay low for a little bit. And honestly, Top looks at Yo-Yo, and Yo-Yo says, I've kind of always wanted to see Cherry Falls anyway. Maybe we just go to Cherry Falls.
Yeah,
and when they get there, they get there.
That would be better.
Maybe I'll pick up an accent. Yo says. Top says, "Don't do that. Please don't. When we get there, just don't do that, please." Yo says, "I'll try, but I can't help it if it just happens naturally." So yeah, your parents have their suitcases packed, and Top and Yo-Yo are going to get on a train to Cherry Falls, probably shortly after you guys leave on your train.
Yeah, and presumably they can drop us off at the train station.
Yeah, that works out well too. So they can drive you all to the train station. With that, I think you guys head off for the harbor of Daybreak Bay. And we'll say that the rest of the party, just for the sake of what has just been said, that the twins are going to take you to the train station, has all arranged to just meet you at the harbor, and then you guys will ride together to the train station. So we all convene as a party at the harbor. This may look suspiciously like the harbor from Maurice's backstory. Actually, a different harbor. Lesser known. Go ahead, Bones. You got something?
Very small point of order. Bones has written a third letter, which he sends home before going to the
Okay,
harbor.
lovely. Yeah, stop at the post office.
It's mostly just like travel itinerary, status report. But a critical part of that is, hey, don't trust Vanguard. If anybody comes from Vanguard asking, you didn't hear shit. You don't know what's going on.
Makes sense. Yeah, warning about Vanguard.
Yeah, and I explicitly tell them, like, this is why the patent, yada, yada, yada. That way they're not just, like, worried that I'm not explaining what's going on.
Makes sense. Yeah, you write out all the details, just in case they didn't catch your transmission. And, your transmission didn't include all the details anyway, so
Right.
fill them in on the whole story and send that off home. I forget how much I've said that costs, but you've got it
I think
somewhere.
it's like a mark for
Yeah, it's
postage.
fairly cheap for postage, especially just going to somewhere in the Union. Cool. We arrive at the harbors of Daybreak Bay. There's a bunch of ether ships. There's even some sailing ships here, though they're far less common these days. Most ships here are powered by ether tappers. There's black-green smoke rising out of smokestacks on several ships in the harbor. This particular one being a ship carrying passengers. And it's actually the Grand Ocasic. It's actually the same one that Morisco and Boss came on just about 2 weeks ago. Same sea line taking people to Akuko here. And yeah, the family is gathered with their bags. Top and Yo-Yo here to say farewell. If anyone has any parting words, Top and Yo-Yo step over to you guys.
Yeah, I'll go over to my parents and I'll speak in Kuki. Be safe. To tell everyone I'm sorry. I couldn't make it.
You see, Di has got like watery eyes, and she gives you a big hug. Top and Yo-Yo are standing off in the distance talking to Morisco at the moment, and she just says, in a weird blend of Kuki and Jiao and a little bit of Golden
I
too.
don't speak Jiao.
Oh yeah, you've probably picked up some of her words that she peppers in by accident
Yeah.
sometimes. And she just says, it doesn't feel right getting on this ship all by ourselves without our boys, but you be safe too. And she puts a hand on your cheek, and Ken puts a hand on your shoulder. Says, you'll be all right. Just do be safe. Stay close to your friends, and do try to be in touch if you can at all. Send us letters.
Yeah. After I'm saying that, I'll kind of like get into a little like crouching, get my fist up, like I'm tough, and I'll just do like a little like punches with my gloves.
Yeah, your father does like the boxing hands thing for you to punch his hands. He kind of smiles. Your mom can't help but chuckle a little bit too. You hear a bell ringing on the deck of the ship as it's about time for passengers to start boarding, which there's plenty of time for others on line to go first. Morisco looks like you step up to the twins.
I was just putting myself on the map.
Oh, got it. Okay, cool.
Not everything specific, yeah.
Understood. Yeah, I mean, you guys kind of did the you did the tearful farewell of last session. So, is there anything else you want to say to him? But Top just does come to you, Morisco, and says, "Hey, we talked a little bit after the other night. We're actually, me and Yo-Yo are gonna hold off on going to Akuko just for a little bit. We're gonna meet y'all in Cherry Falls. So, it was never goodbye, but now it's goodbye for a little bit less time. We'll see you not too long from now, at least."
Oh, I'll see you there. Yeah, I'm okay with that.
I'm glad to hear it. Didn't want to overstay my welcome. Go ahead, Marble.
At this, I'm gonna walk over to Yo-Yo because he's talking to Top, right?
Yes.
And I'm just like leaning, like gay, but I'll do it not enough that Top can hear it.
Yo-Yo chuckles. Top rolls his eyes. Yo kind of gives you an elbow rub. He's like, "This is kind of nice. We don't usually get to bully Top together. It's usually the other way around."
Just wait for your turn.
Hey, I am entirely too suave and cool to ever be bullied, and entirely too self-confident to ever feel affected by bullying. I'm very, very secure in myself, Furball.
Right.
He straightens his suspenders and his bow tie. Your parents start to go kind of one by one everybody else and just bid you little farewells. Even though they've like just met you, they still feel quite close to you, especially having shared that night with you and knowing that you are the ones who are going to be
and
caring for their son.
did call dibs, so like that
That is
means
also
something.
true. Also true. But they go by you one by one and just bid you farewell and ask you to take care of Marvel on their behalf.
Do they say anything to Cadence? I know they kind of like just met her.
Yeah, I mean they kind of do as they do to everybody else. They spend an extra minute on Cadence for sure, as your actual partner. Ken says, "I wish we had more time. It's unfortunate that we just met and already are saying farewell for a while, but if you don't mind me being a little presumptuous, I'd like to think that maybe next year you could join us for this little excursion."
I'd love to.
I don't suppose you've ever been to Okuko?
I have not.
It's a whole different world, but as much as things are different, they're also the same.
Seems to be that way everywhere, huh?
I suppose so. Well, safe travels, and take care of our boy, will you?
Of course. We'll see you not too long at all.
He smiles. His eyes sparkle a little bit. He takes his round glasses off and kind of wipes them off where they're starting to fog up a little bit in the morning mist.
Our pistol.
Let's go, bitches.
Take care of our son.
With that, your parents jump or get onto the gangplank. They don't jump. They get onto the gangplank to start walking over the ship.
That's a Kuko. It's an Okuko tradition. You have to jump onto the ramp.
For sure. And you guys watch as the gangplanks a short while later are pulled in, and the ship lets out a plume of black-green smoke and starts to chug its way out of the harbor and off to sea. And eventually your parents and their ship disappear over the horizon. Probably left before they make it all the way to the horizon, but imagine you linger for a little while. You see Top is just kind of talking with Morisco, bantering about whatever, and Yo-Yo is looking out to sea, arms crossed in front of him, trying to look stoic, but you see that his eyes are a little bit watery.
I'll kind of not just bump up a little bit with my shoulder.
He says, "Yeah, it's it's all it's this. No, it's a little misty out here. You've seen it so misty."
It's usually...
I'm very self-confident. I'm very secure in myself. Everything's fine.
It's so misty.
What do you say we go look at train tickets?
Are we all here?
Yes.
Mist must be different in this land than mine.
Oh, he's lying to save face.
He's going to lose his face?
It's an expression.
You know what? I do not need to save face. I'm confident in myself. I'm very secure. I was feeling a little emotional because my parents are leaving.
I understand
It's a little
that.
bit emotional.
I understand that.
It's okay, though, and I'm okay with my emotions because I'm a mentally healthy person.
You sound okay with your emotions.
I'll give him a comforting pat on the back. But they're with my glove, so it's probably
Top goes, holy shit. We gotta unpack this a little bit, my man. We got a long train ride in front of us, though. We can hash this out. All right, who's riding the trailer?
I'm driving.
For those of you that can't see me, I physically put my finger on my nose.
Right.
Sorry, you mean trunk?
Trump, yeah, totally.
I Steph on my nose.
I am the driver, so.
But yes, I do like to imagine that Steph, or not Steph, Boss does touch his trunk.
Right. An age-old tradition known all around.
The universal nod.
all across the planet.
Yeah.
Whoever
I
is
think Ghost doesn't show up until now after everything is ended.
Okay. Yeah, you show up just in time to see everybody kind of about to get in the car and looking around, wondering where you're at.
Yeah, he had to stop at a shop to pick up something really quick, and he comes in. He doesn't have to sleep, but he looks like he hasn't slept in 6 days.
Right.
He's just got this far-off look, bags under his eyes, kind of muttering to himself. It's just he's simply mad. That's the only explanation. He's simply mad. But Tavania did say, don't pursue the narrative, and if she is correct, then he might be correct, and that would be the greatest discovery of a lifetime, but it's simply impossible. He must be insane. What is Back to the Future?
I want to know.
He's just kind of going through it,
Right.
And involuntarily giving myself a level of exhaustion.
I love that for you. I need to know what like muttering to yourself sounds like for a telepathic only creature.
That's a good point. He's
Like,
actually speaking in like 3 so it's just
Right.
like chittering under his breath.
Yeah, makes sense. Bug chittering out loud. You guys probably have never heard Ghost like audibly speak before, and certainly nobody here speaks Thrycreen, so the sound is just like bug chittering.
I want to
go ahead.
Yeah,
Marvel.
sorry. I want to go up to Ghost and be like, "Are you okay?"
Sorry. Yes. I'm fine. Where are your parents?
Oh, the ship already left,
Oh,
or it's leaving.
apologies. I had to pick up something before we left. Are we all here and ready to go?
Yeah, we just need to go get our tickets.
All right.
Yeah, I think you might have
Lost
drawn the
the
short
notions.
straw here, Ghost, because everybody already called seats, and I think there's a trailer with your name on it.
Oh, and I also see 2 more names. Top and yo.
But with that, you guys begin to pile into the car and into the trailer, putting baggage between the feet and legs of people that are sitting back on the trailer, pretty much filling up every compartment of this car with luggage. Even though there's not that much per person,
Yeah.
there's a lot of people. So
I mean, if need be to save space, we can always put stuff in people's
yeah,
backs.
there's also trams and stuff. It doesn't all have to fit into the car, for the record. So one way or another, we don't need to get too deep into the weeds about how the baggage travels.
I think we do.
You guys begin making your way to Matinac, the sort of business center of Daybreak City. All the high rises and such. Moving through several streets, through a few blocks. Canes, you look up to the high rise where the first movement is, and sort of. No, you might see it. Might not see it for a little while.
Maybe never again if I get arrested.
Could be. And eventually, you guys find your way to Grand Meridian Station. Or Grand Meridian Depot, I should say. It is this huge, opulent building, towering walls. From a distance, there's almost like a gleam on its roof as the building's roof is made out of glass. So there's like a sunlit interior, ornate architecture. It looks, especially as you walk in the front doors, like some great cathedral constructed for the worship of industry itself. There's a din of noise as the place is packed with morning travelers. Some coming, some going. There's a smell like ozone and sulfur on the air from all of the ether emissions and the screeching brakes and ringing of bells, clocks on nearly every flat surface available.
I breathe in this nice air.
Absolutely. It's the smell of saltworks here in Matinac. There's a couple cars out front. Mostly there are carriages and pedestrians on foot. You guys step into crowds of people. A couple trains that are being like loaded up. And I think before you even head in, the twins will kind of bid you guys farewell here. Top and Yo-Yo give you a big hug, Marble, and say, you guys be safe. We haven't packed all our stuff up yet, so we got to get our stuff going, and then we'll get on a train to Cherry Falls in the next day or two.
Yeah, I expect that you will pack the morning of.
Yeah, well, not me, Top says.
We look at Yo-Yo.
And either way, we'll pack a lot more than you guys pack, the both of us. So, hey, safe travels, yeah? And we'll see you in Cherry Falls in, I don't know, a week or 2, 3, something like that. You be careful going down to the Underdark and shit. It seems like, ever since you met all these people, we're giving them a lot of credit for keeping you safe, but also it seems like maybe they've gotten you in the most danger of your entire life, so do try to stay safe down there. But, Yo-Yo says, hey, but have fun, too. You've been wanting to go there for a while. See the sights?
Yeah, I'm excited.
All right. Well, I did the tearful goodbye already, so now I'm just going to say, see you soon, little brother. And
So, like, give him a high five.
Yo-Yo gives you a high five, and Top gives you a big hug, and says, oh, see you soon, Furball.
Yeah.
Safe travels.
And I'll, like, turn to Yo-Yo like, bye, crybaby.
He flips you the bird, gets in the car, muttering about how self-confident he is. And the twins head off in their car. And you guys are kind of on your own now here at the train station. You have not yet bought tickets or found a train.
Yeah.
You can begin that process if you wish to.
Yeah, I'll start looking for the ticket to see what kind of prices we're looking at.
Patches pulled out his list. Step 1, say nothing. Step 2, profit.
All right.
Step 1, hide the money.
Here we go. All right. You guys.
Yeah, I'll go with Bones.
There is. You guys step up to a line of people that are waiting up over here at this little stand. This looks like a wooden platform. That is the roof of kind of a little stands where workers are at. They have behind them a wall of the schedule of when trains leave and where they're going and such. The guy is a pigeon like Aarakocra. He's this bird guy in a blue suit. He is talking to one traveler. Standing behind that traveling line is this Knoll guy. He is maybe 6'3", maybe taller than that, maybe 6'5", because he's a Knoll. They're quite tall. Muscular, svelte-looking guy. He's got a fedora on, brown fur. He's got a tie and a vest. Marvel, you got a hand raised?
Yeah, I'm going to call it now. He's going to hijack the train.
Bold prediction.
He's the only person that has a face that's...
No, there's a bunch of them. That's just who we're zoomed in on right now. I've put a bunch of just generic traveler tokens here. All these people are potentially interesting. I'm just putting faces on the ones that maybe seem the most interesting to you guys. But you guys eventually make your way up to the stand and find out that a train ride to Prospect will take about 20 hours of just straight travel with a few stops along the way for a total of about 24 hours. You will be leaving the Nation of Sol, technically, to go to Prospect, passing beyond national boundaries. There is no passport requirement for leaving or entering Sol, but trains do keep a passenger manifest with the names and nationalities of the passengers, so you have to give that information. And the cost of a ticket is 15 marks for just a coach ticket, or I believe it is 50 for first class. The only difference is that if you get first class, you get your own personal cabin, and your food and drinks are paid for via your fare. So if you go coach, you just have a chair on the train, and you have to buy your own food and drinks.
You said it's 20 days?
20 hours.
20 hours. I was going to say that's a hell of a trip to pay for food.
No.
Got it.
20 hours. It's about 24 hours with stops.
Got it.
So 3 meals.
Yeah, if you want to eat all 3 meals.
Yeah.
The guy will explain to you that there's just a little diner car, and you can just buy as much food or drink as you want. You don't have to eat, but
So does that mean that if we just get the base ticket, we don't get a place to sleep? We
you
just
should just sleep in your chair.
Gotcha.
essentially.
How much was first class?
Let me find it really quick to make sure I give you the right number.
He said 50, I think.
First class coach.
Cadence can't be seen in coach.
Cannot, and will not.
Can you share private rooms? Or
Yeah, so it
like
is-
one. Okay.
That's a good point. So it is 50 marks for first class, and you could fit 2 to a cabin. So if 2 of you want to go halvesies on
15 versus
You have a
25.
first class room.
Also, how much money did they give me?
they gave you 100 marks, which would not quite, but almost cover coach fare for everybody. You'd be 5 marks short. But up to you if you tell anybody that or not. So it sounds like Cadence, you're buying the first class cabin, which
Yes.
which for 2 people. So
Yeah.
that 50 marks covers
She
2
already
people.
just stared Marble in the eyes and said, "You have it."
Lovely. So Cadence buys the first class tickets for herself and for Marble. Bones buying a coach ticket.
How much is coach ticket one more time?
15 marks.
So for 10 more, split with somebody, we get a share.
Yeah.
For 10 more each. Yeah.
Will anybody else care to share a cabin?
I could use a place to sleep.
Okay, so you and I share the cabin, yes?
So it sounds like Morisco and Boss are splitting a first class cabin. You guys can each spend 25 marks. Let's see who's left. Ghost, Patches. You guys just getting coach tickets.
I'll be all right with the coach.
All right.
Sleep anyways.
Exactly. And then how about you, Patches?
I'll get my own room.
My first class ticket just for yourself. Hell yeah. That's funny. Now let's see who else. Does that get everybody? I think we got everybody. Yep. So everyone has their tickets. Your train leaves in like let's see. Leave it left at 10 a.m. and it's maybe like 8, 9 a.m. right now. So you guys have like an hour. You can grab a coffee or just chill and wait for your train. There's places to buy newspapers and stuff in here if there's anything you want to do. Otherwise, we can just wait for your train
Let's
to
get
arrive here.
the newspapers and see like what they're. If we found out what they said about the official story
About
The party.
the party and all that, and
Oh, yeah. Yep, you can go grab a copy of the Daybreak Herald, the Sinclair Media flagship newspaper. Go ahead, boss.
While I was looking at a quick question. Would it take the manifest for the passenger information?
Yes, I should actually go through that too as you buy your tickets. Let me do that really fast. Thank you for asking. Does anyone do anything besides provide their true name and true nationality when they do this?
Yes.
Okay, so boss, I'll come to you. They get the passenger manifest out and ask for your name and nationality.
My name is Sama Dai.
And he writes it down. He asks for spelling.
Yeah.
And then he spells it out. And then he says, and nationality?
I'm a citizen of Gati.
Gati. He writes it down. Everybody else using their just real names. I guess I'll come to Morisco for a second.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
He asks your name.
My name is Morisco.
He begins writing it down and then says, just Morisco, no last name?
No last name, no.
And
Just the one.
nationality?
I am from Porto Solterra. It's on the other side of the ocean.
He writes down Asmorese, the nation, or not Asmorese, Caruso, the nation that you're from.
Yeah, Caruso. Yeah.
Perfect. Anybody else have anything non-standard to do in that interaction? Lovely. You guys grab a newspaper, the copy of the Daybreak Herald, Olga Sinclair's flagship paper. It is... What are we, like 3 days after the Gilded Parlor thing, but you can find a newspaper from a
I
couple
assume
days
that
ago.
probably would have gotten the paper before.
Probably so,
We just
anyway,
kind of
but you find
Did Olga do what I wanted her to?
the front page story is still about the Sinclair Cup disaster. There's like an interview with Governor Cornelius Wainwright, some quotes from him about how the APSA is going to prevent such tragedies from occurring again in the future, so on and so forth. And you do find in the paper, though not like front page news, but somewhere in sort of a middle page, is the story of the Gilded Parlor, which is essentially just described as like a gang shootout. It's kind of, I'd say the significance of it is perhaps downplayed. It's just described as like a rare incident of gang violence in Glimmerwick, where usually that sort of thing is only seen over in Blackbrick and Saltworks for the most part, in the Willows. That isn't often that gang violence erupts in one of the nicer parts of the city. But there's no mention of like the rescue of the girl. There's not even a specific mention of the death of Rami Asher or like what specific gangs were involved. It's all kind of maybe vaguer than you would expect, all kind of downplayed in significance. Your names are not mentioned at all.
Important question. I asked her specifically to mention the governor's car in it, and the use of it. Did she?
I'm trying to remember, you asked her to mention that the governor's car was instrumental in like catching Rami or whatever.
I mostly just wanted to imply that it was used in the car chase.
Understood.
It's like kind of as a way of saying like, oh, he's saying cars aren't safe, but clearly this car was safe.
That is not in there.
I kind of figured.
Yep. And it's hard to roll me an insight check also. Or investigation's also fine here.
I'm assuming I can't add car lore.
No.
Okay, it was almost an extra 20 though. It's going to be a 25.
25 is very good. It's a little hard to say on a 25 if this is like an intentional omission to not make the governor look bad, or if it's just kind of maybe thrown out with the bathwater sort of thing. There's not even a mention of the fact that Well, actually, it does mention the fact that a dragon was involved, because a lot of people saw that. So it mentions that a dragon was involved, and it says that the dragon was slain, but it doesn't mention any involvement in the governor's car. So, yeah, I guess that does strike you as a little fishy, potentially. You did specifically ask her to prove
I mean, I wasn't sure she'd even do it.
Yeah, she said she would, and did not. But
a person lying?
Yeah, on the 25, I think you're not sure if it was like intentionally like a lie or just they ended up editing that out, and what opportunity did she have to tell you. But yeah, she certainly didn't hold up her end of that bargain, for sure.
I mean, it wasn't part of a bargain, I don't think, but okay.
I just mean she didn't stay true to her word.
She seems like such a person of integrity, too.
Right. So much integrity. With that, you guys have your tickets in hand. You have a couple newspapers. And you guys are kind of just waiting for maybe 30 to an hour until your train gets here.
Never mind.
You see a number of interesting characters kind of waiting around for the same train as you. You do see that...
Can you zoom in on the crocodile boy?
Yes, absolutely. I'll describe each one of these guys real quick for you guys. I already described our old friend. Who you do see shortly after you guys buy a ticket, he buys a ticket as well and makes his way to the same sort of train as you guys.
Oh no, he's following.
A couple of interesting looking customers down here. One of them, I guess I'll do in the order that you asked for here. This little thing up here is a bridge that goes over the trains. There's people standing up there to watch the trains come in from above. It's like a skywalk sort of situation. And standing up on that skywalk, looking up to both sides with a bright look in his eyes.
The best NPCs ever existed.
There is a little boy that looks like a crocodile. Oops, I keep accidentally going over the knoll when that's happening. He is standing on... He's got a top hat on. He's just kind of like a long-snouted little crocodile, maybe about 4.5 feet tall, maybe 5 feet or so. Looks kind of youngish. Kind of yellow slitted crocodile eyes. He's got on a top hat and an overcoat and a yellow vest and a little burgundy tie underneath. Dressed very, very nicely. Very fine clothing. He's got crutches under both of his arms, and his legs look like they don't quite work super properly. He's kind of pushing himself around along on his crutches like Tiny Tim. And he's standing up there, bright-eyed and looking out over the trains. Not far from him, there is someone who looks like Ghost is standing right next to already. A Triton, this sort of blue-skinned sea folk. They kind of look like a merfolk, except they have legs and a whole humanoid anatomy. She's very slight of frame, blue skin. She has fins in place of ears, and where her hair would be is instead just a exploding sort of fro of coral and sea life and shells and stuff that all sort of just blossom from her head. She's got on a blue overcoat and traveling clothes.
Talk about the shape of water.
Hell yeah. Down at the very end of the line where people are waiting, there is a bear guy. He's Ursine. He's this big, mountainous looking bear man.
He looks astute.
He's maybe 7 feet tall. He has itty bitty little wire frame glasses sitting on the end of his snout. He's wearing a white button down shirt and a tie and suspenders, and he's got big fluffy ears. And he's holding, you mentioned he looks astute. It's funny you should mention that. He has a satchel bag next to him with you can see a bunch of books in it, and he's actually sitting there reading a book as we speak. Seems to be just quietly reading to himself as he's waiting for his train.
I approach.
A couple of nondescript travelers that are just humans or something boring. You do see an old woman. She is she's an old black lady. She's got a frizzy black hair, nicely not frizzy. It's wavy and nicely manicured. She's got a cigarette and a long cigarette holder. She's wearing a floral dress, and she is watching Bruce go on. She is she's working on one of those, it was a crosshatch, those circles that you thread art into. She's working on the early stages of some crosshatch art. Next,
cross stitch.
Cross stitch, thank you. Yeah. Next to her is a bison folk dressed in kind of traditional tribal garb. There's feathers, earrings hanging from their ears, long curled horns, kind of ornate robes. Let's see, who else? We described our knoll friend already. Down in the position that it's not even all the way clear that they go to this train, is a dragon folk who I'm spinning by accident.
He's doing flips.
Very like ornate, fine clothes, like golden trimmed robes and like a jeweled headpiece. They have copper scales and just kind of keeping to themselves off to the distance. Dragonborn, go ahead, boss.
Before I approach the Airsign Traveler, because I do want to,
Yeah.
I'm looking around, observing all the travelers that are kind of sitting, waiting around. Any conversations that I'm able to lip read?
Give me a check.
Worthwhile. I mean, I can, as long as I can see the creature's mouth while it's speaking a language I understand, I can interpret what it's saying.
For sure. Such a see if you,
I see. Yeah.
see which conversation would be most interesting or whatever.
Every person in this murder mystery is cooler than us.
Literally. Except for me.
Fair.
I'm going to go with a 26, and
26,
I'm not going
nice.
to use advantage.
Okay, understood. Looking around, lots of people are talking. We can rule some people out. The Dragonborn's not talking to anybody. The old lady and the Bison folk are not talking to anybody. Bear guy is not talking to anybody. There's a bunch of people just having conversations about the weather and where are you going and all that stuff that's not that interesting to you. I guess I'll ask Ghost, if you go up there and start talking to this Triton, she might be talking to you potentially. I guess what you probably see is that this crocodile boy is talking to every person that enters within like a 10-foot radius of him. Just like asking people, isn't this place amazing? Isn't it beautiful?
I like this. I like this.
I ain't never seen nothing like this in all my days.
Did you say he looks like he's unwell?
He's got 2 crutches and his legs maybe don't work
But
all
he's
the way.
dressed well?
He's dressed very nicely, yeah. Not like, give me, we rolled 26 perception. He's dressed in like, how to explain this? He's dressed very well in the sense that he's wearing like a top hat and a nice coat to like a train ride, which is maybe not necessary, but it doesn't look like his clothes are all that nice, if that makes sense. He's wearing his best clothes, but they're not that fine, if that makes sense.
They're not like dirty. He doesn't look like a street urchin.
No. He seems well-to-do enough. You can see a train ticket in his hand.
Yeah, okay. How old does he appear to be?
Roll me a medicine check.
That's cool. Where's my medicine? Well, that's not bad. 19.
19 is good enough to guess like early teens, maybe
Okay.
14 to 16.
Okay, so not super weird that he'd be unaccompanied.
No, it is a little strange, not like super weird, but yeah, you do look around for like where are this kid's parents, and you don't see like other crocodile folk or anyone that's like watching over him. Yeah, he does seem like maybe a little young to be unaccompanied.
Does he appear to be on our train?
Yeah, you can see on that very good perception roll, he's got Prospect written on his ticket. This is 10 a.m. He's getting on the same train as you. Everyone that, for the sake of, I've described a bunch of people that are getting on the same train as you.
Sure.
I won't pull the rug out from under you and say one of these people gets on a different train.
Oh, I mean, you said Dragonborn doesn't appear to be.
What's that?
You said the Dragonfolk doesn't really appear to be.
Yeah, so I guess I'll kind of reveal to you above board, though you may not even know this in character yet. That dragon kind of is sitting a fair distance away in the sense that he doesn't necessarily look like he's waiting on this train just because he's not super close. But it looks to you on that good perception check like he's just kind of keeping his distance from people in general.
I did have one other further question about him in particular.
Yeah, go for it.
He's very robes and jewelry and stuff is very ornate.
Yeah, not unlike yours, honestly. Kind of outlandish, not from around here, but very nice.
Anything
very fine.
I recognize from
give me a history check and apply your geopolitics lore.
Will do. And I have a secondary backup that we'll see here.
Okay, start with that.
Would it be possible to assist him in that if this guy is someone like from this city that is prominent?
I'll let you go and roll. Yeah, go ahead and roll.
24.
Okay. 24, okay. Roll a history check and you can apply diversity lore.
Oh, sorry, I had 17. My bad.
17.
Yeah.
18.
17 and 18. You both kind of arrive at the same conclusion, though, through different avenues. You've never seen this person before in Daybreak City, Cadence. But both of you recognize like the garb and the clothing, and there is an insignia kind of embroidered on his nice golden robe that just looks like a gemstone, like an outline of a diamond or something, which you know to be the symbol of the Bank of Novus. That is the central banking system of the entire Praeocasian Union. They create the Union mark. They're the people that issues that mark. But just a little lore dump here. The Union mark is a representation representative currency, meaning that if you take your marks to the Bank of Novus, they will give you gold, silver, and copper for them. You can exchange your notes for actual silver and copper and gold. That's rarely done anymore. But this guy, presumably some representative of that bank, and you've seen representatives of that bank before because they have a big presence in Daybreak City, as they do all throughout the Union. And same with you, you know that symbol and who this.
NOVUS?
What's that?
Spelling?
NOVUS. Oh, I'm sorry, AS. NOVAS. Novas. I'll show you that on a map real quick since we're talking about it. So, I don't know if we actually, we're like 9 episodes in, I don't think I mentioned this. The Praeocassian Union is a multinational union of countries that includes, out to the west, the islands of Holu, and then it includes Toluska, it includes the nation of Sol, it includes the nations of Caruxo, Alderon, Prexum, and then the nation of Novus, which you see up here. And their currency, the Union Mark, is issued by Novus.
Cool, fun. Is he carrying anything?
On the perception check that you rolled, he has what looks like a briefcase, essentially. And he's got, you can see his ticket is in his hand. He's just holding it in his hand.
The briefcase is not handcuffed to him.
No. It's just sitting near him. It looks like it's got very fine latches with it looks like a very nice briefcase. But just a briefcase and
holding.
I guess a briefcase and also a suitcase.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. What does he smell like?
He smells like fine perfumes and a little bit like metal, a little like copper.
I'll approach the Earth Sign, but I can
Sure.
do that here in a minute after we let.
Yeah. While you're kind of surveying the room before you decide who to go sit next to while you wait. Anybody doing anything else? I'll jump to Ghost. You moved a token up somewhere. What are you up to?
Yeah, he just kind of watches the trains because they're fascinated by the arcanotech of them, and just kind of taking the scenery for one last time.
Yeah, it's as you mentioned, it'll be your last time in the city, at least for a while. And there is a gorgeous view in this building, even though the ceiling is glass and you can kind of see the open sky. Though that's not very, I think, comforting to Ghost. But yeah, you watch trains come and go. I've only depicted here on this map 3 train tracks, but there are several in other little corridors going other directions. This is like the hub of travel in and out of Daybreak City, even internationally across this continent. And yeah, you look out across all these trains. There's some coming and going. As you're kind of just standing out here looking, this Triton kind of steps over next to you. Says, I hope I'm not being intrusive. This place is amazing, isn't it?
Yes, it's quite a feat of architecture.
I've never seen anything like it. Are you also not from around here? Sorry if that's also presumptuous. I just feel like I see it in your eyes.
No, I guess I was here for just a week, and I'm heading home, actually.
Where are you from?
Helipive. We're heading to Prospect.
Oh, hello. I've always wanted to see it. I'm Adelina, by the way. She introduces herself.
I'm Ghost.
Ghost. Nice to meet you. She shakes your hand.
Yeah. Hand her one of his hands.
Right.
Where are you from? If you don't mind me asking.
From a little place that I'm certain you've never heard of, but it's close to Draketide. Nidus.
Have I heard of Nidus?
Yes, absolutely. Give me a history check to see how much you know. You absolutely know of Nidus. That's such a good roll. Cool. Nidus is this big continent right here with a big giant, what's called the tide pool in the middle, like hundreds of miles wide, very, very shallow sea, essentially. We talked about some history from last time. Nidus used to be a full continent of land, and then 400 years ago, some dragons tried to lift their capital city into the sky and kind of sundered the entire fucking continent on accident. You know that Drake Tide is sort of the capital of that continent, located right over here on the southwestern shores. If you remind me later if you need more information about Nidus that you roll a 25 on it, unless you have any specific questions at this moment.
Yes, Nidus and the tide, or the tide pools.
Yes, yes, they're beautiful. I grew up there. Most of my life spent there, actually. It's if you've never been, it's one of the most beautiful places in the world. I left just to sort of explore, see new things, find new sights to see. But I do sometimes yearn for home still. I miss seeing it.
Yes, see why I've only seen pictures, but I'm certain they don't do justice to the actual thing.
What does Hello have like?
It's beautiful, warm, static light across everything. It's on the surface here. The shadows shift and change. Day turns to night, and darkness takes over everything. But in Hallowhive, it's always brilliantly lit. It's very different in that sense. I imagine many of you just sleep, which find it a little disruptive, honestly. Really changes your schedule, if that makes sense.
Her eyes like sparkle as you speak. She watches with like rapt attention as you describe this place to her. She says, that sounds incredible. You're talking me into maybe going there next. I just kind of grabbed this ticket on a lark. She kind of holds her ticket up to Prospect. Never been up that way, but wanted to see what Kohan was like. But maybe
just traveling on the wind.
Yeah, yeah. Just
what do you do for a living?
At the moment, travel on my deceased parents' money. Sorry, that's kind of embarrassing to say, I guess, but
my condolences.
Thanks. She looks like this grief is relatively fresh to her. The comment about traveling on her deceased parents' money, you see, may have been a little bit of coping by joking and being lighthearted about it. She says, "Thank you. After my parents passed, I really couldn't see myself staying in one place anymore. I don't know if that makes any sense, but here I am."
Well, I hope you can find what you're looking for.
She smiles and says, "Yeah, you too." Marble, you've got a hand raised, I believe.
Yeah. So, kind of similar vein of what he just did, but I'm actually going to look at the ticket and find out what, model train it is, and I'm probably going to, geek out about it. And
hell yeah.
Probably just, what do I know about the type of train we have?
For sure. Give me a Artificer's Tools check. Or land vehicles check.
With vehicles
apply
lore?
Vehicles lore, yes.
Cool. 26?
Hell yes. You would know that you are going to be traveling on a... I don't have the name of a model.
Yeah, you
or
can just
anything.
make it up right now.
But you'll be traveling on a train operated by Grand Meridian. They are the biggest purveyor of land travel in Ocasis. The specific kind of train that you're going to be on is a continuous casting crystal-powered locomotive, which means essentially there's a conversion crystal in there that essentially just turns ether into propulsion. But it needs ether put into it continuously by someone casting magic into it. So essentially, you know that there will be the crew of this ship, or of this train will include a number of tappers. Specifically, you just rolled very well, there will be 2 tappers that will sort of take shifts. They will just spend all day chugging ether into the crystal to keep the train moving, essentially.
So they're just casting, cantrips into it?
Yep, they're essentially casting a little bit of mana at a time to keep it running. Specifically, you know that it takes 5 mana per hour to keep this train running.
And I know that you mentioned that the amount of mana that it costs to cast a cantrip is super, super, super
It has
low.
been a little bit not zero.
So they could cast a few, like a first and a second level spell, I think, right?
Potentially, yeah.
And
It's
then-
the most ether efficient thing for them to do is just continuously cast cantrips, essentially.
That is, how constant would that be? Is that like is that back to back to back?
Yeah,
to back?
ether tapping is hard physical labor. It takes a toll on the body. That's why the tappers have to take shifts. They're going to be basically spending all day just channeling ether through their bodies into the crystal.
But anyone could do it.
In theory,
Or
it does take
require
training.
training. Okay.
Yes, it does require some training. You two certainly know how to ether tap bones and marble. It is not something that just every caster can do. If Boss and Patches, for example, and probably even Ghost, don't know how to ether tap into a crystal.
Gotally. I'm probably
Ghost definitely wouldn't.
Yeah, but
Probably
for sure not Ghost.
internally geeking out about it just because I probably couldn't really
absolutely.
tell anyone about it.
Totally. Makes sense. While you're geeking out, anybody else do anything
Actually,
particular?
I'll probably like pull out some just like tracing paper. Probably just like sketch, like just like I guess like I have to sketch like what I know of the train, what the engine probably looks like. Just
Yeah,
like
totally.
my best guess based off of what I know.
Yeah. I think you're actually quite satisfied as you finish your sketch right around the time that you hear workers coming in and shooing people away from the train tracks because your train is like pulling in now. And as it pulls into the station, you do see that it looks like just like your sketch. You've done a marvelous job of sketching this train.
A marvelous job.
Marvelous job. Go ahead, Bones. As the train's pulling into the station, what are you up to?
I assume this is exactly what he just did. Do I recognize the model?
Yes. Go ahead and roll me 2. Landing first check.
Bajillion with int.
Yes.
Bajillion. 26.
Lovely. Exact same results you got. I don't know if you heard much of my description, but
I've heard a lot.
it's a continuous casting vehicle that's going to require tappers charging the crystal constantly with ether.
Wonderful.
Yep, you know all about this train. And you both together see this train pulling into the station. Timothy Cripple is practically like jumping up and down on his little crutches.
Did we get his name? Is it Timothy?
I'm sorry, you guys don't know his name yet, but there's his name. Timothy Cripple.
So was he named this, or was this going to be picked up?
Cripple.
We got a hand raise.
Yes, who had a hand raise? I'm sorry.
Neo.
Go ahead, Neo.
Oh, yeah. So, not so much a thing I'm doing, I guess it is something I'm doing. Marichko fell asleep on this bench and
Lovely.
isn't getting up.
Perfect. You perhaps were not getting up until you hear the loud whistle of the train pulling into the station.
I have a question. Do ships make loud noises?
That's a
Are there
good
any,
point.
Noisy ships?
Yeah, no, for sure. So you might have learned to sleep through this kind of sound.
Yeah.
I mean, is he usually right next to the horn?
Yeah, they're not blowing it here in the station. Though. They
Okay.
blow it like as they pull in.
Okay. Well, if no one else gets him, I guess
I also would know.
You also have time. The train pulls in and crew gets off and passengers unload and they do a cleaning and then you guys get on. So you guys still have time, but the train is here now. Go ahead.
Bones is keeping an eye out for gang people tailing us.
Sure, yeah. Perception check.
Okay, that's where I
I
was.
was gonna say not do the same thing.
That one for 5 or passive 14.
Yeah, passive 14, you don't see anybody like acting shifty, following you, being weird.
Can I also do it with my
Yeah,
background?
one more person can take the second. So actually, you two can both do it if you want to because of your background, so you guys can both give me perception checks.
Do I add anything for it?
Add your mafia lore.
Mine had nothing to do with gangsters.
Okay, hold on to that then for a second.
You said add your
criminal lore, add your mafia lore.
dirty 20.
Dirty 20,
18.
18. Both of you keep an eye out for people that are Silent Saints, people that are Symphony, or people that are like known enemies of you guys, Rat Kings, or any other gang or criminal elements.
Cops.
And cops also, good point. You do see there are cops at the train station, a couple, but none of them are like acting weird towards you guys. None of them make any move towards you, especially Cadence. Presumably, whoever these two are, they're out of the loop. And you guys don't see any like criminal elements following you around or acting shifty or people that you recognize or people that are like of organizations that you recognize, anything like that. You feel like you're not being followed by gangs or anything. And then go ahead, boss, you roll perception for something else.
24 on my roll, but it was more specifically, Boss, since the time he has arrived, has been looking over his shoulder, worried that somebody's coming for him.
Yeah, makes sense.
So more specifically to that, not looking for like anybody in particular, except anybody that appears to be looking
at guys at you specifically or acting shifty towards you. No, you look around carefully on a 24, checking for anyone that's like looking at you weird or has been like following you or that gives you the heebie-jeebies or anything. Nobody is like acting shifty towards you in any way that you're deducing. You just say, I mean, you're getting looks. As you have been since you got to Daybreak City, you stick out a little bit here, but no looks that concern you, no looks that make you feel like you're, being
Cool.
anything suspicious.
Cool.
Go ahead, Cadence. Were you about to say something?
Oh, no. I just try to blend into the crowd there, and I'll keep an eye on Morisco just in case I don't see anybody else watching him.
Yeah.
I'll clock him. I'll make sure. Yeah.
As the train arrives and as the crew gets off and passengers deboard, you do see that a new crew arrives to board your train and helmet. There is this Bumblebee-looking fella. He seems to be kind of the guy in charge.
You shut the fuck up. Are you kidding me?
He's this Bumblebee Thri-kreen with big wings and big fluffy yellow skin. And white and a blue jacket and white gloves and a conductor hat and poles.
What does he sound like when he talks?
You have to find out somehow. And then his crew, there's just this human guy with frizzy gray hair and a gray mustache. And then the people following them appear to be the tappers. There's a little goblin female and then a little gnome guy with a big, old-fashioned pipe sticking out from underneath his lip. The tappers are both in overalls and cut-off shirts. The engineer's in kind of a nicer bit of clothes with a satchel bag over his shoulder. And this crew kind of gets onto the train and starts presumably getting things ready. You see people kind of start to shift to sort of get in line to actually get onto the train. Morisco, still fast asleep.
Am I over by the Ursine?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I forgot about that. You go over and sit next to this Ursine.
It's actually, no, it's okay. For now, I think instead of actually engaging in conversation, I do just kind of sit near.
Yeah.
Try to scope out what sort of books he's reading.
For sure.
Anything I recognize?
Yeah, give me a perception. Actually, you rolled a perception check earlier, not the 24 for people.
26 earlier.
Yeah, 26 will just same roll for surveying the passengers here. You see that you kind of take a sly little glance into his satchel bag to see the spines of books too, to see what he's not currently reading. The book that he currently has in his hands is just kind of a just Arcana book. It's it's about spellcasting. It's about specifically it's about oneiromancy, which is the magic of dreams. You see that he's reading a book about dream magic and people's experiences with dream magic. You don't recognize the title of that book that he's reading. It looks to be just maybe a small-time author or something you haven't heard of before. But you do glimpse into his satchel bag. You see the spine of a book that you do recognize called The Sleepwalker's Almanac. And roll me a history check and apply your academia lore.
13.
13 still enough to have heard of this book before. It is a book about oneiromancy, about dream magic. It was written by one of the most I don't know if you know a ton of this history on a 13. It was written by an oneiromancer whose name is Silas Finch. And you don't know much about the author, about the book, but you know that name is a big name in oneiromancy. Silas Finch. And I will throw in here, I think you, Seth, were not at the table in episode number 3. During episode number 3, you in character as boss were one of the people who was reading a conversation. At the Gilded Parlor, the Archbishop Elias Hastings visited briefly to kind of much to the chagrin of all the criminals there who don't like that motherfucker. And he briefly talked with Mick Eisenhower. They had a hushed conversation. They were careful not to say too much because they knew they were being watched. But you and Cadence picked out a few words. One of the phrases was Tide Harvester. One of the phrases was Finch Apparatus. And one of them was Sleepwalker. And to draw some inferences here, Sleepwalker is a term for an oneiromancer, for a dream mage, for someone who travels through dreams. And then Finch Apparatus, Silas Finch, possible connection there. So anyway, that bear has a book called Silas Finch, or called the Sleepwalker's Almanac in his book, or in his bag. Okay. Not currently reading it, but he's reading another book also about oneiromancer. So you get the sense this guy's kind of interested in oneiromancy and dream magic.
Understood. Is he engrossed in his book right now?
Super, yes, so engrossed. He doesn't even notice you approach and stand next to him. He's very absorbed.
And how?
You see, he's got this thin wire glasses that are down on the very tip of his little bare nose, and he's looking down at his book and really staring into it.
How accessible is the book that's in his bag?
His bag is right next to him.
Okay.
I'll give you above the board. It would take a sleight of hand check for sure, and I would have him roll a perception check with disadvantage to try to see you steal it.
No, I'm not doing it now.
Understood.
We're getting on the same train.
Yeah, for sure. It would certainly not be like impossible to steal, but
I also don't think I want to steal it. I was just kind of curious. I think I'd actually rather engage in conversation, but
totally, yeah.
I'll wait till we're on the train moving.
Cool, makes sense. He actually does, as you're kind of standing there and you watch for a few seconds, you see that he had not realized by the fact that it happened in front of his face that a train had pulled in. You see, he looks up and he's like, oh, the train's here. And he folds his book up, sticks his satchel back and throws it over his shoulder. He's just realized the train is here. Go ahead, Bones, you got something.
Does he look Chernayan?
Give me what do I want to call this? Perception or insight check, and I just take advantage, just for the sake of
18.
18. He doesn't have anything that obviously makes you think he's Chernayan. You know that Ursine are from all over the world. Anywhere that you can find bears, you can find Ursine. So yeah, the thing about his clothing or his demeanor or anything that he's carrying or doing obviously says Chernayan. I think you do actually hear, on an 18 is a pretty good roll, you do hear him kind of mutter to himself, oh, the train's here. And it comes out in just like a solar accent, cool. So nothing that screams Chernayan, certainly.
Good.
Lovely. People start kind of getting in line to get on the train. This little crocodile boy, it's a bit of...
I push him over to get into the train.
It's a bit of a labor for him to make his way down the stairs. He has to really work at it, taking one step at a time, just laboriously, slowly.
Why did he climb up there?
Want to see the trains come in.
I'm gonna be so sad when he dies. Him and the bee.
For what's worth, I haven't really said what Bones is doing.
Yeah, so what Bones is up to.
If I see him struggling to get down the stairs, Bones will actually go up and hey, you want to lift?
Oh yeah, totally. You step up to Bones, or you step upward. Oh, Bones, okay. He's not on here yet. You see this little crocodile fella kind of struggling with the stairs, and you step over. He says, "Oh, thank you. Your legs don't work right on account of I have rickets."
Well,
On the count, I have rickets.
He hands you one of his crutches and kind of holds on one of your arms.
Yeah. That's quite all right. You're still seeing the world there?
That's why I am. I had to get to the highest place to see me proper.
Absolutely.
Timothy Crimple, what's your service?
Bones. Bones is Bones.
A lovely name.
Oh no.
Timothy Crimple.
Incredible.
Well, much obliged. Are you coming to Prospect? You look at your ticket.
Yeah.
Lovely. Thank you very much for your help.
Of course, do you need help boarding?
Oh, I suppose I wouldn't turn you down.
Yeah.
I've never been on a train before.
Oh my goodness, it's quite a lot of fun. It's very fast, although it doesn't feel like it when you're in there. It can be loud once we get going. You'll like it. It's fun.
That's exciting stuff. You kind of hobble up on his two crutches to go get in line to get onto the train, kind of walking alongside you.
And he falls.
Marvel pushes him onto the train. Just kidding.
Push him onto the tracks.
Yeah. Lovely. Likewise, up top, Adelina kind of starts walking down to get onto the train as well. Go ahead, Cadence.
Is the old woman's cross stitch any good?
You need a perception check. Actually, you don't need to roll for this. She's just started it. She clearly just started this project to kind of pass this train ride.
Does she look proficient at it? Do I feel like she's just going to knock this shit out?
Give me an insight check.
Ooh. 6.
A 6 on an insight, hard to say. You need to see her do more to know if she's good at it or not.
I can't tell by watching her hands instead of her insight. Can I do like a dex check?
Roll me a dexterity perception check, you rat bastard.
Can I
Perception. That's not much better.
Can I help him out by doing a crafting check since I'm proficient at most crafting?
This is going to be a wisdom crafting because you're observing, not doing. Wisdom crafting.
What if I did investigation instead?
No. Wisdom crafting.
So 8 total? Sorry if I did that right.
A little bit better.
Okay, well, I rolled a 19, so 20-something.
Okay, perfect.
23, I guess, if I'm proficient.
Cadence on an 8 even, it's hard to tell. She just hasn't gotten far enough into her work to have much evidence of the handiwork yet. Marvel, you do what Cadence is describing, watch the way her hands move. And she is very, practiced in her hand movements. You can tell that she's a skilled artisan.
Practiced in her hand movement.
Yes. As you're like watching over her shoulder, Cadence, she just kind of looks at you and just kind of nods, doesn't say anything to you necessarily,
Yeah, I
but
know. This is New York. We don't talk to each other.
she does. She kind of looks at you for a second, and she maybe takes a glance at you. On the 20 insight check, you were looking for people that were like gang related. This is a major stretch. She's not gang related, but she does like, I don't know. She studies you. She like looks you up and down and like carefully takes in your appearance, and then goes back to her work. Whatever that's worth.
Okay, yeah, I'll just keep it in mind. I don't
She's
react to it anymore.
retired. It's your
Yes.
future self. You are Jane.
I knew it.
Jane's all the way down. Everyone's Jane. A short while later, this bumblebee guy steps out from the door of one of the trains, or one of the the cars of this train.
He's gonna do the voice.
Says, "All aboard! All aboard!"
Assume it's telepathic.
No, it's out loud. Some Vectring can talk out loud.
Does he go at the end?
Yeah.
Does he do a little
Buzzes
dance
bit
instead of saying anything?
All of these things are the things that I probably should have said he does, but instead he just says all aboard.
Hey, Zeke, where's the train?
I don't have a train to put on this map, but we will put a train when we get onto the train, which is what I'm just about to do, as a matter of fact. People line up to begin getting out of the train. For what it's worth, there are train workers out here, actually it's probably the engineer that does this, that takes people's car or like baggage and puts it in a cargo train. There's anyone like keeping their baggage on their person, you can, but he will go take your cargo, your bags. And
I'll keep mine. Mine's just
Okay.
a bag. Mine's
Totally
just
fine.
my
I think I have everything in my bag of holding.
Sure, yeah.
Mine's in a backpack.
Okay. If anybody has anything they want to have put into the cargo hold, they can. Otherwise, you guys can climb onto this train.
Do they do anything with our weapons?
They don't prevent you from getting on with your weapons. No.
Do they prevent us from
What?
shooting people?
This is the 1900s, man.
We are stacked up.
Most of you, I don't think, are literally carrying like a.
Alright, right before we
I'm
board.
wearing my gauntlets.
Yes, these gauntlets just look like
Right
clothes.
before we board, I meant to ask this, so I forgot. What does the earth sign smell like?
Give me. Oh, you actually did a smell perception. That was the 26 earlier.
Like any spices, like anything that's like, or just more cologne
Hold on,
or.
let me look at his notes here and see if there's any smells that would stand out. I don't think so.
He smells like Bear Glove Old Spice.
Bear Glove, Old Spice. Yeah, no, he doesn't. He smells unremarkable. Smells like a unremarkable guy.
Clean.
Yeah, clean guy. He's not stinky. He smells like he probably bathed today.
I wake up Marisco. I stand up, then I walk over and wake up Marisco.
Is the dinner service already?
Yeah, it is whatever you said it is.
Oh.
Let's
Okay,
go.
okay.
Let's go to our cabin. You can sleep longer.
With that, we board our train.
Look at all the benches.
You guys initially get on right here, then you can head your way to wherever you're going. You see that Ursine guy takes a seat right over here, amongst some other travelers along with Bison folk. Those of you who are going to first class are sort of led over this way, led through the dining car where there's a bartender back there cleaning glasses. The old lady sits down on just like a table near the bar, or on like an armchair near the bar with a little table, and begins her cross stitching. Back here and back here are the two sort of private chambers. You see that the Dragonborn fella is getting into one of these cars. It's just kind of a guy getting into one of them. And then very back here, right before the cargo train, you see that the Knoll is getting into his own chamber, as well as another just random human. So those of you who bought first class can pick your rooms in here if you wish to. I forget who that was. Let's see. It was Cadence, Marble.
It's everybody but Ghost and Bones.
Go. Yeah, Ghost and Bones are the ones that did not. That's right. Patchy's got his own. Fucking guy. Let's see here. Marisco. And Basamaji. So, if you guys want to pick rooms here, I don't know if you can zoom out a little bit for us.
Do you want to pick the room, Marble?
Yeah. I'm going to pick the one that's closest to the... Well, I don't know. Knowing how these train cards work, which is going to be, like, the one that, like, moves the least?
I would say, like, closest to front gets the least, like,
I'll pick the one that I know will probably just be the best room.
Okay, probably, I guess, like, the front is, like, closest to the bar and stuff.
And close to the dragon.
And closest to the engine.
There you go.
I have the middle one in that front.
Yep, right there. So you guys are on either side of that Dragonborn fella.
Oh,
Let's get him.
And then Boston Marisco, where do you guys want to be?
Do you want to be next to the bathroom?
As you guys are debating rooms, you see that this Knoll fella down at the end there, he's taking one that's like really close to the very like back here. He says, he looks at you, Marisco, kind of specifically. He says, "There's a room next to me if you want it. Open one right here."
Sure. I'll sit you here. I mean, they're all the same, right? I mean,
I have no preference. No. However, the front of the car does seem to be more stable, so maybe we take the first cabin in this car. Thank you for your offer, but we will take this with.
That's quite all right. Your loss. And he kind of winks at you, Marisco.
no.
What? Can I roll? What's happening? Yeah, that's what I was kind of picking up on. He's gonna try to rob us, sort of thing. So we'll take the first.
On the other train.
I was saying, yeah.
Got it. Cool. Lovely. I mean, this like looks cramped on a D&D map. These rooms are actually like fairly spacious. Each one has like a bunk bed on either side and enough spots or space to put your bags underneath. They're nice little rooms with a pillow and nice little sleeping chambers for your travels. With that, you guys are all aboard except for let's go up to the front. Ghost and Bones. You guys are just grabbing any open seats. You see that up front here. As you guys get on, as you help Timothy Crimple get onto the train, he looks up to the front car and says, "I want to sit as close to the front as possible so I can hear the engine." He goes scampering off towards the front car.
Yeah, my man.
I make sure that
You want
it
to
gets
push
over
on
the
the
gap.
tracks?
Sorry, what'd you say, Bones?
No, I just make sure he gets over the gap, all right?
Yeah, it takes some doing. You do have to kind of help him.
Yeah.
Bones and Ghost, do you have like seat preferences? Not that it matters, you can move around, but just as things are getting started.
Yeah, pretty easy.
Cool.
Probably like in the middle of the frontmost car.
Makes sense.
We'll have the least swerving.
Maybe with Stephens, Adelina has found a seat up there too, Ghost. She recognizes you right away, of course, and kind of smiles at you. Lovely. You guys find your seats aboard this train. You guys can hear the tappers up front kind of getting things going. Getting the engine begins to sort of chug a little bit as they start to warm things up. Go on the map here for a second. You guys are starting, of course, in Daybreak City. You'll take this black dotted line as the train routes. You'll take that over to Green Junction, up to Lux, and then you'll pass over the national border of Seoul into Kohan and eventually to Prospect, and from there down to Hallowhive. The train, obviously, will not take you to Hallowhive, it will just take you to Prospect. Place this lovely red arrow to show us where we are in our travels. We'll come back to the train map here. Lovely. A short while after you guys have gotten on and started getting settled in, put your bags away, the conductor, the bumblebee guy, comes sort of walking through and making sure everyone's comfortable, punching everybody's tickets. I guess he probably did that when you got on, actually. But
Is he pushing it with his stinger? Okay.
under no circumstances. Go ahead, Patches.
So how does this train actually drive? Because the train cars are touching each other, so there's no way it could take corners.
No, they've got. Oh no, you're right. They are. Well, you know,
Is it just magic?
it's magic.
Is it kind of like planes where they just fly because of
Yeah,
magic?
it works because of magic.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
You can tell it works because of the way it is.
Okay, just making sure.
And yeah, you guys find your seats, get comfortable. Bumblebee fella, which makes sure that everyone's comfy, everyone's in, gets the door closed up and locked and such. And eventually, the train, with the blare of a whistle, begins to pull out of Grand Meridian junk or depot, and begins to depart the city. There is a while where the train has to move rather slowly as it moves through the actual thoroughfares of Daybreak City. It eventually moves across the West Bridge of Daybreak City alongside carriages and pedestrians and the rare few automobiles, and then starts to pick up a little speed, and before long the urban sprawl and its high rises and dense population begin to give way to rural towns, and then not long after that, just as we went out to the forest, all gives way to just wide open grassland. And before long, you look out your windows, and all that you can see as far as the distant horizons is tall grass swaying in the wind, and distant forests and green hills that rise and fall. Timothy Crimple is looking out the windows with rapt attention as it, especially as it goes through the city, but even also as it goes through the grassland. Marvel, what you got? You got hand raised.
Yeah. So after Kaden and I get kind of settled in my room, I'm gonna break out my little tripod with the camera and be like, can we take a picture?
Of what?
Us?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll probably set it up on the bench across from us. I'm assuming the rooms have benches, right? It's 2 benches.
Yeah, it's essentially 2 bunk beds across from each other, so you could put the camera on one bunk bed and sit on the other.
Oh, so there's 4 beds in here?
No, it's I don't know if you can see it all that well. But there's essentially 2 side-by-side beds with a little aisle in between them.
It's not...
Four total beds because they're bunk beds, right? Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry, I shouldn't be calling it a bunk bed. There's a bed that's up a little bit as if a bunk, and then there's room underneath for storing things. But yes, it is not actually a bunk. Sorry, I shouldn't be calling these bunk beds. Bunks.
It's like a bench underneath, looks like.
Yeah, we'll say there's a little bit of
yeah, I'll just set it up and just sit on the bench and just take a photo.
Here you go. You guys set your camera up, and it's a bit of a thing to try to you're a skilled artificer, so I assume you've made a weird extendable thing, Inspector Gadget finger.
Thing longer.
To,
I'm assuming it also could just. Yeah, I'll probably make something.
Yeah, you got a way. There's for sure not timers on these cameras, but you're an artificer.
Should I roll for how shitty it's gonna be?
Yeah, give me a photography tools check.
All right, I'm not proficient in it, so it's just intelligence, right?
Just straight out.
19.
That's not bad at all. You end up with a decent photo, which you will know a week from now when you develop it.
And I'll get it all set up. I'm like, okay.
Lovely. Patches, you settle into the
Nice to
private
show your
chamber
family.
here.
Yeah. I could make a copy for you too.
Sure. Put it up in the apartment when we get back.
Yeah.
You guys settle in and get your photo. Patches, you get in your room. The train begins moving across grassland. It will take, you guys know from the itinerary, something along the lines of around 8:30-ish tonight is when you're scheduled to reach Green Junction, which is your first stop of the day. So you've got the better part of 10 hours or so of just travel before you get to your first stop. People are still just kind of getting settled in. You do see, not long after you depart Daybreak City, because this train is moving quite fast, about 60 miles an hour, you pass through a little town called Dawnsong, which you know to be the little village where Miri and her family were from. Things get a moving. Anyone want to do anything particular in these first couple of hours? I think first hour or two.
This is about as far as out of the city as I've ever been.
Really?
I think so. Dawnsong? It's about as far as I've been.
Oh, I guess I just assumed you've traveled.
I'll take it as a compliment.
You excited?
I am. It's supposed to just work, but
Yeah, same.
Are you hungry? I haven't eaten.
Starved.
Okay, let's go eat.
So I think someone knocks at your door.
Oh my god, incredible. I opened the door.
Well done, Drake. That was very convincing.
You're the best knocker I've ever heard my whole life.
Drake makes that sound with his voice into your mind telepathically. Or ghost, I should say. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just wondering, I picked up a Go board before we left. I was wondering if you could teach me how to play.
It's funny you say that. I picked one up too. I'd be happy to.
Wonderful.
2 games to go at the same time?
Double go!
Go.
3D Go.
We're about to head to the lunch or the food cart to eat. If you want to join, I can teach you over some food.
I'd love to.
Lovely. 3 of you head to the food cart to grab some food and play some games. Again, this because we're on a D&D map, this map looks much more crowded than it really is. There's plenty of space for everybody here.
When I step outside in between, I'm going to like kind of inspect it and kind of like just like inspect what I can.
Between, yeah, give me a land vehicles check. Inspect the connection between the cars. And everyone's so hassling.
It's very bad. It's a natural 1 for 9.
Okay, yeah.
You think the carts are too close
Yeah,
together?
you think they're probably too close together. It's not going to be able to turn.
It's hydraulic.
I have no idea.
Presumably they would be.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure those are hydraulic. Yeah.
Yeah, Marble probably like wants to stick his head under, but he sees like
Oh
there's
my
stuff
God.
under, so he's just like,
Such a good idea.
he wants to. I didn't think he was going to.
Right. The 3 of you find a table, and
Why is it so small in this train?
it's very small in here. There's not very much room to move around.
The scale is perfect, except the train car is a little wide.
I'm
Should-
not
I'm
going to accept any more criticism about the map.
Oh, that was a compliment.
This is more of a criticism against how Go works. He needs to sit across from her.
Oh, so sorry.
You don't have to.
No, he doesn't have to, but it's going to be
I,
easier.
the DM in real life, don't know how Go works. You
It's
guys,
like-
you guys have to take the lead on this one.
I guess you don't have to sit it. It's just better.
Othello.
It is better.
What if they
But
see your
we're
hand?
bigger.
It's not like Othello at all.
It's just like Othello.
It's exactly
And
like
Connect
Othello.
4. It's the
It's a
halfway
lot
point
like
between
Connect
Othello
4.
and Connect 4.
I'll probably like watch to it and learn.
Yeah, makes sense. Mark Cadence began teaching Ghost how to play Go, and you guys can also get some food if you want to. Like a meal and a drink is.
We don't. We're first class.
Oh, first class. Yeah, you guys are included. Absolutely.
I guess I'm gonna order the most expensive food that there is. Might as well.
Yeah, even the nicest food here, a little bit to your disappointment, is not that nice. It's whatever like heap on the train for 24
Where's
hours.
Morisco?
Yeah, that's what I want to know.
It's not bad. It's not like disgusting or anything, but it's train food. You guys can, because you're first class, you can go a step above, just like the sandwiches that other people are eating, and get yourself like some nice hot meals that are kept in like a chest of preserving to stay hot. Go ahead, boss.
So check with Morisco and just say I need to. I'm going to go get something to drink and then explore the train. Are you okay here?
Oh yeah, I'm not thirsty. I'll stay here. That's fine.
Okay. So I'll be back soon.
Stay here.
I'd go ahead and head up towards the Ursine Traveler, but on the way through the drink car,
Yeah.
stop in, ask for some hot tea or some hot water. I mean,
Lovely.
yeah.
You step your way through the cars, eventually to the diner car, where you do see Cadence and Ghost and Marble are gathered. And yes, the bartender, you step up the door, he says, what can I get for you? He's this human guy, big, broad shoulder, looks like he's like 6'2" or so, muscular, wavy black hair, and a long, like, classic bartender mustache, black vest and bow tie.
Namaste. Do you have hot water?
Of course.
Just that, please.
Right away, sir. And he gets underneath and pulls out, again, from a chest preserving that keeps things hot. He just pours out a hot water for you and puts it back in the chest of preserving. And,
I drop a pebble in his tip jar.
he cocks his head at it, but he has the professionalism to not be like weird. He slides a cup of hot water over towards you.
Well, thank you.
This is tea or?
Oh no, I'm fine, thank you. And I pull tea out of my little herbalism kit and just put it in.
Very
So
well.
Thank you very much.
He slides it over to you.
Oh, Ghost, Marble Cadence, hello.
Some.
What is this? Go? Are you playing Go?
We are. We're learning.
I haven't played this since my childhood. This is a beautiful game.
Oh, we should play sometime.
I will take you up on that later. I see you have 2 boards?
Unfortunately, we do.
Interesting. Are you playing... Does it appear you're playing 2?
I'm playing one at a time.
Okay. If you want to play 2 later, I'll join.
Could be interesting.
Look at it.
Okay. Well, for now I have other business to attend to, but I will happily see you later for more of this game.
Real quick, all 4 of you roll me either perception or insight. Insight's a little bit better here. In fact, just roll me insight. Let's just say insight.
Is it against the old woman?
It's that old bitch in that corner. I know it is.
She's a Go world champion.
I'm sorry, you said insight?
Insight, please, yes.
Oh,
15.
7.
22.
22. It's kind of appropriate that Cadence is the one to notice this because you were watching her earlier too. Same old woman that kind of studied you kind of carefully earlier. She's still over there just working on her cross stitch. But you do notice that, particularly as you start explaining how the game Go works, going over the rules, explaining the rules, and telling Ghost how to play, she's watching you quite carefully, as if she's also listening to learn how Go works. She does also like learning how Go works from listening to you.
Yeah, if I notice that, I'll just wave her over. If you want to learn, you're more than welcome.
She takes a little drag off her long cigarette and it's a cigarette holder, and she says, "Oh, you don't have to humor an old lady. I just like to listen."
Well, listen as much as you want. Too many chess players in the world and not enough Go players, so...
She smiles at that and says, "Yeah, everybody likes chess. I like to learn something new myself."
Does she have one of those never-ending
No, you do see her cigarette is actually burning up.
She's not rich.
She does have a never-ending cross-stitch, though.
Yeah. Oh, that's purgatory. Just
It's called It's called She Didn't Knock the Other End.
Yeah, right.
The Cadence on the 22 is the first to notice that. I will say that also, like, whoever rolled the 15 will notice that as well.
Yeah.
So, if it matters to you.
Okay. Then, you continue the scene with these people if you like, but I'm going to go ahead and pursue their son.
Okay, cool. He's just in the next car up. I will stay on the scene for just a second. If you guys want to do anything else as you're like playing, you can actually want to roll to like see who wins the game of Go real quick. You can certainly do that.
Yeah, I'll teach you the rules and play you if you want. Me in real life, I'm just learning how to play Go, so I'm probably also fudging it.
Give me contested Go checks, which is going to be int, unless you have magical proficiency or lore.
I do.
Cadence has been sitting on Go lore this whole time.
Go proficiency.
The biggest possible waste of a lore skill. Oh, Go, so you keep rolling so badly at your thing.
Nah, for sure. What am I adding to this?
Intelligence, and if you have like gaming kit proficiency or like a lore that's applicable.
Only a 6.
Okay, yeah, it goes to you're a fast learner. You best Cadence in your first game of Go, and because you're Ghost and you have that alternate use of gaming kits, you get kind of a read on Cadence. So Cadence, if you wanted like, what can Ghost intuit about Cadence by playing games with her?
Let's see here. I lost really bad. I think. Sorry, go ahead.
Can I make a pitch of what I think Ghost feels about Cadence first, and then you can tell me what's right?
Yes.
Okay. Ghost thinks that Cadence grew up very poor, up in a bad upbringing, and fell in with the gangs early, the wrong crowd, and believes that Cadence has done a lot of bad things, and the reason that she is with Marble is because if somebody as innocent and good as Marble sees good in her, then maybe she can be redeemed.
Boy, that is such a complicated...
I was going to say, I don't know how much you can give up for playing Go, but you can allow Ghost whatever you touch on as...
What was your total? How much did you beat me by?
I only beat you by 4.
Yeah, he beat you by 4, so he doesn't read your mind or anything, but he might get like a vague sense of how the way you play games says something about you as a person. If you play defensively or take big risks or very strategically.
I don't know if this really answers your question, but I guess I'll say this. You get the sense that Cadence goes into the game expecting you to be much worse at it than you are and probably overestimating her position. She intentionally makes some bad moves just to see how you respond to them so that when they show up later, she knows what you're going to do. And you get the sense that maybe your initial read on her is somewhat accurate, but you're not quite hitting the mark.
Okay.
Excellent. As that is going on, Neo, you got a hand raised. What's up?
I do. As soon as boss leaves this cart, I would like to leave my room, please.
Excellent.
Go ahead and play that out.
I can stealth if I have to.
Oh, no.
I won't.
Unless you're trying to, like, literally... You tell me what you're doing. You walk out of your room and... actually, regardless of what... I don't know what you're about to do, but I think I know. But either way, you walk out of your room, and as you step out, this Knoll you see is, like, peeking his head out of his room. He pokes his head out and says, sorry about earlier. I felt like maybe I stuck my foot in my mouth a little bit. Hope I wasn't too forward. You just... you caught my eye back at the station, and... I'm being awkward. Jules Crow, and he shakes your hand if you take his hand for a handshake.
Yeah, I will. Jules, Mersco. No last name.
Oh, that's interesting.
It isn't just me being quiet, as I literally do not have one.
Oh, that's all right. That's not too abnormal. I guess it's abnormal in these parts of the world, but I've heard in others it's not all that strange. Where are you traveling? I guess that's a dumb question. You're traveling to Prospect.
From there we are going to Hollowhive, though.
All the way to Hollowhive.
See, yeah. We're taking a friend back there, and I have business there with an author. It's a long story.
Business with an author? That sounds like a long story. Would you like to chat about it over a drink?
Yes, I would like that very much. The elephant doesn't speak for me. He is just wary of strangers.
Oh, he laughs, and that's quite all right. It's a dangerous world out there. You can't be too careful. It's good to have someone protecting you, or being protective of you, I should say.
I suppose that's true.
He walks with you to the drink cart. To those of you in here, you see Maurice go enter with this old fella. He's at this point he's taking his coat and his fedora off. He's just a tall mole guy in a white button-down shirt, sleeves rolled up, and red tie, kind of a burgundy tie.
Can you remind me what Ollie is again?
Roll me 2d6.
2d6, okay.
Yeah. This is how many inches he is over 6 feet. 6'5". Oh, sorry, 6'8". 6'8".
Okay, wait, hold on.
Wait a second.
Yeah, 6'8", which is very, very tall for regular people. Not average for a Knoll.
You did say 6'5" in the
I
station.
think I might have, but 6'8" now.
6'8" now.
Nice and spoken.
He got taller for me. So.
Right. He was a little hunched over when you saw him earlier.
He put on his little wedges.
Yeah, he's wearing wedges.
He's got his wedges on now. He goes up to the bar and grabs a drink. He says, oh yeah, I'm sorry, I forgot. I gotta move you guys. He says, martini for me and for my friends. He looks at you.
Let's see. Do you have any agua de cruxo?
Yeah, I can make an agua de cruxo. Bartender says. He gets to work on
I guess, yeah. That would be. If you have any, can you make? Sorry.
No, you're good. He gets to work on a couple of drinks for you guys. You look over and see Cadence and Ghosts playing some games.
And Marble.
And Marble, yes. That's
I'm
right.
learning.
You're learning from a bad teacher. I don't think Haynes has won
I will
a
say
game
that
yet this
whenever
campaign.
Mersco walks in with a guy to get drinks, Marble is watching him.
Yeah, I guess so. Jules, Jules looks at you as you're waiting for your drinks, Mauricio, and says, "So, what brings you all the way to Prospects? Where are you from?"
I am actually from Puerto Solterra, other side of the ocean, pretty far away.
Oh yeah, I suppose I should have guessed Caruxo based on the drink, but I didn't want to presume.
I appreciate it. I am a chef there, you see, and I have a bit of a rut cooking the same thing over and over, fixing a new, that sort of deal. So I am here to find inspiration and...
A chef?
Yes.
Are you any good?
I am only the best in Caruxo.
The best in Caruxo? That's quite tall talk, my friend.
I did get return customers from all over for nothing.
Well, perhaps I'll have to sample some of your wares at some point.
Yes, maybe you should. It's not much of a kitchen here for me, unfortunately, but...
That's all right. He clinks his glass on yours, takes a sip of his martini.
What about you? Where are you from?
I'm from Calimont, over in Aileron.
I'm not sure I know where that is. I'm not very well traveled.
You probably do. I'll show you a map real quick out of character. Calimont is like the capital city of Alderaan, which is actually your like neighboring country. So you definitely know where Calimont is. It's kind of...
I know where that is. That is north.
Yeah, north of Caruxo.
Right.
Beautiful city. Have you ever been?
No, unfortunately, like I said, I have not done much traveling outside.
Oh, right, you
This
said that.
traveling.
Well, you should see it sometime. It's, honestly, the geography is nothing to remark on most of the time, but the city itself is beautiful. It's an old city. It's got that old city sort of... it's like the streets have old names and old stories.
There's a charm in the older cities that you cannot take away. I understand.
As you guys begin to sort of talk about your travels over your drinks, I'll jump up front for a moment to Bones. You up to anything in particular?
Bones is being a terrible person. He unpacks his record player, sets it on the ground in front of him, throws on some music. Boy. Go for it. He'll throw in the headphones and start listening to music in the room.
Okay, perfect. As you...
the first person on a subway to pick up.
the first respectful person on the subway in history.
Right.
You get your record player out, set it down at your feet, and put on some headphones. You see, as you're doing that, this Triton lady across the way, who you have not met yet, but Ghost has, just kind of smiles and says, "Sorry, before you put those on, that's really cool.
The record
Your
player.
setup there, yeah.
Yeah. If you would like, I have a splitter.
Do you?
I do.
I would love to. Thank you."
Yes, there's plenty of room here.
She sits across from you and says, it's Adelina. And she shakes your hand.
Bones.
Pleasure to meet you, Bones.
This album is a little weird, I think, but you might like it.
Weirder the better. Where's it from?
This one, Arsaman, very percussion heavy. It's beautiful, but it has unusual... Oh, how to put it? They don't care so much for the typical melodic scale that we use here. There's a lot of half notes, a lot of things in between the notes we normally use.
She smiles, your eyes like light up. It sounds incredible.
Yeah.
Well, better to listen to it than talk about it, yeah?
Absolutely.
She puts in one of the headphones, and the two of you just kind of listen to some Harsamani music for a little while.
Yeah. I went to grab a book and start reading.
Yeah. She sits and she does exactly what Bones would, because there's, I'm sure, a terror in Bones' heart if he's anything like me, the real life person, that this person is now going to want to talk to you the whole time you're trying to just listen to music.
Right.
That does not happen. She sits and listens to music with the same sort of rapt attention that you are. I think.
Proper respect.
Yeah. She seems to relish in the experience of looking out the window and just listening to this music.
Always I want to be.
Timothy Cripple, on the other hand, eventually comes over, and despite the fact that you're clearly listening to headphones and engaged in your music, says, "Well, that looks amazing."
The worst kind of person.
He's a child.
I would love to hear you.
No.
Yeah, I'll
Takes
just
it.
give him my headphones.
He listens to it for 3 seconds. He's like, "That's interesting. I never knew you could listen to music like that.
You can. It's
I've seen the record player before, just haven't seen anything like this." And he holds up the headphone.
Yeah, it's very nice for when you don't want to wake somebody up or want to not disturb people, that sort of thing.
Are you some sort of salesman or something? You selling those things?
Oh, I wish. No, I make things like this. I don't know how to sell them. Yes.
Oh, I understand. I hope you do
absolutely.
someday. I'd like to buy some.
That would be great. And I think... keep an eye out. I am working on something. I'm calling it the wireless electronic relay device. So when you see something called a word but spelled funny, maybe buy it. You'll know that I made it. It'll let you listen to this from anywhere in the world.
Wireless electronic relay device.
Yes.
I'll try to remember that. I've got a very good memory. Very sharp.
I'm envious. I wish I had that.
Not any too hard. You just got to practice. It didn't come to me natural.
Remembering.
Yeah, having a good memory. Took lots of practice. Read me lots of books. Studied a lot in school. Now I remember things real good.
Very well. I'll have to practice then.
Have you seen out the window?
He takes the headphones back up. I have, yes. It's very beautiful.
It's one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen.
Yeah.
The colours all sort of whoosh together when they're going so fast.
They do. It's like a blur. Where are you from?
Me?
Yes.
Well, originally I'm from a little town right outside of Calimont, but right now I'm coming from the Eldermore School. I'm going to go to Allohive.
Any of that meaning? Oh, you're going to Hallowhive.
Yes, I'm going to go learn magic at the Citadel.
Oh, that's fascinating. This is a stop for me as well. We are headed to Hallowhive.
Really?
Yeah. How are you getting through the Underdark?
I don't know. I just figured I'd walk. Why is it going to be a problem?
So good.
Oh no! Oh no!
I just figured I'd get there and ask around, and someone would tell me how to get to Allohive. Real quick, roll me history checks if you know any of the things that you just referenced.
Yeah. History 21.
Okay, lovely. You certainly know Calimont and Alderon. We talked about those. It's Fantasy London. You know, obviously, the Citadel of Hallowhive. He says Eldermore. You do know that on 21. That is the Eldermore Academy for Exceptional Youths. You would know that this is an ancient, like long before even our arcane magic was discovered, a sorcery school for like sorcerer kids.
Oxford?
It's Hogwarts.
Hogwarts, okay. Got it.
Essentially. It's a school for children that are born with magical powers to go be sent to learn how to master their magical powers, essentially.
Understood. So, do I see an obvious spellcasting focus or anything like that on him?
Give me a perception check. Or investigation's also fine.
If it's not his top hat, I will riot.
It's his crutches.
20.
A 20. You don't immediately see a spellcasting focus, like out and obvious. You do see, though, that on his left eye, it's got just like flecks or freckles of blue green kind of like sparkling. Like his left eye looks almost like it's like got glitter in it or something. This is common for sorcerers. They usually have some sort of physical marking denoting them as a sorcerer. This looks to be his.
Understood.
But he doesn't have like an obvious spellcasting focus.
Timothy, I'm going to tell you two things that are both equally true.
All right.
One, the path to Hallowhive is long and dangerous and potentially deadly.
Bollocks.
But two, if you can find a safe way to do it, I think you should. I don't think you should let it stop you. Just make sure that you are taking precautions.
Well, I certainly won't let it stop me. I gotta get there, innit? My parents gave me the money to go.
Okay, I was about to ask if you were well-funded. If you're well-funded, you could probably pay mercenaries to accompany you so that you're safe.
Very well. That seems like a right good idea. When I get there, I'll look for some mercenaries.
Wonderful.
I've also got a little bit of magic. I learned it from Eldermore. I can take care of myself a little bit.
I saw the mark. I was going to... What is the... Have you fought anything?
Yeah. Not anything real.
Sure.
I thought, back at the school, they make sort of constructs and things for us to put our wits up against, but not anything in the wild or anything nasty.
You fought the constructs of? Have you ever fired an offensive
Me
spell?
and my classmates, we work together, yeah.
Okay. All
We got
right.
little things, cantrips and such.
Better than I was expecting. Okay. You should shop around, make sure that you're getting the best deal.
One's got to be able to take care of himself if he can't walk right.
I agree.
You must be able to have the magic, take care of yourself.
Certainly.
Timothy Crimple, by the way, and he shakes Adelena's hands.
Yeah.
She says, Adelena, she's just been watching Fast. And, cheeks in her hands, just fascinated by this conversation.
You should shop around. You should make sure that you're getting the best deal. I'm traveling with some mercenaries, so if you find nobody else or nobody cheaper, it's fortuitous. It's perhaps serendipity. I would need to speak with them. We are also in quite a rush. I don't know if we can bring anyone along, but it might be possible.
Oh, I don't want to be a burden or nothing.
No. That's what the
very
money's
fast. It's all kind of rickets.
That's quite all right. That is what the money is for.
Righto. Well, you just let me know if you'd be willing to be of service. If not, I can continue shopping around.
I'll talk to them.
Yeah.
I just now picture this kid walking up and down this train as he can with his...
Yeah, for sure. I have little crutches.
You're a mercenary.
Trying to get a good deal here. You just sent him out to lose his money.
Yeah. True. I just didn't want to like take. If I say, "Hey, you need a mercenary," by the way, I'm a mercenary. That's pretty advantageous.
He nonetheless fully hangs his hat on it, sits down across from you, does not start shopping for mercenaries,
Awesome.
and does unfortunately like interrupt you every 10 minutes or so to
That's all right. That's
banter
fine.
about nothing.
I
At least
think.
you can get through a song or two.
Right.
Right. Bones does as well as he can. And then he hits the point where he is spent, and he's like, "I'm gonna go get some food and a drink. Perhaps do you want me to bring you anything?"
Oh, right then, if you don't mind. And he reaches in his wallet and pulls out.
No.
Oh no, that's it. I've got plenty of money. There you go. And he just
How
hands
much
you,
is in there?
he hands you 2 marks.
Can I tell? Can I tell if he's loaded?
Give me a perception.
Yeah.
Or investigation.
That's
is
all
also
of
fine.
his money.
That's it.
22.
22. Hard to say exactly how much, but the wallet does look fairly fat.
Okay, got
He's
it.
got a fair amount of cash on him.
Sure. I'll ask what he wants, and I'll also check if Adelina wants it.
No, you could use a big glass of water. I've been talking a lot.
I'm just typically.
My throat's getting a little sore because I'm talking.
That makes sense.
Can't wait to rob this guy.
And yeah, Adelina also. Adelina will just walk with you, actually. And the two of you kind of head back to the food train. Meanwhile, I think Box, you've been waiting for quite a while to talk to this fair fella.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah.
You step through. The bear is seated back in his seat over here.
Still engrossing.
Yep, he has put his satchel down next to him and is now just reading the same book he had been reading at the station, just picking up where he left off.
I walk up softly behind him, and just kind of stand there and say,
Oh, he kind of startles a
very
little bit.
sorry, very sorry to startle you. I just assumed I was going to, no matter what I said first. I apologize.
No, it's okay. It's all right.
My name is Sam, and I witnessed you reading these books. I too am a lover of these works. Not these specific works. I'm not sure what you're reading, but just a lover of literature as a whole. And I
Okay, then.
would love to speak to another individual.
Well, sure. He kind of sets his book down in front of him, puts his bookmark in the page. Says, I'm mostly reading about Oneiromancy, dream magic. I don't know if you've ever heard of it, but
I have. Do you practice?
no, just a fascination.
I personally don't know too much of this school, but as another lover and entertainer of the magic arts, I would be happy to hear more about this.
What kind of magic do you read about?
Well, I've taken quite a minute year to research into many different fields. Personally, I take a lot of love for the natural magics.
Oh, okay. Natural magics. It's Alini, by the way, and he shakes your hand.
Well, some.
Yeah, no, the Oneiromancy is fascinating stuff, and Plane of Dreams and all that. And, I could talk about it for hours. But I will. You give him a look that says, like, go ahead.
Yeah, just I gotta sit back and just
He waits for a second, like he said that metaphorically, and is processing now that you like sit back and wait for him to continue. Roll me, make one persuasion. Give me a persuasion check.
So that's 16 plus 17.
17. He looks a little like apprehensive at first, but then like sees in your eyes that you're like genuine and just like really do want to like learn about what he knows. He says, "Okay, well, I guess where to start? Haven't broken out the teaching chops in a while. What do you know about dreams?"
I've had them. And on many occasions I have been able to take away a very poignant lesson. At other times I feel some as if I've been transcendent. I do not understand these practices though, so it's always felt kind of foreign, almost as if you wake up in an unfamiliar bed.
That can happen if you've entered an unfamiliar dream. So he kind of takes his glasses off and starts wiping them off with a cloth as he talks and says, "When you dream, it's not just a thing your brain makes up. It is, but it also creates a real place, a dream space, a plane of existence. like a temporary demiplane where your dreams play out in a physical reality. They only exist as long as you continue dreaming them, and they really only follow the laws of reality as much as dreams do. But when you are dreaming, you are creating a real dream space where your dreams take place in real physical space. And all of those dream spaces of all creatures that are dreaming at any given time are connected in a structure called the plane of dreams. Basically, everyone who's ever dreaming at any given time is connected in a way, their minds, through the plane of dreams. And the closer you sort of move toward the center of that, it becomes more stable. An individual dream space can be erratic and unstable and rarely even follows rules of reality, but when you find sort of the median of all the dreams that everyone in the world is having at any given time, it somewhat makes sense.
Is this a learned practice? I feel this is something we could all experience at some point, correct? But is there a way to harness this more carefully?
He says, yes. That is exactly what I'm fascinated in studying. It's called oneiromancy, the practice of dream magic. People use it in all manner of different ways. Some people use it to look into the dreams of others. Some use it to change the dreams of others. And
I think what I was trying to ask more specifically was, is there machinery that any other devices that can be used to help harness or concentrate this magic?
His brow furrows a little bit. And he says, nothing that I've ever heard of. I don't suppose it isn't something that could happen, but I've
Is he telling the truth?
From the insight check.
God for you asking this question.
Not too bad either. 21.
It's a very good insight check. Seems genuine. Seems like intrigued by the idea, but doesn't seem like he's aware of any. He doesn't seem like he's hiding anything from you. His body language doesn't say anything about dishonesty or hiding. He says it's a fascinating idea. It's possible to go to the plane of dreams with something like a plane shift, but it can be extremely dangerous. Well, for example, when you are having a dream and a terrible thing happens to you in your dream, you wake up fine. It does no harm to your body. But if you were physically visiting a dream and a terrible thing happened, that terrible thing could happen to you. Imagine things far worse than death. If you dreamt that all of a person's existence ceased to exist and they physically visited that dream, it could be even worse than death. But despite that, there are creatures that live in the plane of dreams, beholders and the like.
Understood. Well, this is all quite fascinating.
He kind of puts his glasses back on and says, "I appreciate you indulging me in a little bit of professorism."
I do appreciate. Have you taught before?
No. But my son goes to DCU, and I'm just.
DCU?
You would know this to be Daybreak City University. Just to
I see. Okay.
I was just visiting the academy and thought about. I suppose I could teach.
Did you study yourself? Did you go to academy?
No. They don't really have big institutions of learning like that where I'm from, but it's been fascinating to see.
And would Boss know as far as DCU, and like how good of a school this is for this, like for magics?
Yeah, give me a history check and apply your academia lore.
I'm rolling hot tonight.
19. 19? Yeah, it's a good school. It's not as prestigious as something like Eldermore or something like the Scriptorium or the Citadel, but it's a good school. It is equal parts a school of just academics and a school of magic. Its magic program is good, but it's not like, it's...
I guess it makes sense. It's like the NYU versus like
something along those lines, yeah.
Okay. And where is it that you were heading? Alini?
Just back home. I live in Prospect. That's where me and my family live. Our son moved to Daybreak City for school, but we're just paying him a visit.
Well, that's quite kind. How old is your son?
He is 20.
Are you sure? No. Okay.
You see him do the math that a dad sometimes has to do, figuring out how old their child is, which I, as a parent, already have to do sometimes. So I'm sure this guy does.
And with that, I'd like to. I mean, did he already explain why he's so interested in this subject?
Not really. He just says he is. You can ask him.
No, I'm not going to pry too far. But there are other books, other tomes that you keep in your satchel?
Oh, yeah.
Anything of interest?
I'm going to seem like a really unilateral or one-dimensional guy here, but he pulls his satchel and shows that he's got like 5 books on Niromancy. He's like, I promise I do read other things sometimes. I've just been on a kick.
I do understand finding a linear fascination. Do you practice this yourself, or what is it that made you so fascinated?
No. Just, like I said, just a hobby. Just a fascination. Give me an insight check.
Yeah, absolutely. About to. 16.
My boy rolled a nat 1. You see the eyes dart to the left as he's talking. He's lying to you. He says, no, just a hobby. Just an interest.
If I were to find further interest in this myself, which literature would you recommend I begin with?
Well, this is the end all be all, and he sets it down. The Sleepwalker's Almanac by Silas Finch. He says this is I don't think anyone would disagree, the best book there is on Niromancy. A fellow by the name of Silas Finch. He was an incredible Niromancer by all accounts. He was doing some experiments and trying to use the plane of dreams to connect his mind to other minds, to sort of connect intelligence and to learn things that he could not otherwise learn. And it kind of fell off the map suddenly amidst those studies.
He did physically fall off the map?
No, sorry, turn of phrase. He had been a prolific author. He had written many books on Niromancy, and this was his last book. And then he just stopped writing and sort of disappeared.
And when was this book
this
published?
book came out in 1898. You can see that year is on the inside of the book's cover too, which is 6 years ago. Right. He says there are. This seems to have been maybe covered up hush hush, but there are people that say that his excursions drove him mad eventually. That he touched on something that he was. He delved too far into the plane of dreams, which is not unheard of.
Is it not also possible that he entered the dream realm and was injured?
It could be, but his excursions in his book, he looks down at the book, were never physical. He never physically went into the plane of dreams. He traversed it in his mind using Niromancy. He would walk the plane of dreams in his psyche. He would leave his dream space, wander to the plane of dreams, and from there wander to the dream spaces of others. And obviously extremely dangerous, as I've mentioned before, though not dangerous to the physical body, dangerous to the mind.
Was he as far as his physicality, is he a sorcerer? Or was he? How was this man practicing this magic? Did he?
He was a sorcerer. He was born with it. He did his initial learning at Eldamore. Which you also for sure know.
That's a nice school. It's beautiful.
Yeah, his parents sent him to Eldamore, and he studied there until he branched out on his own as an author, and eventually went to. It was just Eldamore. Yep. Yes, he was a Tabaxi fellow. Don't know much else about his physicality.
This is all quite fascinating. Thank you for sharing this information.
Of course, it's a fascinating read. You should get yourself a copy.
I gladly will. Anything else that he had worth interest, or is it all?
It's all just books like that. It looks like this book seems like the most interesting one.
Okay. Well, thank you for your time. If you care to speak any more during this train ride, and I would be more than happy to discuss any other terms of academia with you.
I would love to. Maybe I'll read for a little while, and if I see you again, maybe we'll talk some more.
Oh yes, please, Navast.
Go ahead, Marble.
Yeah, just because I know this is going to be a long train ride, I'll go ahead and get this out of the way. After we play some game, I watched them play and learned a little bit. He'll probably also get some crafting stuff, and I want to do a little bit of crafting.
Cool. As you're working on that, you do see that Bones and this Triton, Adelina, enter and grab some drinks, and then I think just head back to your car after that.
Oh, no. This is excuse to get a little peace and quiet for a moment.
Makes sense, yeah. From poor Timothy Crimple.
Bless his heart. And Bones, for the record, is not. He's more extroverted than I am. But he does take a moment to kind of breathe. He probably has a drink completely and then orders a second before heading back.
Adelina says, he's very sweet, but he is a lot, isn't he?
He is. I remember being young. He's inquisitive. He's obviously brilliant. I'm sure that he will do great.
Yes, that certainly seems that way. Is that true, what you were saying about your, what did you call it, a relay?
Yes, the word, the wireless electronic or elemental relay device. It really is. It's not quite as far as long as I think I may have made it seem to him, but it is something that I'm working on.
It's fascinating. And you made it?
Yes. I stand on the shoulders of giants. Of course, I worked in a factory back home for a very long time. I learned the basic principles of engineering. I learned a little bit of elemental and natural magic in the military, and then when that was over, I had to put the two together somehow.
She watches with just rapt attention, listening to everything you say. She says, so wait, where are you from originally?
Chernaya. Well, it was part of Chernaya. It's a small village. Steklin. It is now on this side of the border. We were the prize that we were fighting over.
Were you in the war then?
I was, yeah. Not for months, but I was in the military for it.
I understand. Wow. That sounds... I'm sure that was harrowing.
Yeah. No, war is not pretty. But it is in the past, and hopefully it is not in the future. So I will do everything I can to keep it that way.
She smiles at that. Maurice, give me an insight check.
Oh, okay.
She's a fish.
Straight up, she's a female.
Look out!
Lovely.
10.
Nothing to note on a 10. As Adelina and Bones are having this conversation, Marble, you do some crafting. What are you going to craft? Do you have ideas in mind?
I want to start work on an all-purpose tool.
On a what, sorry?
All-purpose tool.
Okay, gotcha,
a plus one. It's an uncommon item.
Okay.
It's like the art. It's like the artificer.
Yep. Another one. I think it's 100 marks, maybe. I'll have to look at the total, but
I don't know. I can't do that all at one go anyway.
Yeah,
so
give me a crafting check and see how much you get done today.
I rolled really, really well.
Nice.
It's going to be a 27.
Lovely. Okay, so you make, I believe that is.
I think it's 50.
That
Isn't
sounds right. Double check. Okay, no, that's actually really good for you. On a roll of 26 or greater, you can spend up to 100 marks on a crafting session. I'll just let you round that up to the 108 you need, and you just finish it. If you've got 108 to spend.
I do.
Yep, so you complete over the course of this morning.
I just want to say shout out to my girlfriend for not having me pay for my room because I wouldn't have afforded it otherwise.
Nice.
I got 12 part to my name now.
As Cadence and Ghost are playing a few rounds of Go, as Bones and Adelina are drinking at the bar, as Jules and Marisco are having some drinks as well, Boss is talking to Alini. At Marble, you post up at the table here, get all your tools out, kind of sprawl out over a table here in the dining car, and tinker away. What does your all-purpose tool look like when you've finished it?
So, rules as written is it's just a screwdriver that just changes shape into whatever tool I have.
But also, that is cool as it is. So.
Yeah, Sidro drew some art of like this. It kind of looks kind of like it's like, it has like a crystal on the end that kind of just like can attune to magic and kind of warp and move it. So it kind of just looks like, I think honestly kind of just looks like the Doctor Who screwdriver a little bit. But it's just like this brass pen-looking device, probably about an inch in diameter thick, with a like blue, probably a ether salt crystal.
Makes sense.
It's kind of like swirling on the end. It's kind of like a little snow globe.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. I like it.
About this long.
About that long. Cool. As you're working on that, as this game is happening, as Bones and Adelina are talking and Marisco, Patches, what have you been up to this whole time back in your room?
Sleeping.
Just sleeping? Cool. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. You had a long day. You've just been asleep, taking a little nap this whole time. As you're taking your little nap, I think this is actually a perfect spot for us to take a little break. So we're going to take a 30-second break. We will be back here in just a moment. Be right back. And welcome back, everybody. Last we left off, several of you were in the diner car here on this train, going through the countryside of Seoul in the direction of eventually Prospect, first by way of Green Junction. It's maybe a little after noon or so. People are kind of starting to move into this cart to grab lunches and either take them back to their rooms or their seats or whatever, and then back to wherever they're going.
Can I get a second dinner?
You can eat as many times as you want, my friend. You're first class. Bones, roll me an insight check.
He's not hungry.
It would be 3.
Understood. As you guys are in this cart, the conductor, this bumblebee fella, is just kind of moving through the cart, asking people how they are. Is everything, everyone comfortable? Anyone need anything? Everyone all cozy? Moves through.
No one's really looking at him.
He's doing his pass. Eventually, this Dragonborn guy around lunchtime comes up and kind of shoulders his way past Bones, and I'd say shoulders. He doesn't push you or anything, but moves past you guys and steps over to sort of the opposite end of the bar over here, grabs a table by himself, and starts eating. He gets a very nice looking meal, as far as the nicest thing he can get first class. He gets like a steak and some stuff.
Can you
Nothing
bring me?
than you guys get, but
Can you bring me into the cart?
yeah, totally.
Oh, perfect.
You go in as well.
He's out of sight. He's gonna die.
Right.
It was nice knowing him.
You know.
So,
Rest in
me?
peace.
You go
No.
Can I create a telepathic connection with him so that I can make sure he doesn't die?
Listen for a second.
Who with the bumblebee guy?
Yeah.
I am going to set a very important precedent in ruling right now that you cannot simply know a person's status by creating a connection with them. You can attempt to communicate with them telepathically, and you'll recognize if there's nothing there to communicate with. But so I guess kind of. The answer is kind of yes. Go ahead, boss.
As I walk into the cart, I see Mariska sitting at this table with Jules. And I just stop for a second and say, "Oh, hello. Are you done with your rest, Mariska?"
Yeah, I had that nap earlier. I lost my voice. It's a different voice now. But I had that nap earlier, so it wasn't too long. It was just a little cat nap.
Ah, I see. And who is the acquaintance that you've made?
Jules reaches to shake hands. Jules Crow. I'm sorry about earlier. That was a little bit awkward.
That wasn't awkward. No, it's okay. This just seemed a little forward, the little wink that you provided.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. I sometimes get a little bit ahead of myself. But it's good to make friends.
I just shake his hand and
Yeah. Jules Crow.
Jules Crow, Sam. My pleasure to meet your acquaintance. I don't trust this guy above
Okay.
here, so
Give me an insight check if you want to.
Yeah.
Like a vibe check
I
on
thought
him.
you said that in character for a second.
I just look right at Mariska.
I don't
So I don't trust this guy.
Out of character, I've taken the exact opposite trajectory. I was like initial distrust, and the more I see that he's just a fucking geek, I'm like, oh, this guy's cool.
No, this guy's straight up gumshoeing.
Say insight,
Yes.
18.
18. Yeah. Nothing like nefarious strikes you. You don't see, I don't know, malice in his eyes or anything that, like,
Yeah, what does he
strikes you
smell
as
like?
dishonesty. I don't know. He smells... I guess give me a perception check with advantage to smell this guy.
You just like stick your trunk on him.
Sniffer my baby.
26.
26 is really, really good. He smells like... I'm trying to think of how a good example here. He's wearing a cologne that is like pretty famous and well known as being like a scent from Calamont, from like the city that he's from.
Yeah, okay.
He's wearing, you know, a popular scent from Calamont.
Okay. Cool. I mean, I don't really have anything else to say with him, but I turn and I see the Dragonborn, and I just nod and say hello.
He looks at you, says nothing, and looks back at his food.
I don't understand, but enjoy your afternoon. Move on.
Yeah.
I directly tell him I don't understand.
As you step away, you see he just like shakes his head, like annoyed, essentially.
Cool.
Ugh.
What?
Go ahead, Bones.
My clothes are nice. Real nice.
Bones sees Bus come in. He tells Adelina, just a moment, I need to speak to him if you don't mind. And goes over to Bus, and not full whispering, but in a low voice so as not to be overheard. He does say, the young child, Timothy Crimples, the young Master Crimples is also headed through the Underdark to...
You simply cannot so casually say young Master Cripple while I am trying to continue.
Boss
take on my microphone.
Boss fully accepted it. Yes, young Master Cripple.
Young Master Cripples.
Master Crimples is also headed to Adelheim, or at least he wishes to be. I'm sure that you've seen him walk. He was unaware that it is such a dangerous journey. He
seemed so astute, though.
He did. He's actually quite brilliant. He's a mage or a sorcerer. At least he has studied at Elder Place. And he's going to look for mercenary work, an escort to get down there. He has money. His parents must be wealthy. I am not trying to take advantage of him, but if we are already headed there and we don't mind slowing our pace to carry him with us, there could be money involved. But I don't want to offer that to everyone else until I've cleared it with you.
Why me?
Lying fucking pig.
Oh, yeah.
Why do you ask my
because I agreed to help you first, and I'm surely bringing on a child, especially one that has trouble moving, would slow us, and I don't want to do that without your consent first.
Well, I appreciate the respect that you have to our current situation. I don't have any ill will towards the child, and I would be very upset to see him fall upon that ill will in the Underdark, so I would be happy to assist this child.
I am a little worried that if we don't help him, he'll try to do it on his own. He boasted of firing magic bolts at training dummies back at the school, and I don't know if that is going to equate well to
That's
actual trouble.
Is that, or are you more afraid that even if we don't offer, he will follow us?
That is true, and if he's going to follow us anyway, then I'd rather get paid for it, so...
This I can agree with.
Yeah.
Yes, feel free to speak with the others, but I do consent.
You have crazy passive insight, right?
My passive insight, no, not really. It's 14.
Oh, I always assumed druids have crazy passive insight. Okay, cool.
My passive perception's pretty high.
Yeah. Got it.
He's trying to
Perfect. Then Bones will probably just kind of go to each of the groups here. He rolled that one on the inside earlier, so he fully interrupts Morisco in whatever he's doing. It's like, Morisco, there's the child, the young, the gated lizard folk, is also heading to the Underdark, to the Halahive. He's offered to pay us if we escort him, and I just want to make sure that everyone is okay with that before I agree to it.
Are you doing this in front of Jules?
Yeah.
Okay.
If he is paying, I suppose that's fine. We'll have to go a bit slower, but it's the Underdark. We probably should move with caution anyway.
Wonderful. I don't want to bog down our group without asking everyone first, so I am just checking. And then I just move to the same table.
Before you step away from that table, Jules, he waits for you guys to finish talking, and he says, your friend, Morisco?
Yes. We met last week. It's been a week now. When I came to Daybreak City, I met these people. They're nice. We're traveling together in the meantime. Oh crap! What is Sama? I think is his name currently.
It's going to Sama, yeah.
This is okay. Sama, but yeah, he says Sam. It's like a nickname, like Rob.
Okay. I got you. Sama and I have known of each other a bit longer. We met on a boat to Daybreak City, but it's only been a short time.
Oh, I understand. It was Bones?
Yes, Bonicello von Stoppel. Bones is fine.
Bonicello von Stoppel. Jules Crow. Indeed.
Jules Crow.
To shake your hand. Just goes back to talking with Mariska. First, you go to each other person and make the same sort of pitch.
Yep. Marble Cadence and Ghost. Same deal. The kid is willing to pay us. We take him with us. I don't want to sign us up for babysitting duty if that is not what everybody wants to do.
I will say Ghost, just to provide you with some background information that this isn't necessarily to influence any decision you make. In Prospect, there are people that are essentially Sherpas that are paid guides that lead people from Prospect down to the Underdark. It would be easy for Timothy Crimple to just hire someone to take him down there. They offer that service there. That does not to prevent you guys from doing it, but just that option is available. It's probably an option that you guys will end up using as well if you wish to. But
I despise the Crimples. terrible family of sorcerers. Always so think that they're so gifted. Magic at will.
You know them.
No, I'm fucking with you.
Oh, I can never tell.
It's quite fine. I don't recognize the name, but I'd hate to have a child just wandering around in the Underdark.
Yes. In truth, I made it out to be this very dangerous trick, and I suppose I don't know that that's actually true, but I sort of assumed that it was.
It's quite true.
It is. It's quite dangerous.
How much?
Then I feel justified then. I'll figure out the exact details of the money at some point, but even if nothing happens but he helps cover the cost of our Sherpa, that would be good.
He's a kid.
He seemed to be. What did you say, 4 or 5?
No. He's 14, 15.
14, 15, gotcha. Yeah, teen. Yeah, a teenager. The big thing is his legs don't work very well, so he will be slow.
Do I recognize, this is probably a long shot, the Crimple name? Does he come from money?
You could try to roll on that 20 right now.
I'll do it. You want?
I didn't.
You keyed up like you did. Sorry, go ahead, Ghost.
7.
7? No, you've for sure never heard of the Crimples.
Never heard of Timothy Crimple.
Well, now you have.
I'm not a fan of sorcerers, personally, but if he's looking to study at the Citadel, I'd be happy to escort him and introduce him. We're heading there anyways.
It did sound like that was his intent. You don't like sorcerers.
Yeah, why?
No, gifted with natural magic. Well, all us peasants have to study for decades.
Oh,
There's nothing intentional about being born with natural magic.
I understand that it's a very unfair judgment to cast, but
you still hold it.
But I still hold it because I've spent years of my life dedicated to this craft that a 15-year-old child can.
But it's
blasting dummies with his.
Sorry if
magic.
I'm being forward, but it also seems like this child is attempting to spend years of his life studying his craft.
I'm a very logical and level-headed fellow, and this is my one hang-up. It really bothers me when people hit me with logic.
You just you care for logic, yes, correct?
Yes.
But not in this situation, not the scenario.
Right, in this one situation where I have an unjustifiable bias, I really just hate being logical.
Ghost, I do have to ask now, it seems this is becoming quite pointed. I have natural magic.
That's fine.
What is your opinion of me?
Do I know that you studied at the scriptorium?
No, we haven't discussed that, but you've also witnessed me using, druidic magic.
Yeah, you for sure don't know anything about his studies.
No, it's fine. I understand.
Well, feel how you will. That's okay. I don't need you to respect me, I suppose. I just as long as you know that I do respect.
I don't disrespect you for having natural magic.
But I just need you to know that I do respect you for your attempts to learn magic, and I hope that we can discuss these items further one day without the prejudice.
It's not.
Ghost makes a joke and gets fucking bodied. Like,
So the problem, really. God, this is going to get very
Boss
personal.
didn't read this as a joke.
Yeah, Boss doesn't understand a lot of like colloquialisms.
Oh yeah, no, I love this.
Ever since I began studying magic, I've always had some difficulty with any sort of evocation magic. So I find myself a little bit envious of bright individuals, especially those who are very young, who are very capable of it.
I can understand your initial distaste as a younger individual yourself. But I hope that over time you learn that it's not necessary to hold these grudges.
I appreciate it.
And on that note, I see that you still have the Go board. Are you interested in playing? Anyone? Cadence?
Hopefully, if no one else wants to.
Real quick, Marble, you got a hand up for a while?
Yeah, I know that it's been a while since I've read through a lot of the world lore stuff. I know that we said that, like, obviously, like, sorcerers have marks. Is it common for them to also have, like, physical ailments? Or does that seem like it's an extension of his sorcery, them having...
No, the rule required, having some sort of physical ailment is not, like, something that comes with being a sorcerer. And having physical evidence also is not, like, always true, it just is often true.
Yeah.
Just FYI.
And then also, once I'm done, I'll probably hop over and play Go with someone. If Cadence is playing with Boss, I'll play with Ghost.
Sure.
Gotta spend some time with this kid and figure out that he's fake.
As you guys are, like, about to start playing Go, like, getting the Go board
We get
set
attacked?
up, you don't... not yet.
Roll initiative.
The train does start to kind of like lurch a little bit, like it's like coming to a halt suddenly. They're not slamming the brakes or anything, but it's stopping, and you're like nowhere near a population center yet, so it's a little like unclear why it would be stopping. Go ahead, Marvel.
I'm going to... I had a feeling this might happen. I'm going to rush over to where the casters should have been working on the engine.
Like up towards the front of the train.
Yeah. I'm gonna check. I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna go quickly
start
check
moving
it out.
up towards the front of the train.
I'll backsy dash. I'll get over there real quick.
Okay. Bots.
As he does that, can I pop my head out the window, put the little...
your lens.
My little lens, little crystal over my eye, and look forward to see if I can see what's happening up ahead?
Yeah, you stick your head out the window and kind of look out the window with your lens looking ahead. And you can see pretty clearly that there is a big creature of some sort, like sitting in the middle of the track, like just sitting there. You can make out details from 2 miles away with this lens. It's like a big, let me just show you. What you see is a big creature seated on the track, and then still a ways ahead, plenty of time for the train to stop before hitting it. There is an enormous
critter.
Oh my god.
What you see is a like a herd, a flock. It's a little hard to say what to call it because it is a group of hundreds and hundreds, maybe thousands of animals, many different shapes and sizes, just like random critters. There's deer and foxes and chipmunks and skunks and birds of dozens of different colors and squirrels and rabbits, just a massive herd of animals that is crossing in front of the train as far as you can see to either north or south. And at the center of them, seated on the tracks, is a huge, strange, fluffy creature. It's about the size of an elephant, but it looks like maybe a cross between a rabbit and a guinea pig and a chinchilla. It's just this huge fluff ball of a creature, frizzy brown fur and big wide chinchilla ears, huge round eyes, each the size of a dinner plate. And it's just seated on its haunches in the middle of the track, facing the train, just sort of staring impassively. Its whiskers kind of twitching. You guys are still well away from this, but you can hear the train beginning to slow down, approaching this. Marble, as you go running up to the front. Go ahead.
I'm wondering, like, obviously, like, with my check I made on this train before, would I have known that this is brakes versus, like, the engine stopping, I assume?
Yeah, you have a really good check. Yeah, it's just stopping.
Okay.
As you go, like, running towards the front, the conductor is coming the opposite direction. It says, nothing to worry about, folks. Nothing to worry about. Just a little crossing in front of the tracks. Nothing to worry about. You can just stay in your seats.
He, like, he like very out of it, like, ugh, and then just like walks
I
back.
just really wanted there to be a problem.
He just really wanted to go to the engine room so badly.
Cadence, go ahead.
Okay, sorry, 2 questions. First of all, is the conductor worried when he walks by and says...
Give me an insight check.
sorry.
Yeah, I'll be walking back with him.
Understood.
Only a 12.
He doesn't seem worried. He seems pretty calm. He seems in a very... He keeps looking at his watch, like he's concerned about how long this is going to take. But as he comes into the dining cabin and says this, the Dragonborn guy rolls his eyes. Because, how long is this going to take? The conductor says, hard to say, sir. We're going to get this moving as quick as we can. Just a brief little delay here. Nothing to worry about, he says as he keeps making his way towards the back.
Second question.
Question number 2, I should have asked this before we got on the train. Do I know how common, like, train crime is? Like, train robberies?
Like, a history check and apply your criminal lore.
16.
I mean, it's not like, you know,
We're not like
unheard
the
of.
Wild West,
Yeah, say it's
like-
not unheard of or anything, but like they're like, you know, there's not a U.S. flight marshal on this train or anything. Like, there's
I
not.
disagree, actually, because I think the old woman is the flight marshal. I think the kid is
Sure.
the pickpocket.
Point being, there's not like as much of an authority structure on the plane, or on the train, other than just like the conductor. So you know, there's a universe where it's like easier to get away with the crime because you're in the middle of nowhere with nobody around. But there's not like you're not aware of infamous train gangs or anything like that. Certainly, crime is not as prevalent in this setting as it is in the setting you were born and raised in. Go ahead, boss.
As the conductor passes by, just stop him really quick. Have you seen one of these creatures before, and why is it surrounded by thousands of others?
Nothing to worry about, sir. Just a few moments here. It'll just
I
be a
understand.
brief delay.
Okay, but have you seen this before?
Oh, it will just be a moment.
So no,
Because
you're not.
we've seen many things. You never know what you're going to see out here in the great solar plains. But not to worry, it'll just be a moment.
That's a lot of animals in one place.
Give me an insight check.
Yes, I'm about to.
It's like a box of stuff at Yellowstone.
18.
18.
Sorry, no, 20. Dirty 20.
Maybe a little more worried that he's letting on.
No.
Eventually, the train does come to a stop, and all of you can kind of see that scene that only Boss was seeing earlier. This like enormous herd of thousands of animals.
Drake has his hand out too.
And then go ahead, Drake.
Okay, 2 things. One
Use a for a second.
side thing that I forgot to mention: I do open the train window because the lady is smoking, and I taste through my antennas.
Makes sense.
The last thing is: can we call a herd of these things a parliament?
1,000,000%. Yes.
There's all sorts of stuff.
Does anyone in the group recognize what these are?
They're critters. Look at them.
As you guys get out, well, okay, so first what happens is the train comes to a stop. The conductor and one of the tappers and the engineer all get out of the train. Actually, the engineer stays in. It's just the conductor and one of the tappers. Get out, and the conductor says, everyone please just stay on the train. We'll just be a moment, not to worry. Nothing to worry about here. We will just be a moment. And gets off the train.
I'm definitely going to poke my head out and watch what they're doing.
Yeah, you see them get out, and they just, like, stand out in front of the train and are just essentially, like, talking to each other. You don't see either of them really, like, doing anything. They're just, like, chit-chatting and watching these animals go by. The big critter, like, ears twitch, whiskers kind of twitch around, and it kind of, like, looks at them, but it doesn't move to do anything. And all these, like, random critters and wildlife just continue kind of a leisurely pass over the train tracks. Anyone who wishes to roll for what kind of creature this is can give me a nature check.
Did the train stopping wake me up?
Yeah, for sure, yes.
I was
And the guy yelling, like, nothing to worry about.
I was headed your way to ask you about the kid too. So
Understood.
I'm assuming an 8 does not tell me anything. It's,
An 8 does not tell you anything.
But does it
A
5?
5 does not.
What about a nat 1 for 2?
That does not.
22.
10, maybe a slant.
22.
22.
Did
22.
you not get special stuff because you can probably eat it?
So even with your monster lore, that brings it to a 4, which still does not work for you. On the 22s, You guys maybe don't know like a specific name for this kind of creature, but you would guess this to be like some sort of shepherd spirit, the way that it is literally blocking the tracks so that all these animals can pass. And because all these animals of a ton of different species are seemingly like herding with it, you guess it to be some sort of like progenitor spirit or like shepherd spirit that watches over wildlife in some way or
The spirit
another.
to the salt.
Wild.
Different campaign.
As you're looking out the windows and stuff, Timothy Crimple goes, well, Bullock's on this. I'm going to come out and look at it. And he gets out of the train to go look at it.
I don't know if that's a good
Can
idea.
I watch him get off the train? Is he faking it?
Give me an insight check.
Very
Can I
tempted to use my
second
inspiration.
Yeah, one more person can second it.
Oh
I
my
don't use my
god.
inspiration.
Oh my
Go
god.
with Timothy.
Yeah, totally.
Okay.
22.
13.
22 and 13. Both of you, Marble, you're maybe not sure. It looks genuine to you. You have no reason to disbelieve it. Cadence, you're sure that this is real, or he's a very good actor, one or the other.
Actors.
As Timothy Cripple and goes to get off the train, the conductor says, "No, folks, just stay on the train. Just stay on the train. You do not need to come out here. Please don't disturb the critters." Timothy Cripple says, "I'm not going to disturb it enough, and I just wanted to take a look."
Immediately reconsidering this job.
But he does just, as he said, take a look. He stands out and just kind of takes a gander at it. The animals kind of keep moving across. You do hear the like bison. I guess none of you are in that chamber, but yeah, they kind of just wait for all these animals to cross. Eventually, the Dragonborn guy gets up from his seat in the cabin, kind of muttering a curse under his breath, and gets out of the train as well. Oops, that's another Timothy Cripple.
Oh no, they're multiplying.
Control. See.
We're gonna start talking to each other endlessly.
Oops, from there. He steps out. Says, "How much longer is this going to take?" The conductor says, "It's hard to say, really. Just have to wait for all these animals to pass, and we'll be right on our way. It won't cost us too much time. You can, I think you can maybe almost see the end of the herd that way." And he looks up to the northern horizon, where there's still a bunch of birds in the sky approaching this direction. The Dragonborn guy says, "Well, they're just animals. Can't we just kill them? Just go through it." The conductor says, "Oh, I'm sure that won't be necessary. Nothing to worry about, sir. Just get back on the train." Go ahead, Marvel.
I'm gonna turn to Boss. Or not Boss, Sam. I don't know your name.
Mm-hmm.
Is this normal for so many different creatures to move like this?
I personally have never witnessed anything of this nature. No, I don't know.
122. It's not unheard of for like.
Like it's not like they're like fleeing something.
No. You think that they're just kind of like migrating or moving around. They're just kind of migrating's not the right word. Just kind of like moving in a herd. It's not unusual for in the presence of a very powerful spirit like this for like beasts to gather around it. Essentially, you get the sense probably like this beast is just here and animals just kind of flock and gather around it.
Oh, it's like they're just.
I have not witnessed this myself. I don't believe it is unheard of, though. This does seem like quite a large number of animals, though, of quite a variety as well.
Can I try talking to the giant critter?
Yeah, go for it. You, what are you trying to say?
Move.
Excuse me. Would it be possible for us to move our train past you all for a moment? I don't want to disturb you.
In a little.
Well, it will only be a moment if you just ask all of your friends to stop crossing the tracks.
Oh. I could try asking, but children don't always listen.
I can try to help make sure that they don't get caught.
Give me a persuasion check. It seems safer to just wait. It won't be long. Got all day.
You might, but we all don't.
Why?
But we have a schedule to keep.
A schedule to keep. He cocks his head to one side like he has no clue what the words you just said meant.
How do I explain a schedule to
It's my
Great Spirit? Zom.
I was still inside. I put my head out.
Yeah.
Yes. How can I help you?
How would one explain what a schedule is to a Great Spirit?
Okay. Understood. I shuffle out.
Yeah.
And I walk out to say,
As you step out, before you start talking, the conductor's like, everyone just please stay on the train.
I'm gonna call him out, too.
no, it's okay. This is okay. Thank you.
This is okay. Thank you.
He seems powerless to do anything about it.
This is okay. Thank you.
He's getting absolutely no help from his tapper. This little goblin girl who's just watching, fascinated, smoking a cigarette.
I give a very reverent nod towards the Great Spirit. And the Great Spirit schedules. Yes. You understand at some point all of your children need to cross this rail track, correct?
It says, I suppose.
Okay, so at some point this does need to occur. You don't have the urgency to push them any faster than they currently move, correct? You would like your children to move on their own pace as long as they get through safely?
It kind of...
We would also like to move at the pace that we were prescribed so that we can arrive to our destination safely as well. And we would like to do that in what we call a scheduled time. Does that make sense?
What danger are you fleeing?
Fleeing?
What danger are you fleeing?
Oh no, we are not fleeing danger. Are you fleeing danger?
No.
And so what I'm trying to say is that you want your children to make it across this plane, across these rail tracks,
If they want to.
if they want to. But the thing is, we would like to, also we want to, find our destination.
Okay.
And so we like to do that in more of a timely manner, rather than at leisure.
Why?
For other desires that we have to accomplish.
Well,
Would you like to discuss these desires further? Because I don't believe they would interest you.
I desire my children to move across the tracks.
I desire them to do the same.
Okay. You can use them again when we're done.
Thank you. And I look back to
Yeah,
I just look back to go say, is that enough?
Marvel's like sitting next to you with his
What's up?
just. He's gonna try to clear us. Like, it's time for us to migrate.
Us too. We were here first.
They were here first.
Right, but
I just looked at Ghost and said, did I answer? Did I help? Did I help?
It will take us only.
I think so. So, Great Spirit, do you have, do you have a name?
Asha Monitu.
So, the only danger that your family here is in danger of is this machine, and if you allow it to pass safely, then there will no longer be any dangers for you.
If you allow
And
us
you
to
can all
pass
cross at your leisure.
if you allow us to pass safely, then you can cross at your leisure too. Boss, give me a persuasion check to go along with ghosts.
I was, to kind of egg on that real quick for the persuasion aspect. I look to this spirit, kind of approach slowly,
Yeah.
and say, the gold one, the one with the gold and the jewels. You see, he wishes to cause you and your family harm. Only him. I don't like this intention of his, but he does have some power, I believe, and potentially could sway this big machine to cause your family harm.
Kind of inadvertently giving you a help action, so I'll give you advantage on this. As you're literally with perfect timing, as you finish quietly saying this to this beast, the Dragonborn guy goes, Alright, can we be done with this and just shoot this thing and move on?
So dirty 20, I just roll on persuasion. By the way.
Nice. We're going to see if you get higher, because yeah, give you advantage.
Nope.
Okay, dirty 20 it is. It like cocks his head back and forth and says, "Oh, very well. More trouble than it's worth. You two-legged folks, always more trouble than you're worth."
This I do agree with.
You see that it like closes its eyes and sort of starts to shuffle back and forth. Its hair all stands up on end, and there's just like a ringing that kind of comes out of it. And the animals all kind of scatter to either side of the tracks, like the parting of the Red Sea, stepping off to either side and clearing away. And then it kind of slowly lumbers out of the way. And it says to you and to Ghost, "Very well, then keep your schedule."
We thank you. We thank you kindly. And thank you to your children for their understanding. And then I walk over to the Dragonborn
Okay.
and say, there's no need to shoot. It is okay, thanks. And I walk past him into the train.
Would have been a lot simpler.
I disagree. Let's not discuss this further. We are now able to move.
Gladly. And he follows you onto the train. Conductor follows you all in and says, "I really have to insist, next time something like this happens, please stay on the train. Cannot have people getting off of the train."
I disagree. I think it actually worked to your favor.
They would have just waited. Would have been just fine. Everybody please stay on the train in the future in the unlikely event of any more occasions of this kind. You guys all get back onto the train, and it begins to chug slowly away.
Can I try to get to the car so that if the other tapper gets in there, I can get a peek into the engine?
You can try. Give me like a stealth check if you're trying to like sneak in there.
I'm not trying to sneak in. I'm just trying to stand at the door and like looking as he goes in.
I understand. Give me, I guess, just a perception check then to see if you like peek in as they're starting it.
15?
15. You get a little glimpse. Nothing that gives you.
That's all I need.
You. Yeah. The tapper goes in and the conductor walks in behind. And they close the door behind them, and you maybe get a glimpse. It's not, they're not keeping it top secret or anything, but you just don't happen to get a great view in there or anything.
Yeah, and then I'll just go back to the dining room.
Okay, perfect. The train begins to chug off, and looking out of the northern windows of the train, you see these animals all sort of waiting in a herd as you pass by and looking out the window backwards.
Wait, they're waving at us?
No, waiting.
Oh, instead of waving.
They're all waving, yeah. No, waiting. And eventually the train moves on, and you can see behind you, if you look behind you, the critter's just moving once again across the tracks.
As we're going past, I will just mutter, or talk into the large spirit's head and just say, "Lamp guide you," and I'll toss out a little bit of food from my lunch.
Lovely. Just thanks. And a couple of the beasts, he like motions to the food, and a couple of the beasts surrounding him like flock around it and start pecking at it. And with that, the train starts moving once again. Go ahead, Bones.
Just like a small flavor thing. I have Anthropologist, and I'm one level away from getting Primeval Awareness, so I can speak with beasts. And I think Bones is just kind of watching from the window through all this, and he essentially does similar to what Ghost does. He's essentially trying to like convey the idea of, sorry for the inconvenience, thank you.
Right. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. You're not the only ones doing it. You'd see especially the bison folk who don't really like talk too much yet. But this one seems like almost like
Probably should have evolved.
makes like almost like a ritual, like a prayer looking gesture. Very like some like I don't know, some like ritual or spiritual significance to this event. But then the train moves along.
So what you're saying is if we had involved him, that would have...
I just put people on the train. You guys
He had started at one point to say like the bison says, and he's like, "Oh, no one's in there with them."
Yeah, I totally forgot about it. So you said it.
It's all good.
Sorry.
That was fun. I like how that happened.
Alright, so I'm going to go around the train now and introduce myself to every human.
Right. To all the plane travelers who aren't to anybody. Lovely. Patches, you arrive back into the train and your stomach is kind of grumbling. It's about lunchtime, so the Dragonborn guy makes it back to his room.
Do I catch the bison folk doing like a spiritual ritual?
I think you kind of all do. Yes.
Can I walk over to him real quick?
Totally,
Or
yeah.
them, I guess. Pardon me.
Yeah, I believe it's a her, actually. It's a little hard to tell. Bison folk and all that.
I guess I'll go by myself.
Already we're still walking on the train.
No, it's just a funny thing. Just like I sit down and you start to walk away.
I'm actually gonna go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you say anything or just?
Yeah, sorry. I see her or them doing the spiritual thingy. I'm like, what that spirit say its name was? Osha Manute?
Asha Monitu. This Minotaur. This bison-like Minotaur says, great spirit of usually the fields of Kohan, far from home.
I guess I didn't realize spirits came with names. Does it mean something?
Great mother and great shepherd, depends how you interpret it. You speak Kohakni, don't you?
I do.
It's a Kohakni name.
Oh, okay.
It
Gotcha.
doesn't. It's not a literal translation, but it means essentially something like great mother, great progenitor, great shepherd, something like that. There are many like it in the wild places.
We always blocked by train tracks.
And the train tracks walk by them. This was their land first. But we learned to cohabitate. I'm glad that it went peacefully. It is a rare gift to see such a creature.
My first for sure, so. What's your name? Cadence. I'll reach a hand out.
She reaches a hand to shake yours and says, Okomi, you are from Daybreak City, it looks like.
I am. What gives it away?
Same thing that gives away that I'm from Kohan. And she looks down at her own clothes, these like tribal garb and like feathered earrings and stuff. Says, I am headed home. I take it you are the opposite.
I am the opposite.
And what brings you from home?
Work.
Ah.
Yeah, I wish it was more exciting than that, but
Work can be exciting. What kind of work?
community service.
She, like, noticing no sarcasm, like, smiles. This is good.
sorry. Community service.
Love the idea, real quick, performing community service outside your...
Yeah. Not even close. I got a weird question for you.
I like weird questions. I like to give weird answers.
You seem the perceptive sort. What do you make of the kid up there?
Business of a kid.
Loud, for starters, but sweet. Seems of a good spirit, of a good heart. Perhaps naive, but who hasn't been when they were young?
Yeah, I guess so.
Why would you make of them?
Nothing.
Kind of cocks her head. I'm curious. I suppose I won't pry as to why.
I don't know. It's just, used to kids kind of disappearing in the background. Seems like he wants all the attention. It's a little weird.
You see that she, hears what you're saying genuinely, looks around the crowd. And again, I have put a bunch of nondescript traveler tokens here. Some of these are children, some of these are families, some of these are, whole people that you could go all day without ever really noticing their faces. And she notices, a couple of other kids that are just politely sitting in their seats, minding their own business, even, some parents telling them to, hush and keep their hands to themselves and stuff. She says, right. He doesn't seem... She looks back to Timothy and says, you don't see parents, perhaps. And freedom that comes with making one's own choices.
I guess so. Anyway, sorry to bother you. I was just mostly curious about the spirit name.
Not at all. I hope my weird answer was good enough for your weird question.
And I didn't, catch your name. What was it?
Okomi.
Okomi.
And you were?
Cadence.
Cadence. It's a pleasure. She kind of just goes back to looking out the window.
Glare over at Crimple, and then I'll head back if I go.
Yeah. Give me a perception check real quick, Cadence, please.
14.
14. I will say, just as you're walking past, you do see Alini, the spare guy, is now holding his hands and reading Sleepwalker's Almanac, which is a book that you have actually seen before. Vanira had this book as well.
Yeah, I've kind of thought. Oh, Niromancy?
He says, yes. Are you a practicer?
No, not at all. I know one, but...
Oh, really?
Yeah, she's good at what she does.
It's a small world. What's their name?
Vanira? Actually, I think I have a last name written down somewhere. I'll give him the last name, but...
I have it here. No, I don't.
It doesn't ring a bell. But Osteroth is her last name, sorry.
Thank you. I know I had it written down somewhere.
I don't know, but her name is Osteroth.
I don't know, but her last name is Osteroth.
It doesn't ring a bell, but it's just, don't meet many people interested in this field of study. It's a little niche. But, yes. Yeah. He seems a little, awkward and ready to just get back to his reading, but...
Well, I enjoy your reading. If you see Vanira out there, tell her her Cadence is looking for her.
I'll keep my eyes open.
Don't tell her Cadence is looking for her.
Oh, okay. He seems really confused by that interaction. Patches, go ahead.
So I'll come out and head into the dining car.
Yeah.
Just walk in. What's a guy got to do to get some spaghetti around here?
I believe I could round you up a little spaghetti, and the bartender goes into his chest of preserving and pulls out a dish of spaghetti with meatballs on top.
Perfect. And then, so that's because that's included with.
Yeah, he checks your ticket to make sure it's first class and it's stamped, and then he hands you a plate. Anything to drink?
Do I know what a common Rooksy drink is?
Yeah, so Aperol Spritz or what did Mariska just ordered now? I don't remember. A Negroni, Negroni is one of the more popular ones. Wine is the most popular.
Plenty of wine.
Yeah, wine is the most popular thing for sure.
Sangria.
Yeah, I'll get a Negroni.
Okay, cool. He makes you a Negroni and passes it over.
I'll take it and kind of sniff at it,
Yeah, give me a perception check. See if you can suss out how quality it is.
21.
It's not as good as what you would get back either home, as in Daybreak City, or Nona's cooking. But
yeah. And I'll kind of smell it and take a drink, and I've never actually had one of these. I'm just trying to really pretend as much as I can.
For sure.
I hope that, out of character, I hope that he hears my accent. It's oh, he's gonna love this, and then I make a face of ugh.
For sure. The bartender looks so sad.
Well, that you can hear it. Wanted to hurt him.
Right.
Does it clock that it's a fake Rooksy accent?
He says, not to your liking? I can get you something else. We have steak. We have sandwiches.
Oh no, it's a good. I'm just I'm used to my nana's cooking, so it's just missing a home.
Nothing quite as good as home cooking, I suppose, but hopefully we can at least make you comfortable.
Oh yeah, so you did a good job. And I'll take my stuff and head to one of the tables and grab a seat.
Grab a seat. It looks like there's an empty chair over here. There's one across from this Triton, Adelina. There's a chair right next to this old lady. It's an armchair.
Speaking of Nonas.
Speaking of Nonas.
There's a table full of artificing stuff next to Marvel.
Yeah, Marvel's got a table full of tools.
Can I go sit there and get pasta sauce everywhere?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay,
you sit across from Marvel and start getting pasta sauce.
What the thing is that? Oh no, I got the
holding my
spaghetti.
fork with spaghetti on it, talking and waving it around everywhere.
What's your spaghetti policy here?
What's the spaghetti policy right here? I think Boss was still about to play a game of Go with kids. Oh, sorry, Bones, you got a hand raise. Go ahead.
So Bones gets in, and he is immediately scribbling on some paper. So, 20-hour trip, 60 miles an hour. One every 50 miles, that is 24 tunnels. trellises, and then we can get maybe 7-foot diameter concrete reinforcement. Yes, they could make tunnels or bridges over the rail at all time. There can be crossing points where these spirits could go through. They should do that. They should make crossings.
Yeah.
That does seem more convenient than stopping for both us and the spirits.
For both, yes. There's no reason. I'm sure there must be accidents all the time. We should not hit spirits with trains. That's not good.
A couple of you, Cadence especially, and probably Bones too, notice that as you start this conversation, just like creating new ideas of how to like make this train system work. The old woman is watching, quite like listening very carefully to what you're saying.
I'm telling you, she's the Sky Marshal.
She's been dropping Eves this whole time.
Absolutely, she has.
Yeah, she's doing a lot.
She just
She's a
can't
red
hold on to
herring.
those
She
things.
wants us to think she's the bad one because she's the Sky Marshal.
The dragon is obviously a mislead. Dragon is he's neutral. He's fine.
Turn on her, dude.
For the record, Athena is for sure the killer. She killed her parents and is using the insurance money to travel the world.
Little old me.
Love your conspiracy scenario. I'm here for it. Before I play Go, I did have another question. Something I didn't consider because I wasn't ever given Timothy Krimple's name until Bones came up and said Young Master Krimple.
Correct.
And now with that being said, knowing the school he's from, can I use my through academia? Would I know his family's name?
Give me a history check. Apply your academia lore. This is still a major stretch, but you get a better shot than anybody else.
Nope.
No, yeah. Because you know Eldermore, you know the kind of school it is, but you
10.
you certainly don't know every student of Eldermore, and what you can rule out even on a 10 with academia lore is like this is not the headmaster's son or anything. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's just some students probably.
Well, I saw I'm still interested in the game.
Oh, yes, very much so. Yes.
Good work with that spirit, by the way.
Oh, that was not me. That was Ghost.
Yeah. Well, good work to both of you then.
He was quite adorable. Or she was quite adorable? It was quite adorable? I don't know. I did have the desire to touch it.
It looked quite fluffy.
Like you could take a nap on it, right?
Yeah.
That'd
It looks nice.
be beautiful. Okay, let's go.
Let's go.
What do we do again for this here? Just to test and check?
So these are contested intelligence checks. I would also allow wisdom. And if you have proficiency in gaming kits or any kind of lore that applies, otherwise it's just straight int or straight wisdom.
Well, you're gonna lose.
Me? For sure I'm gonna lose.
Maybe not. I rolled a 12.
I'm gonna play.
You have to roll above like single digit this crap. There we go. Yeah, 18.
Yeah, you get the best of boss on that round, Cadence.
Well played.
Oh, no, that was you well played.
Okay, well then just good game then.
Yes, 2 out of 3.
Well, I'm done. Got plenty of time to kill. No.
Dirty 20.
Bad.
Oh, then now we are tied. One more?
All right.
You simply must do 2 out of 3 for good measure.
First. So much pressure. Ooh, 21.
There it is.
Nat 20 for 24.
Nice. You're a quick learner, Bones. I think maybe this is your first time playing this game
No,
too.
it is
You've played
not.
more.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
This is something I mentioned. I was like, oh, go. That doesn't play.
Cool, sweet.
Very nice for someone who hasn't played since childhood.
It's not a hard game to remember.
Yeah, fair enough.
Marvel, you got a hand raised. Go ahead.
Yeah, and then I was gonna play a game with Ghost.
Oh yeah, go for it.
Do you want to do 2 out of 3?
Of course, we have plenty of time.
Black or white?
I'll play black.
Okay. I'm not proficient in gaming tools, so this is just straight in for me.
I'm not proficient in Go, so it's straight in for me too.
Shit. 8.
8.
Oh, we tied.
Is it possible in that game?
It is actually impossible in Go to
I
tie.
thought so.
So you got to roll.
But since I'm white, that means I win.
That's correct.
Whoa,
Yeah.
racist.
No, because white goes second, they get extra points.
White gets Comey, so they get 6.5 points.
We
at the end of
can
the
just
game.
we can just rollies to see who won this
Yeah,
one.
so roll is to see who won that game.
You
6.
chose white.
Yeah, but you didn't know the rules. I was.
That's okay.
Also, I feel like those points that you get at the end for being white are factored into your gaming get check, so you still gotta do rollies.
Gotcha.
Like that.
Okay. Yeah, you do rollies. You won. I got a 6.
I thought it was the 6 for a second.
The ghost won the first round.
Another game?
Yeah. 2 out of 2. Yeah. My next one, I got a 24. I got a natural 20.
Damn. 18. I tried for it.
Oh,
The last one. This is the one.
Tied as well.
All the marbles.
Mm. 21.
Oh. 7.
All right, Ghost walks away with it. Adelina is watching over shoulders and like claps as you win and says, "Oh, can I have a try?"
Of course.
I want to get this old woman involved.
Yeah, I've been trying.
Get a tournament going.
All right. She has no proficiencies for this either, and
Who is she playing against?
she's just playing one game with Mo or with Ghosts, or whichever one he wants to, I guess. Ghost said yes, so
Yeah.
She rolled a nat 19 for a total of 21, but oh, so close. She says, "Aha! I thought I'd figured it out."
That's okay.
I like to think so. Marble, as you get up from your game with Ghost, and as Ghost starts playing with Adelina, I assume you're kind of standing nearby.
Mm-hmm.
She shoots. The old woman sitting over there says, "Would you care to play another game with me?
Yeah.
Come have a seat." And she points at the chair across from her.
Sure, I'll sit her down.
You sit down next to her, and
She casts a spell on me. Damn it.
now if you'll humor an old lady, and she sets down her cross stitch, which you can see now is the trunk of a tree, like she's cross stitching a tree and hasn't quite finished it. She's just getting started on it still, kind of. But she reaches into a little purse that she's carrying and pulls out a small little white covered book and flips it open to the middle and just hands it to you. And you look at the pages are blank. It's just like 2 blank pages in the middle of a white covered book. And she reaches into her purse and pulls out a fountain pen, a very nice looking
Yeah, I just kind of cock my head and look at it kind of for my brow.
Yeah. She digs through her purse for a second, gets a pen and hands you a pen.
Do these things feel magical by any chance? Do I get the magic come from them?
Check.
Let's play 2 old cats.
It's going to be a 21.
21. No, none of it hums with magic or seems obviously magical.
A mundane game.
She says, "Now, the first step," she points at the open page in front of you, says, "You write down a secret that you hold dear. Something that you don't just share with anybody. Maybe something only you know or only a few people know."
What is this game?
She smiles at you and fishes in her purse one more time and pulls out a cigarette, sticks it in her cigarette holder and lights it. Says, "I have to play to find out."
She's a witch.
Yeah. This is...
Hack, cross stitch.
You don't have to. I don't think you'll regret it.
What do you do with the secret?
I suppose it'd be fair to call me a collector of sorts. I just like to learn about people.
I'll hand her that. Why don't you go first?
Oh,
Actually, never mind.
my days of playing are long past.
I'll just hand it back to her and shake my head.
Don't want to play after all.
Maybe a different game.
Fair enough. She takes her book and sticks it back in her purse.
Please, young random child, tell me your deepest, darkest secret.
If you don't mind, I'll just go back to my art. And she gets her cross stitch out and starts getting back to her cross stitching.
She's cross stitching secrets into it.
Have I ever heard of this game she's trying to do?
No. No, you never heard of it. Doesn't sound like a game. It sounds like you writing down a secret in a book.
Yeah, it sounds like
But just describes it as a game.
Yeah. But this is the day after someone who's been stole his secret.
No, I get it.
Yeah.
I'm not at all judging your choice. Just
all right, I guess we'll just get up and go back and sit
It's
over
that
there
kind of,
with Patches as he's eating spaghetti.
yeah. There's a little bit of sauce on some of your tools now.
Yeah, it's whatever. I have brothers. So
I'm not playing with that sweet old woman.
she wanted to play a weird game.
What kind of
I
game?
love weird games. I'm going to get up and...
She
This game does sound fun.
wanted a
Yeah,
secret.
Adelina, why don't you take over for me?
Okay. I just leave the spaghetti all over my tools. It's fine. I have brothers. This is the first time I've gotten spaghetti on my tools.
Ghost, as you step over, she says, "Did you hear the rules?" And she reaches in her bag and goes to pass you a white-covered book.
No, I didn't.
Well, it's quite a simple game, really. She passes you this white-covered book, flips it open to the middle, where there's 2 blank pages, and passes you a nice-looking fountain pen, and says, "You just write down a secret, and then on the page, something that you hold dear, something that you wouldn't tell just anyone, maybe something only you know."
Alright. And how do I win and lose this game?
You just have to have faith and find out.
Faith is a very tricky thing, I find.
I agree completely.
It's deeply important, but also it can be dangerous, easily misguided.
She sets her purse down, takes a drag from her cigarette, and says, "How about before the game, a story?"
Alright.
And she flicks her cigarette into an ashtray and sets it down, and so she can use both her hands to continue working on her cross-stitching while she talks. She says, "At the center of a peaceful village there stood an ancient tree, verdant and bright, with leaves that held green and rich all through the seasons. The tree was said to watch over the village and bring them blessings. For 100 years it had protected them from sickness, warded away monsters, gave them bountiful harvests. The people honored the tree with garlands of flowers and festivals in its honor. And one day, a scholar who had heard tales of the tree's magic came to the village to learn of the tree and its history. For many days she studied the tree, reading its roots, speaking with the village elders, beseeching omens from the earth. And in doing so she learned a dark and forbidden history. Long ago, before living memory, the tree had not been green and verdant. It was a gnarled and twisted thing with leaves and bark of black. In those days, with a sacrifice of innocent blood, a great and terrible magic was worked upon the tree. The elders of the village falsely accused a young boy of a heinous crime, and he was executed beneath the tree. His throat cut and his blood spilled in the tree's roots. His innocent blood gave the tree its magic. It blossomed and flourished and bestowed its blessings to the people. But this great working of magic came with a condition. Should the truth ever be revealed to the village that the boy's sacrifice was innocent, lost would be the tree's magic, and it would wither and blacken once more. The scholar, having learned the truth of the tree's blessings at first, intended to reveal it to the people of the village, so that the spirit of the boy's sacrifice might find peace in the light of truth. But she saw the garlands of flowers hanging from the tree's branches, and the celebrations in its honor, and the peace and prosperity that it brought to the village. And so the scholar lit fire to her writings, and gathering her things, departed the village, never to return." And she kind of sets down her cross-stitching and picks up her cigarette again. Says, "So, tell me, do you believe that truth is inherently good? Is it always best for the truth to come to light, no matter the costs and consequences? Or are some truths best kept hidden? Did the scholar make the right choice?"
I suppose it's difficult to say, but I think that truth can be a bit of an issue of perspective sometimes. There's a lot of things that we believe in that aren't true. A visit to Daybreak City has shown a lot of that. Things like truth, justice, goodness, evil. Many of us believe in them, but I don't think they actually exist. But it's important for us to believe in them, to believe those little lies, because it's the only way that we can strive to make those lies truth.
She studies you very intently as you answer this question. And really quick hand raises from Cadence, and Bones will go Cadence first.
Sorry, I'm gonna read her lips if she's not saying this loud enough for everyone to hear.
Yeah, she's not hiding her words. If you were listening, you can hear it.
There's
Okay.
chiming in. Like,
Yeah, there's chatter in the room, but if you watch her lips and listen, you can hear her.
Okay,
Bones
cool.
will
I
just
just
have
seen
to-
after this.
Understood. Okay. She says, well, that's an interesting perspective. So, she looks back at the book. Are you interested in the game?
Yeah, he'll write something down.
Okay. If you wish to, you can tell us in the audience what you write, or you can keep it secret and just send it to me. Either way is totally fine with me, whatever you feel is more interesting. Either way, the secret is known only to you in character. Or, only to this
Right.
page.
Yeah, I'll say it. It's more interesting for people to know. Ghost writes, I killed my teacher.
Oh,
She doesn't even look at what you write. As
Yeah, I closed the book and set it back.
you start to close it, and she quickly puts a hand up, moving faster than you would expect to stop you from closing it, and says, well, hold on now. I'm not quite finished yet. And this is the good part. And she says, now turn to the next page.
We'll do so.
The next page is blank, and she says, now here, just right up there at the top of the page, write down something that you wish you knew more about. Could be anything. A topic, a place, a person. Something you wish you knew better.
I think there's a brief moment where Ghost hears Patch's voice chattering behind him, and the urge to write Back to the Future.
Do it, you coward.
Do it.
He's gonna write The Lamp.
Okay. And she sees you stop writing and says, now you can close it.
Close it.
And she holds her hand out to take the book and the pen back. And she just
And
sticks them back into her purse and says, that's it.
not much of a game, is it?
She winks at you. Says, you just have to have a little faith.
Well, I hope I win.
She smiles at you. Says, I hope so too. And you can see that the cross stitching that she's done, though it is only maybe a quarter of the way done so far, appears to be of like a black and gnarled tree, with the starts of one.
Can I don't have a thing for it, but I do have my one of my lore skills is illusions. Can I see it? Try and see if she's under any sort of illusion.
Hell yeah, give me an investigation check.
Damn, that was almost a nat 20.
So
16.
close. On a 16, you don't see an illusion, but you see she winks at you and there's just a twinkling behind her eyes that is clearly unnatural. I don't think on a 16 that you know exactly what is going on here. It's not something as simple as like a disguised self spell or anything like that. But it's clear to you that, in case this wasn't obvious, she is more than what meets the eye. It is clear to you that she is not just an old woman on a train. There's clearly some sort of magic here. Some working of magic is going on, and she is more than she seems.
Thank you for the game. I hope you enjoy the rest of your trip.
I'm certain I will.
I'll get up and I'll go sit down with Patches.
Perfect. Okay, well, you were waiting.
In his head, I'll just very quickly say, so tell me about Back to the Future.
Cutscene.
Bones, you were waiting.
I think Risco's was up.
Okay, go ahead, Risco.
Jules, I know I've been wanting to ask where you were going as well, but I have a more important question first. Do you like music?
I love music. What kind of music do you like?
Oh, I'm pretty well versed. I like quite a few musics, but I have a guitar here, you see, and you're quite handsome, and UT is a bit of a muse of mine. I could play if you like.
He smiles and says, "Oh, you don't just like music; you're actually a musician."
See, yes.
I would love to hear something. Absolutely. Where shall we go? Here, your room, my room.
Here would be fine. I mean, I doubt these people would mind good music.
I suppose that depends how good it is.
If you like, but
Maybe here for now.
excuse my forwardness. It might be the Agua talking.
Oh no, it's all good things in due time.
He'll reach into his bag of holding and pull out a guitar that looks too large to fit.
Right. Mary Poppins style.
Yep. And then I'll go ahead and make a performance check.
Hell yeah, give me a performance check. Or you can give me like either dexterity or wisdom or intelligence plus like music, tools, proficiencies if you have that. It doesn't have to be performance. If performance is better, you can do performance.
Yeah, it should be.
Ooh, good
Then
roll.
I have music proficiency, if that adds anything.
Basically, it would be like were you proficient in performance?
I'm proficient in both.
Okay, so it'd be one or the other proficiency. It would just be if you had like a
okay.
lore to add to it. But yes, either way, 21 is quite good. Yeah, you get your guitar out, and because it's a nice magical guitar, it's like perfectly tuned and doesn't need any tuning or anything. Do you use any of its cool illusions while you're playing, or do you just play?
I'm trying to think of what cool illusions I could do currently, and I don't know Jules enough to.
That's a fair point.
We'll save it for later.
Yeah, you start playing a beautiful song on your guitar. And he sits quietly, sipping on his martini, watching as you go. When you're finally done. But the rest of you in the room, by the way, also hear Risco playing guitar. I think as the performance is going on, the door opens and young Master Crumple walks in.
You forgot his drink.
That's what my hand was for.
He steps in and sees Marisco playing music and smiles. Says, "Blimey!" And he sits down over here across the Bones.
So he probably meets Bones at the door headed this direction with a drink in hand.
Right.
I'll sit down.
He says, "Music in there. Let's go listen."
He's quite good from what I can tell. Out of character, I love the image of Jules being like, "Hey, let's go find a room," and Reese goes, "Sorry for being so forward."
Absolutely.
So I take the drink over to him. Just one moment, if you don't mind. We're discussing some business, huh?
Oh yeah, of course. Take all the time you need. And he does not take your hint and still comes into this room and sits down at the table.
I will sit down across from Patches. I've asked everyone else. The boy over there is traveling to where we are traveling and has offered to pay us if we will escort him. Do you have any problems with that? Any oppositions?
I mean, I don't believe so.
Good.
Have you even got his name yet?
Yes, his name is Timothy. Young Master Crimples.
I don't think you can call him that.
I think that we can call him Timothy. I think it will be all right to call him Timothy.
Oh, yes, it's Timothy. Yes.
Yeah.
I meant the other one.
What are they playing? They've been playing some game over there.
I'm not sure. I mean, I guess I don't know. Do I know what it is?
Give me like a perception check, or just let's do perception.
15.
Yeah, you recognize Go.
It's a go.
It's a go. Have I heard of Go? I'm sure I've heard of it.
Have you heard? Has he heard?
Yeah.
It's a go.
Yeah, you've heard of it.
Okay. Excellent. I haven't played in a very long time. I think Bones will probably just kind of go over and like watch both of the games from the bar, just kind of like observing.
Yeah, makes sense. You sit at the bar and watch as games are played and music is being played.
Kind of the vibe of like I'll jump in when it's free, but he doesn't want to like butt in.
Yeah, makes sense. Go ahead.
I just
Marvel.
want to play my game against.
Oh yeah, with Adelaide.
Yeah, I'll do 2 out of 3 if
Adelaide.
that's okay.
Yeah, totally. She's willing to play as much as you would like.
Also, I like how you said, I'm going to go talk business, and then goes to play Go instead of going back to you.
He talks a little business first.
They're probably going back. I have to go do
Her first
business.
is 1 for 3 total.
19.
Nice. Second round.
That
12.
one for 5.
All right, cool. 1 and 1. 19.
20.
Nice, cool. You guys play a couple of good rounds. As you're playing, she talked with you. And says, I don't think I ever got your name. What was it?
Marble?
Marble? Nice to meet you. Where are you from?
Daybreak City?
Oh, okay. First time? Are you first time going to Prospect? What are you doing in Prospect?
It's my first time going on a trip.
Sounds fun. I'm sort of getting a vibe here. You guys are all together, maybe? She kind of sees, like, your party of on and off talk to each other on various intervals.
Yeah. What about you?
Just by myself. Though I've made a couple friends, and she looks at, like, Ghost and looks at the other people that have talked with her. I can't remember who else has, but yeah, no, I came here myself. I'm headed to Prospect myself. Just I'm seeing what I can see.
It's always good to travel.
Yeah. It's I think this might be the farthest inland I'll have ever been. I live close to the sea, and this may be the farthest I've ever been from the sea.
You live in the sea?
Sometimes, mostly on the coast. But she points at like the gills on her neck. Because I can live in the sea if I need to.
It always sounds cool.
Yeah. Yes. Have you ever been to Nidus by chance? But you have not.
No. Just Jiao.
Oh, Jiao? I've never been to Jiao. I've always wanted to. What part of Jiao?
Okuko?
Oh, amazing. I love Okuko food.
Me too.
I've heard the coasts there are beautiful.
Very.
What took you to Jiao? How did you find yourself in Jiao?
Oh, my family.
Oh, amazing. She just spent some time like talking to you about your history and asking you lots of questions about the places you've seen. She asked you like all kinds of questions about your hometown and your family, and just really wants to get to know your insurance policy number.
Yeah.
No, she does. She asks a ton of questions. She's very inquisitive.
And I'll ask her questions back and kind of learn more about like where she's from.
Yeah, she tells you she's from a little village. It's a little hard to pronounce, which she says well-intentioned, and then kind of realizes that she's saying something that also has a stutter, so this is going to be really hard for you. She says, it's called Nakalawaka.
Nakalawaka.
Oh, wow. Impressive.
It's mostly repeat.
I guess that makes sense. So if it was like, okay, that makes sense. Interesting. That sounds tough. Must be hard. But it seems like you do well.
It's tough. Shorter sentences are easier.
Yeah, that makes sense. Go ahead, Patches.
Can I insight that he's faking it?
Yes, give me an insight check.
Oh my god.
17.
17?
So my deception. Yeah, I don't know why I rolled it. It's a
Sometimes you gotta roll to keep the illusion going.
Yeah. He seems to not be faking it. This seems to be a debilitating disorder that he has that he definitely struggles with.
That's how my accent is too.
Or
Right,
he's
yeah.
faking
Exactly
it
the
for,
same.
or he's doing it for attention.
Right.
Sort of thing.
You're in with criminal, aren't you?
Yeah, we go way back.
Right.
I used to do the cripple walk thing, but
Right.
sorry, the
Give up on
crimple.
that. The crimple walk.
I hate this fucking game so much.
I quit. Straight up. Campaign's over.
Okay, so since Marvel is facing away from me,
Yeah.
can I secretly try and touch his stuff?
Yeah, totally.
Okay, cool.
Give me an investigation, perception.
I assume it's still just sitting there on
Yeah,
the table.
you're just trying. What are you trying to do? Just trying to look through it.
Just gonna mess with it, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just
put
tools. And,
spaghetti in
it's
it.
just tools at
Yeah.
this point.
Yeah,
Do what you mean by
maybe
mess with.
spaghetti.
If you're like trying to like mess with like.
We're just gonna figure out what it is first.
Okay, yeah. Give me just like
And then
straight
maybe leave like a
intelligence.
spaghetti noodle in there.
Yeah. So you're rolling me an artificer's tools check. It's essentially just straight int for you because you obviously don't have that proficiency.
13.
13? It's like you can't figure out what every one of these components is for. It's all pretty intricate, but I think on a 13 you find like the bits that seem most important at least.
Can I leave a noodle?
Yes, just stick a noodle in there. Give me a sleight of hand check to stick a noodle in
How
there.
big of a noodle? How small? How saucy? Describe the noodle.
Pretty saucy. 10 inches, pale yellow.
Yes.
Yeah.
A saucy
Yeah.
to entry, you say?
Classic noodle, honestly.
Yeah, tiny bit of
It's a
Parmesan on
spaghetti,
there.
I assume.
Yeah.
It's a must be a spaghetti noodle.
Caked in Parmesan.
So much parm.
9.
9. Alright. There's you feel pretty good about your work, but there's like a little bit of spaghetti still sticking out.
Yeah.
You can't like get it all fit in the thing that you jammed it into.
Also, what does Ghost do as he's passions?
Oh yeah, as Patches was starting to fuck with Marvel stuff, the ghost is like, Mr. Patches, Mr. Patches, please, you have to tell me, how did Doc Brown perfect chronomancy? This is vitally important.
And I'll just try and distract him from me putting the noodle in by just talking more about the movie. And
Yeah. I know you said that a little tongue in cheek, but you start asking Patches about the strange terminology he used last night, the Back to the Future. And he starts describing what sounds like a story or a movie or a book, but just it includes what amounts to essentially nonsense, the ramblings of a madman. It includes talking about things that do not exist in your world and that you cannot imagine.
While stuffing pasta into
into machine parts. You feel
I'm really making
Is this one of those like eldritch knowledge things where I'm going to slowly go mad?
give me an inside check.
Yeah. It's more just like you're gonna go mad because it's Patches.
Such a bad roll.
9, I don't care.
Yeah, maybe.
Cool.
It is. I said this last time, and I'll say it again because on a 9, you don't have any better insight here. This is either a revelation that will reshape the foundations of cosmology in this world, or these are the ramblings of a madman. And on a 9 insight, you do not know which one is the truth.
I guess at some point I have to go get my tools. Do I notice the spaghetti?
Yeah, it was a 9 sleight of hand check. You see a little bit of spaghetti just like dangling out of something that.
I'll like pull it out and I'll just like give him a look. I'll just like raise an eyebrow.
I just like don't say anything. I'm just like
Shrugs at
just
you.
wrong. I wasn't just eating. It's a spaghetti. I had to get them messy.
I'll just like roll my eyes and I'll clean up my stuff and put it in my bag.
Timothy Purple steps over to the table as you're cleaning up tools and says, "Oh, what's all that for, mister? If you don't mind my asking."
I was
Timothy Crimple at your service.
Marvel, Pendleton.
Marvel Pendleton.
And
That's
I'll
a
just
fun
like,
name.
I'll just pull up my business card. I'll give him a business card.
Oh, lovely. Lovely indeed. Sticks it in his front pocket. Says, what are you working on over here with all this stuff?
Oh, I'm not working on anything anymore.
Is this like a pasta maker? He holds up the thing that has spaghetti hanging out of it.
No, that was.
Yes.
But I could. I could.
I've seen you all talking to each other. He kind of looks around at all of you gathered. Says, I heard you might be some mercenaries according to your friend over there, Mr. Bones. My name's Timothy Crimple, at your service.
We all looked about.
He takes his top hat off and tips it towards you guys. Says, fledgling sorcerer, but...
How tall is he again?
Oh, maybe 4.5 feet tall or so, close to 5.
I'm taller than him.
Yeah, you're a little taller than him.
I feel so powerful.
Not the hat. Not the hat.
So I'm counting the hat, so
Yeah.
it's probably about 4'2". No, he's not quite that short. This is fledgling sorcerer, prodigy of Eldamore Academy for this exceptional youths. Headed to the Citadel of Hallowhive.
Why did you leave?
Oh, I just wanted to continue expanding my studies, see what more I can learn.
Insight check is that.
Oh my god, guys.
As they roll these insights, I looked at Ghost and say,
So skeptical.
No, but why would a sorcerer
They haven't
leave?
even. I haven't even DM'd for these two.
Why?
This is the behavior I would expect
If
to
it was
do.
anyone else, I would feel like, yeah, sure, I fucked them
Why
up,
would a
but-
sorcerer?
these guys up
Why
too,
would a
man.
sorcerer leave Academy where he's learning sorcery to go learn arcane magic, which is very different and not innate to him?
I just want to know who's bankrolling him.
I rolled an 18. No, sorry, a 17. 17.
Okay.
23.
23, okay. He's definitely not telling the whole truth. He doesn't seem to be, like, I don't know.
A kid.
No, he is for sure a kid. I mean, his enthusiasm is real. His personality is not like a front. He seems like this is genuinely who Timothy Crimple is. You just get the sense that like there's a little bit of, on 23 especially, there's a little bit of like baggage to why he's going to the Citadel that he is not saying. It's not quite as simple as just to learn more, but it's not totally like a lie either. He's just not like.
But enough that he didn't actually plan the trip. Like, he didn't plan his way through the cave. He just thought, I'll just walk there.
Stands to reason.
Which, I mean, I guess I assumed we were just going to walk here, but I assumed that someone in the group
Yeah. I just like get 23 and Kate. Somebody must be bankrolling this kid. Right.
Young Master Crimple, I understand that your brother studied in magic.
Oh, Master Crimple's my father. You can just call me Timothy.
Oh, all
Tiny
right,
Tim.
I have a book that might interest you if you want to borrow it.
Oh, really? I love books.
not that book.
I'll list of patches, and I'll just say, we're not done here yet. I'll take Timothy away just to try and distract him.
Right.
And I'll dig through my many books. And I'm going to ask him a study of evocation.
Okay. Yeah, he takes it readily. So this is fascinating. Oh, first edition, isn't it?
Yes. And I'll just like kind of go over it with him a little bit.
Yeah. He eagerly walks through it. Says, I've done most of my studies in evocation, but haven't quite decided what school I want to really work on. I guess it's just what comes natural. Haven't quite found my groove yet, as they say. Go ahead, boss.
I'm watching this, making sure that Ghost is being nice to this kid.
Yeah, he seems to be kind. He's showing him through a book.
Alright, so as he does this, I'm not going to take that over the scene here, but I need more tea.
Yeah.
So I'm going to get 2 glasses of hot tea, put my tea in it, walk towards the old woman, sit down with her, but go ahead.
Yeah,
finish
we'll
up
come
their
back to that in a
scene,
second. He says, what kind of magic do you do? Do you do magic?
I do. Mostly.
You look like someone who does magic on account of the big staff. Most people have a big staff as magicians.
Yes. What do you use? Just your hands?
No. He shuffles into his inner coat pocket and pulls out what looks like a tuning fork for a plane shift spell, but it's clearly just a little piece of metal that he's carved to look like a tuning fork for a plane shift spell. This is what I use. I carved it myself.
It's lovely.
I don't think it would really work for plane shift, but I won't know till I get much better at magic.
Yes, you've got to be very careful with that spell. It can go terribly wrong.
You sure can. Especially if you point it the wrong way. Pop someone off into a whole other place. But if you pop yourself some other place, that can be fun.
Yes. Many places that you don't want to go.
Yeah. You can say that again.
Yeah.
What got you wanting to go to the Citadel?
Oh, I just thought it seemed like a good place to learn. I spent a couple of years at Eldamore and I wasn't quite done with my studies yet, but wanted to go see more places. expand my travels.
It's a wonderful place to learn. I'm sure you'll love it.
I like to challenge myself. It ain't been easy for me on account of the rickets, so I like to give myself a challenge.
Hey, you're very sweet, and I wish you luck.
My parents also kind of wanted to get rid of me, I think. For a little bit. They get a little bit tired of me. I think I drive them bonkers.
It's terrible. I don't have much of a family. My family didn't really like me all that much either.
Master Crimple's quite busy. And Mum doesn't always have time. So away they sends me. Find the Citadel, they says.
And what do your parents do?
My father works in the factories in Calimont. Mother stays home, and she keeps the house tidy.
I see. My name's Nathul, by the way.
Naful. Pleasure. I like the way you talk with your brain. And with my brain? I think you're talking with my brain.
Yes, you don't find it unnerving.
No, it's quite alright.
Alright.
It seems quite natural to me. There's natural in it.
Yes.
In terms of work of magic, it just seems like something you can do. I can sense when people use magic. If I use a spell, I can't sense it natural.
I look over to Bones.
Bones is listening over this conversation.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, I think, yeah.
I assume most are. He's not subtle.
Yeah, I telepathically to everybody, just like, help.
Meanwhile, as you utter help to everybody, Bones, go ahead. You got a hand raised.
Does Bones know anything about rickets?
Give me a medicine check.
Cool. 4.
Oh, thank
there's no
God.
way.
It was really important to me to not have to figure out what rickets
Well,
is about.
the reason I ask is because it can be cured, but it is a lack of vitamin D, and going into the Underdark is a terrible idea if he has rickets. But Bones doesn't know any of that, so here we go.
Well, the lamp will give him plenty of vitamin D.
Really?
Is that how the lamp works?
This boy needs
It's
supplements, and I
I
don't
don't
know
think you
that.
can just point a flashlight at somebody and count it as vitamin D.
It's a magic lamp.
I was we're being a little facetious, but Ghost, you do know that the light that emits from the lamp is sunlight.
Oh.
And
yeah.
you also
Yeah,
know.
don't go fucking calling me out. I know what I'm talking about.
I
Yeah.
didn't think magic could make sunlight because every spell, even the sunlight spell, doesn't actually do it.
True.
Yeah, no, it is sunlight. It also, you know this, Ghost, I don't know if this has come up before, it, like, magically wards against, like, fiends and the monsters and the aberrations of the Underdark. It's, like, all of Hallowhive is essentially, like, literally hallowed by the lamp. And just, like, fiends,
It's in the name.
Fiends can't enter.
Hallowed Hive.
That is, you know, it's not just a light. It also protects, it does literally bathe Hallowhive in divine light that protects it from evil.
Since the name is orange on the map, I always just assumed it was going to be spooky there, like Halloween.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
hallowed makes more sense now.
I was kind of hoping for spooky Halloween vibes, but no. I do good.
It's almost like you can't
Yeah.
have spooky Halloween vibes, but... meanwhile, Boss, you go over and sit down next to this old woman.
Take her some of my tea and just sit it down and just give her a soft nod and say, tea? Ask her, like, tea?
Well, I don't see why not. She reaches over for the teacup that you set down for her, I presume.
Yes. I don't know if you take it with sweetener, but I prefer it straight like this. This is tea from my homeland, from very special gardens. Gardens that are quite special to me and important to me and my family.
Tell me about them, she says as she takes the tea and takes a sip from them.
Do you know of Harsaman?
I do.
Do you know of the land that lies to the west of Harsaman?
You see her close her eyes and think for a second. Shashvatshire?
Oh, yes, you do know. This tea is quite special and comes from gardens on the Shashvatshire.
Ah, a truly special thing, she says. And you see her once again close her eyes and very deeply inhale a smell of this tea and very, very slowly sip and taste it. Being very intentional with her tasting of it.
And how do you care for it?
It is unique.
It is unique.
Special.
Yes,
Never had one quite like it.
There's a very unique flavor to this. I can never stop drinking it.
Can I interest you in a game?
What is your game? Is this the game that you played with my companion?
She smiles and nods. It is.
Oh, I don't have any issues playing games. I do have to ask about the stakes of this game.
Well, I don't suppose that it is a game with stakes.
It seems as if I would provide you with a secret that there is always a potential stake involved.
I suppose you could see it that way. One wonders what's being wagered on the other side, but I suppose you just have to have faith.
Faith is something I do have plenty of. Yes, I would like to play your game. I have many things I would like to see through.
Yeah. She hands you from her purse this little white book, opens it to the middle page, and is blank once again, and she hands you a fountain pen. And she once again says, just write down a secret that you hold dear to your heart. Something that maybe only you know, or very few know, something you wouldn't tell just anyone.
Okay, yes, secret. I take the pen and I just scrawl. I'm beginning to believe that searching for Najayaj is futile.
Understood. You write that text down, and when she sees that you have stopped writing, she says, and the next page, she has you turn to the next page, which is blank as well. It says, just right at the top, briefly, something you wish you knew more about. A topic, a person, a thing, whatever you wish you knew better.
I just write. How do I want to put that though?
As you think about it, she, though you didn't see her looking over to see what you wrote, she says to you, I suppose you might ask yourself how futile you really believe it to be.
And I just give her a sly look. This is a fun game. At this point, I believe quite. And at the top of the page, I write Victor Adamonte.
Lovely. She gestures for you to hand her the book, and she takes it and puts it into her purse. It says, in my opinion, trying to find out more is never futile.
Oh, well then on that note, who are you and why are you here?
Oh, that says, I'm just an old woman.
I don't believe that to be true.
If you want my name, it's Gloria.
Oh, Gloria. Bullshit? Ooh, 24.
Not her name. Says, it'll do for our purposes.
Well, that's fine. I do understand. May I ask where you are heading?
Yeah, wherever this train takes me.
Prospect, I believe.
I believe that's true.
Any place further?
I suppose that depends what I find when I get there.
Is it a tree?
What do you mean?
I just gesture towards her cross stitch.
Yeah. She says, oh no, that's just something from an old story I like to tell. You can tell it if you'd like.
No, I did listen earlier. It's quite a compelling story.
What do you think of it?
I just I thought it was intriguing, and I had more questions about the scholar herself, and I look her in the eyes.
Mm-hmm.
And do I see anything bounce back at that?
On the insight check on a 24, I think I know what you're asking. Is she the scholar sort of question. No, you're not getting that look of recognition necessarily. You are definitely getting the same sense Ghost got that this person is certainly more than they claim to be.
Of course.
But you do get the sense on the 24 insight check. The story is just a story. And she says, it's That's the thing about fairy tales and parables. They rarely hold up to scrutiny if you start interrogating the details too hard. It's more about the moral.
Well, this I do understand as well. But I do thank you for your time and sharing your game with me. I hope to
thank
see
you.
how it all plays out.
I have no doubt you will.
I do have one more question. When you get to where you're going, what is your intention there?
I'm just always looking for more people to talk to, more things to see.
Well, then, on that note, I suppose I know this seems counterintuitive to what you just said, but I believe I will take my retirement at this point and get
quite
some
all right.
rest. Quite nice to meet you, Gloria.
You as well.
What does she smell like?
Give me a perception check with spell.
Potpourri and sticky candy.
27.
27. There is absolutely no smell. A stark and noticeable absence of smell.
I was trying to pick some of this up. All right. Well, thank you, Gloria. Enjoy your travels. If you need anything before we land, please let me know.
Appreciate that. Thank you for the tea.
Namaste.
Go ahead, Cadence.
Is anyone else on the train, or what? Did anybody at the train station acknowledge her in any meaningful way? Does it seem like we're the only people interacting with her?
I know other people seem to as well.
Okay.
Adelina for sure is looking over once in a while, like she kind of wants to maybe play this game too, or at least is like intrigued by all of this. She like probably leans over to Marvel and says, "What do you make of her?" and like asks about her.
Okay.
But yeah, no, she is being noticed by other people on this train. She like the conductor punched her ticket and
Okay.
so on. Cool. Punched her. You guys aren't all hallucinating this ghost together. That would be cool though. That's a cool idea.
We're all
I'll save that for later.
hallucinating
An NPC that only you guys see. That's a really fun idea.
Hell yeah.
Go ahead,
I didn't
Bones.
say-
Did Boss stand up?
Oh, yes, I've taken my leave.
The seat is still warm when Bones just hits right down.
Yeah, you actually follow him into
Yeah.
the seats. She like responds basically not at all to that. She seems used to the revolving door that
Yeah.
approaches her over time.
Bones doesn't know that she is a spirit of secrets. She, I think he just blurts out like, "Truth is wind. If a good thing relies on lies to be sustained, it is not a good thing. The scholar will not be the last to discover the truth. They should find some better way to protect their village."
She smiles at you and she kind of nods. The well, just passive insight checks are made. She agrees with what you are saying.
Sometimes we make sacrifices for the greater good, but those sacrifices, they must be things we can maintain, things that are known by all who are making the sacrifice. Deception does not build a community.
I tend to agree. I can understand the complications of perspective and narrative, but at the end of the day, the truth is the truth.
Is the book still in front of me?
Oh, the white book? No, it's in her bag. But
Got it.
she
Understood.
says, interested in playing a game?
Yes, I suppose so. Yeah, I'll play.
She hands it to you and says, did you hear the rules?
I overheard, but just to be sure, I write down a secret, and then I write something I want to know more about on the following page.
You got the gist of it, kiddo.
If I were to flip back, I would not see theirs.
She opens the book and kind of thumbs through all the pages. You see that they're all blank.
Fascinating. Yes, I'll play. And he starts to scribble something down on the first. I didn't think this far ahead. Hang on. Choices.
So many secrets, this guy.
I think he writes down. I called it in.
Okay. I'm afraid you'll have to be a little more specific than that. Also, she doesn't look at it. She's working on her cross stitch as you write, and without looking up,
Fascinating.
she says, I think you'll have to be a little more specific than
Okay.
that.
I think I add more details that I will not say out loud.
Understood.
Right,
You add more
right.
details that you do not say out loud and out of character.
Got it.
She says, I think that'll do.
All right.
Next page.
I also didn't think this far ahead.
If you need a moment to think about it, Adelina looks to you, Marvel, as we said before, and says, what do you make of her?
No clue.
You didn't want to play her game, though. You left her hanging. I don't necessarily blame you. I'm just curious.
When you grow up in Daybreak City, you learn not to just trust people.
I can understand that. It seems fair. Bones.
You do see like Marvel kind of looking up. Now he's like very curious. He's like, why is everyone doing this?
He flips the page, and at the top of the next page writes an old woman.
An old woman. She smiles. Without looking up, she just holds her hand out for you to hand her the book.
Yeah, hand it back over.
That's it. That's the game, kiddo.
It has been lovely playing.
I think it has. I do think so.
He'll stand up and go back to watching.
Yeah, when you walk past, he's gonna grab you by the sleeve and be like, "What's going on?"
I don't know, but she has a fun book. It's magical of some sort. You write things in it, and they disappear. And I think that's the whole game.
But why?
I don't know.
You thought it was fun?
I had fun. Is half the fun of a secret not telling people? Or, to rephrase, is half the danger of a secret the way it gnaws at you if you don't?
It's kind of pensive at this and kind of starts to... You kind of see just some wheels turning in his head.
I suspect I will probably never see her again, and I verified that I would not have somebody stumble across the words if they were to flip back in my book. I have gotten a thing off my chest, and maybe something will come of it.
We'll probably wait for a second. If no one else goes to sit back in the chair, he'll probably make his way back over to the chair.
Okay.
But he'll wait a good few minutes.
Yeah, that makes sense. Anybody else doing anything in those few minutes while Bones and Marvel are talking?
We are agreed at this point to take young Master Crimple along with us?
I think so.
I don't think we've pulled the trigger until we get to station. I wouldn't mind seeing how he does over the next 12 hours, because in the first 30 minutes he deliberately ignored orders and got off of a train in the dangerous situation.
Kind of loved him for it.
As a fun cue, in the middle of your conversation, not in the middle, but as your conversation is kind of winding down, Ghost, he says, well, I could go for a bit of a nap myself. I think I'll head upstairs, or head up to the front, and rest my eyes a little bit. And maybe we'll talk a little bit more later. Supper time.
Is it allowable to share?
Yes, maybe much, much, much later.
You sound like a
nap.
Very good. Cheerio, y'all. Have a nice lunch.
Cheerio.
Alright, so I don't trust this kid not to be fucked with by at least somebody else, maybe at this point. I'm gonna take a rest too. I'm gonna go sit in the back of the same cabin as Tiny Tim.
Timothy. Tiny Tim. Okay. Yeah, you see that he goes to the very front car and sits in like the very front seat that he can get. He wants to be like as close to the train as he can. You see before he settles in to take himself a little nap, he like looks out the window to look at the train and see like the smoke billowing up and stuff, and just kind of smiles. And then he reaches into his suitcase and pulls out like a little blanket and tucks himself in his chair and is asleep in like 1 1/2 of 1 minute.
Cool. I'm just gonna sit here for the next, let's call it the next 2 hours.
Sure, yeah. Take yourself a little nap as well. Marvel, go ahead.
Okay, I guess I'll go ahead and sit down in the chair. Kind of like, I don't know, kind of like, I don't want to say staring her down, just like, definitely just like looking,
Yeah.
like kind of like looking her over again.
Yeah, she looks at you, and you can make like an investigation check if you wish to, or unless you're just literally staring at her.
Yeah, kind of like getting, I don't know. I'm not just trying to get an insight on her.
Makes
I don't
sense,
think I'm going
makes
to get
sense.
anything. Then I'll be like, does the game end when I give you the book?
No, I don't think that's quite right. I don't know if the game really ever ends.
Does it end for me?
Eventually.
Ominous.
When you die.
Considering changing your mind.
He like nods and pulls his hand out.
She passes you the book, and flips it open to the middle page, hands you a pen.
And then he
Remember
writes
the rules?
Yes. And he writes in the first one, I hate my stutter. And he flips the page.
Before you continue, she says, I don't know if that will quite do. Perhaps I didn't explain the rules well enough. Mustn't be something just personal. How do I explain myself? There needs to be some information in the secret.
What kind?
Any kind. You can't just tell me what you're feeling, I suppose is what I mean. I want to learn something. Knowing how you feel is not nothing, but
We'll come back to me because now I have to think of a new secret.
take all the time you need. Why don't you go get me a brandy while you're thinking?
This is an eyebrow. Okay.
I love that.
Wait, hold on. She doesn't have a first class ticket, does she?
No, she doesn't.
I'll go up there, I'll flash my first class ticket and get her a brandy.
Yeah,
And I'll try to, like, I don't know, I'm not going to be super obvious, like
Yeah.
giving it to her, but I'll,
Sure, you
like,
do it on the slide.
yeah.
She winks at you as you order it. You bring it over like you were drinking it for a couple minutes, and then just pass it over on the slide.
Pour it in the empty teacup.
As you're thinking of your secret, Jules looks to you, Marisco. Says it's an interesting game they're playing over there.
It does seem interesting, yes. I thought about it. Do you mind if I go over there for a moment and play?
Not at all.
Are you going to play?
I was thinking about it, but I don't know. I don't quite know what I would write. I'm curious what you would, but I won't pry.
Man can't give all of his secrets out the first day.
No, certainly not.
I will be right back.
Go ahead, Marvel, if you've thought of something.
Oh, he's still thinking. You can still
Okay,
think.
cool.
He is having. Yeah, he'll give up the seat to
You're
Marisco
fine.
as he's
Yeah,
trying to
yeah,
think of his secret.
As Marisco is leaving, Ghost is just gonna very casually whisper in your head, "He's going to wear your skin."
Such a horrible thing.
So paranoid.
Such a horrible thing to have whispered into your mind.
Why? He looks like a con man, and the first thing he did was like, "Hey, Wink, come over here." Why are we so paranoid?
Bones, before I forget, if you would like to take a nap at some point, we are here for a while, you can sleep in my room so you don't have to sleep sitting up.
Yeah, certainly. I'd appreciate that. I might lay down in a few hours, yeah.
We can swap at some point, just let me know.
Of course. Just if you were doing something with the with your new friends, throw a sock over the door or what have you.
If I'm doing that, it'll probably be down the hall. I don't want to, bosses in the room, and I mean, some, excuse me.
Yes, sock. Got it. Okay. Down the hall, like in the cargo?
No, we are at the one end of the cart, and he is at the other end of the cart.
Oh, I see. I understand. Right. Okay. Got it.
Oh, would it be so weird if I did it in the cart?
No, I suppose not.
Now you have me thinking.
Marisco, you arrive at the seat as Marvel is like getting back up, pacing, trying to think of what to write. Sorry for shitting on your very heartfelt secret. I'm gonna play her interests here.
It's just like I don't think Marble has a lot of secrets. Is the problem?
I'm sure he does.
He's got all kinds of schematics.
Except for the secret that now everyone knows from the last session.
He started writing secret schematics in her book. Marisco, you take a seat next to her. Says, I suppose you've heard about our little game.
I've heard of it, yes. It seems easy to play. He's a little nervous, but older women, for some reason, just don't have as much of an effect. It's weird.
I assume he hasn't been able to even look in Adelina's direction this whole time.
Oh, no, definitely.
She says, "Oh, very well. Just..." She flips the page or book open to the middle page, passes you a pen, and says, "Just write down a secret there, something that you hold dear, something you wouldn't tell just anyone, maybe something only you know."
I've got a few secrets. Which one is the best? I think he'll write down, I've been failing my fiance for 7 years.
Oh, shit. I'm trying to think if that is good enough for her.
If that's good enough for her, but not, there's another one.
Says she never looks at what you write. She just keeps working on her cross stitch, and as you write it, she says, "That could work. I just would need you to be a little more specific. How and who and who this person is."
Let me change that. You'll scratch it out and write, "I have a slab of dragon meat in my bag and I'm dying to eat it."
It's rare for Gloria Alice to be surprised. You see her eyebrows raise a little bit, which is that'll do. The next page, just right up at the top, something that you wish you knew better, a topic, a person, something you want to know more about. The taste of dragon.
No, I think you're right. Where I am from.
Cool. You write this down, and she holds her hand out for you to pass her the book. Sticks it into her purse. Says, I think you'll enjoy this game."
I hope so. It was fine so far.
Perhaps you've enjoyed it already.
Thank you. I'm going to go now. Bye. Truly is pretty fun, but you have to make sure you tell her the right secret.
All right. I have to think about that. What do you mean by the right secret?
I think she wants something specific and juicy, and not just about one person.
I
Maybe.
see. Specific and juicy. Got it. Jules says. Kind of thinking. Go ahead, Patches.
So I've seen a lot of people going over and talking to her and everything.
For sure.
Do I know anything about what she is or what she's doing?
You can roll me a... Give me just a... I don't know, Arcana check, I guess.
What about insight?
You can do insight, yeah.
25.
25? Jesus. You've watched enough rounds of this go by to suss out that, clearly she is collecting secrets. And I think on a 25, collecting secrets, not just, people's personal secrets that are dear to them, but that don't, what's the word I'm looking for? That don't have, an impact on the world. As far as what she's doing with this information, or what is happening with the topics that people are writing down, hard to say.
Okay.
You've never seen anyone doing this kind of thing before. You don't have any special, I don't know, background insight into what she's doing.
Okay.
Yeah. You on the 25 insight, you don't get any energy of like. You don't get the sense that you're being manipulated or that there's malice here, or that you're being like lied to or used. It seems like her interest is just in collecting information. It's unclear what you're going to get out of it, but
Okay. What time is it?
at this point, it's still fairly early. It's maybe 2 p.m., 3 p.m. something like that.
Can I go back to my room really quick?
Yes, for sure.
Once I'm there, I would like to start casting a spell.
Okay, lovely.
And I'll
find
cast
space in your own room here. Set up your... Is it augury?
Yeah.
You set up your spectrum of weal to woe of candles that will light up in sort of like a grid, showing you more weal or more woe. Begin lighting these candles. Well, actually, you don't light them. You just begin saying your prayer to them, essentially.
Yeah.
What do you ask your candles?
Is it a good idea to play the game?
The candles erupt in flame on the wheel side. It is a good idea to play the game.
Okay. And then my new die says, "You may rely on it."
Well, there you have it.
So it's written.
For our friends at home, Sochi has obtained the D20 that you get on the inside of the magic 8 ball. Just rolling that instead of rolling a real D20.
And then so I'll go
Pack
back out
your
there
candles.
and pack everything up, and then go out there, and if the seat is open, then I will take it.
Yeah, appears to be. You sit down across from her, and she says, "Well, I'm awfully popular tonight. Or this afternoon, I should say."
I have heard that you have a game to play.
That I do, kiddo. And she fishes out a book from her bag and passes it over to you with the middle page open, passes you a fountain pen. Says, "It's quite simple, really. On this page, you just write down a secret that you hold dear. Something only you know, or that only a few people know. Something you wouldn't just tell anyone."
Just to try and game the system, I start writing down that my Rooksy accent is fake.
She what? She says, "I think you and I both know that won't quite do it."
Oh no!
And I'll look around, make sure nobody saw me writing that down in the thing. And I'll scribble it out, and then I'll write in there that I'm not from this universe.
Okay. Her brows furrow. You turn to the next. She says, "All right." And on the next page.
This isn't where I write something I want to know more about, right?
Just at the top of the page there, something you wish you knew more about.
And I'll write down, "Where the fuck is my Honda Odyssey?"
Oh my god. Where the fuck is my Honda Odyssey? We found the episode title. Jesus Christ. She holds her hand out for you to pass her the book. She looks at you, studies you long and hard.
More than she did other people.
Oh, yeah.
Does anyone else notice that?
Probably. I think other people.
Yeah, I'm waiting for my turn.
Yeah. That is fascinating. You learn some fascinating things when you just get to talking to people. She sticks her book in her purse.
Well, thank you for playing the game with me.
Of course, thank you. You have a blessed day, young man.
You too.
And I'll stand up and head back over to the table.
She watches you the whole way. You sit back down in front of your spaghetti. Which I seem to be eating because it's been 3 hours.
Yeah. I'm a very slow eater.
Oh, I can get that for you. I can use Presto on it and heat it back up.
Marble, the seat is once again open.
I have a quick thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Does she feel like more than just an old woman to me as well?
You may roll me insight, investigation. Unless if you're wishing to use divine sense, you can use divine sense.
I was wondering, so I think I'm just going to use divine sense.
Yes. You use your divine...
Ghost thinks I'm going to lose my skin for some reason, and...
You use your divine sense. I think that's the first time this happened this campaign.
It
It is. Yep.
That is Celestials, Fiends, and Undead, is that right?
Undead. Yep.
Okay.
She's fey.
Sorry, just looking through all the targets here, seeing if
Oh,
they
it used to be Fae. It doesn't have that.
I think it's fey if you are.
say
This is
the
better.
ancient sun.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, that's where I usually get it. Okay.
Yeah, you usually play agents.
No one in the train car other than Gloria Alice brings up with any divine energy to you. So that's a revelation, I guess, about some of your party members if you thought they might. Or about Jules or the bartender or Adelina. However, you close your eyes and attune yourself to your magical senses. And Gloria has a strong celestial presence.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Clearly, much more than she seems. You can sense the sort of presence of a being that comes from the outer planes, from the planes of sort of philosophy, from higher thinking, essentially. Let's see here, Patches.
Do I ring up as anything for that?
No,
Okay.
sure don't.
Yeah, you left that in the Honda Odyssey.
My divinity!
No, I mean that is worth noting. You don't ring up as anything celestial, fiend, or undead.
Or Undead.
Ghost's lamp? Does it have a butterfly in it?
Ghost's lamp. I don't know if it does or doesn't. Either way, it does not ring up as celestial, fiend, or undead.
Okay, got
Is
it.
he picking up Cadence as badass?
You do pick up the cadence.
He's a fiend.
Sure about it. Yeah.
Yeah, Baddest detector.
Yeah.
Because you look up and Hiden's just flipping you off.
I will say, in the interest of stirring the pot and making a new bowl of popcorn for myself, Mauricio, you've used this many times in the course of your life, and you normally do get some sort of tingling of fiendish from like a tiefling, or like celestial from like an Azamar, or stuff like that. So
Right.
you get the sense that
She's just plain Jane.
Does Adelina ring up as fish?
no fish.
No fish. Damn.
Straight up not a fish.
Yeah.
You actually can't bring yourself to look at Adelina to see if she rings up with anything, so.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm just kidding. She does, for the record, as you're looking around the room with doing this divine sense, she like waves at you a little bit. She's gonna raise her hands.
Kind of like,
You know when like a child gets caught looking at you from across the room
Yeah.
and like duck down behind a chair or
For
something
sure.
like that? Put a duck back down on the booth and then turn back around to Jules.
He says, "Is everything all right?"
Yes, this I don't know what her race is. And she looked at me funny, and I just
Jules like looks over your shoulder. Oh, well, I thought she was just being friendly, but maybe you're right. Meanwhile, Marvel, you sit down across from Gloria, saying, "Sorry, this game's gotten so complicated for you and I."
yeah, I don't have secrets, so it's hard. But I think I have one.
Perhaps I've led you astray. Maybe secret is giving you the wrong insinuation. It can just be something you know that most people don't know. I suppose that is what a secret is, but if that helps. And she passes the book across to you.
Importantly, when I open the book again, is what I wrote previously still on that page?
Nothing is in the book when you open it.
All right. I will write, I have invented a power source that will revolutionize the world.
She nods as you're writing and says, "That'll do it, kiddo." And she says, "No, next page."
A nice big sigh.
Next page over. Just write down something you wish you knew more about. Something, someone, topic, subject.
Everyone involved with and what happened leading up to Sadie's death.
Understood. And she, I don't think she even says understood. She just waits for you to write. Keeps working on her cross stitch, and then when you're done writing, holds her hand out for her book and
I sprint. No.
run as fast as you can to just the front of the train. She takes it and sticks it in her purse and says, "See, that wasn't so bad, was it? You feel better?" "For what it's worth," she says, "the first thing you wrote, it's not like you did anything wrong writing that down, and if you want my opinion, the scholar probably ought to just told the truth. I think most people would feel a little better if they just told the truth."
I agree. It's one reason why I think invention should be open source, not guarded.
She smiled at you and said, "I suppose that we could agree on." It gets to be maybe 3-4 p.m. or so. People are starting to think about dinner.
I'll go back over and sit next to Cadence.
Yeah.
Or across from Cadence, probably.
How was it?
Okay. I guess.
Do you feel light?
He kind of just wiggles a little bit while like scrunching his nose. Like he's not really sure how he feels about it.
No shame in that.
Do you want to play around?
The thought crossed my mind. I'm considering it. I think she probably already knows everything, but I don't think I have anything she'd be interested in.
I'd be interested.
In my secrets.
Maybe just one.
I'm an open book. What do you want to know?
What got you into art?
I don't know. Opportunity, I guess. Get to see the world from a different perspective. Better one sometimes, a worse one some other times. I don't know, it's a way to experiencing things through somebody else's eyes.
It's kind of nods.
It's not much of a secret, I'm sorry. That's most people who like art, I guess.
It's not something I knew.
Well, now you do.
Okay.
At one point during this conversation, the Ursine guy, Alini, comes back here and just gets himself a glass of wine and sits down at one of these tables to drink his wine by himself over here. Adelina goes and takes a seat over next to Gloria and see that she takes the book and begins playing this game. Yeah, it gets to be maybe 4 p.m. or so.
So it's been 2 hours.
No, you guys have been on the train for about 6 hours.
Since I said that, sorry, I was talking to myself.
Absolutely.
I went up there following Tiny Tim.
Yes, so he is napping. He's been napping for a couple of hours.
Yeah, so I leave my post with him. Actually, no, I don't. I wake him up.
Okay.
And I say, hey, young Mr. Crimple, I do have a cabin. If you would like some more private rest, you are more than welcome to take it. I will not be using it for the duration of this trip.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Somm. I'm quite comfy right here. I like to be close to the window and close to the front so I can hear the train. It's kind of keeping me awake, so it's a bit of a catch-22, but I don't want to be too far away from it, because I ain't never heard a train before.
You've been here for hours, but I do appreciate your enthusiasm. If you do change your mind, you come find me, yes?
If you can count on Timothy Crimple for anything, it's to be enthusiastic.
I actually got a legitimate laugh from Sam. The boss. Which I imagine it has a snort to it through the train.
Yeah. Right.
Cool. Well, with that note, if you need anything while we're still on this train, you let me know, yes?
Very well. And he tips his top hat to you.
I give a bow and walk. I want to go back to the group.
Before you leave, right around that time, this Tapper is kind of walking close to you, kind of right behind you. It's this little goblin, maybe about 4 feet tall or so. Buff, little tomboyish looking goblin girl with long kind of gray-black hair. Sweaty, kind of disheveled, clearly been working very hard. And is kind of walking to the back end. You see that coming to like take her place, to kind of take his shift, is this little dwarf, maybe about 5 feet tall or so. They kind of tag out so he can go up there and work, and she can take a break.
When that happens, can I look through the doors and see the engine room?
Give me a perception check, yes.
Oh god. 27.
Jesus Christ, yes. The door lingers open a little bit longer for you than it did when Marble looked in there, and it looks like a normal engine room of a train. No surprises in there.
What does that mean to him, though?
Yeah, to you it's incomprehensible. But what you do actually see is you do see that there is like a big conversion crystal, much larger than one you've ever seen before, bigger even than obviously, and the one that powers the Pendleton car. That just has glyphs and sigiltree on it. The glyph and sigiltree is like pretty simple. It just generates propulsion, essentially. It just needs people to put ether into it. So you see that this ether tapper is taking a break while another one comes in to do the same thing. But the engineers there kind of working on the sort of physical engineering of this train. But the tappers are providing it the power, the magical power, essentially.
Okay.
As you glance back at that, you and they're not walking together, but you and this tapper are both making your way towards the back of the train-ish. You eventually rejoin your compatriots back here.
Where are the tappers sleeping and breaking?
You see this tapper keeps walking, kind of like past the diner cabin and past like the private first class cabins. And if you kept following, you would eventually see that she walks into like the cargo car. Way in the back.
Yeah.
And with your good perception check, you just kind of watch her go in there, and she just has like a hammock back there.
Yeah, I assume something like that.
Just like lays in a hammock.
Sorry, Marisco, you can't use stuff back there.
Okay.
You guys watch.
I'm gonna go sit with the bison folk.
Oh yeah.
Okane? I'm sorry.
Oh, it'd be cool if I remembered. Okomi.
I was close. I'll take it.
Yeah, you find a seat next to this bison folk. She's personable enough. She says, "Hello there.
Namaste.
How are you today? It's been an eventful trip already. Not every day you see a spirit like that while traveling."
Well, it is very rare to find a spirit of that nature. Period. And you said that you told a friend of mine that that spirit is far from home?
Yes, well, their kind and once roamed most of this countryside, and they've had to cede much of what was once their land to the cities, but still they roam far. But they're mostly these days in Kohan, and I've seen less of them in Seoul.
Well, Kohan is where you come from, yes?
She nods. She says, we're talking. I'm headed home for Shiloko.
Say it one more time.
I am headed home for Shiloko, and you can roll me a
Shiloko.
history check. You see if you know what that is.
15.
15, it's a holiday. It's like a traditional Kohakni holiday. Sort of celebrates the kind of a unification of a bunch of independent nations into one in Kohan.
I don't really have a whole lot directly to, suss out this conversation, but I think it's just fun an idea just to play through a couple, play an hour out with this.
Build some rapport and talk to her for a little while. Get to know her a little bit. Marvel, you got something? Go ahead.
Last thing, I swear. So
You're good.
while I'm playing with Cadence, I'm like every so often I'll like glance up at Ghost, and then after I'm finished playing, I want to go over and talk to Ghost for a little bit.
Yeah, go for it.
I'll be back.
Of course, yeah. Take your time.
I have a question, Ghost.
Of course.
You said you struggle with evocation.
Yes.
Why?
I don't know. I understand it in theory. I'm quite good at it, on paper at least, but in practice I've always struggled to manifest anything. Teacher of mine said that I lacked experience and confidence, and that was that with some experience I would get the hang of it, but yet to see the fruits of that.
Gotcha. Have I heard of any reason why someone wouldn't be able to cast one school of magic? Or be able to tap into it?
You can roll me an Arcana check or a History check. Either one's fine.
Pretty good. It's only going to be... You know what? Yeah, it's fine. I'll waste it. 15?
On a 15, no. I mean, it's so, like, not from any, I don't know, like, magical ailment or whatever. Like, it's perfectly normal for people to just, like, be better at certain kinds of magic than others. That's totally, just like somebody being better at a subject in school.
Gotcha. I guess I won't be able to... I'll kind of, like, reach into my bag of... My... whatever it's called, handy haversack, and I'll pull out the shoulder-mounted blaster. And I'll be like, what about something like this? It's just has a spell on it. Would it work for you, I assume?
Possibly. I could activate magic items just fine. And I should clarify, there are some evocation spells that I'm capable of casting, though in my opinion they should not be classified as such. Quite clearly illusion spells or other variants, but the classifications in schools of magic have always been long debated.
Ghost just jumps in silly lore. That's part of what Grimm's Law was all about, is the silliness of legally classifying schools of magic.
I assume that the classification... I guess I'll just say this in character. Actually, no. Does Marvel know, like, the classification of these schools? Is it based off of, like, what is it based off of? I guess
it's generally based on, like, effects and what the spell does.
So evocation is usually just like physical damage.
Yeah, stuff like that. Not so damage even, but just like evoke. Like there's a weird thin line, especially between like conjuration and evocation, which are both kind of just like pulling energy and using it. Evocation is usually like energy magic. Essentially, is the shortest way to think of it. Just energy magic.
I know the answer to this one. There is none, and Grimm made a law about it. It's all bullshit. These distinctions are imaginary lines we drew in the sand.
The distinctions do sometimes matter in the sense that, like, you have to, like, evocation, sigildry, and glyphs are sometimes.
Well, I mean, just that, but there are certain spells that, like, there's an item that prevents divine spells or divinity spells from, like, affecting
divination.
Divination spells.
Yeah. But some of the lines are certainly not as clean as some people would like them to be. And certainly, like, again, to talk about Grimm's Law, like, to legally be like, all necromancy is illegal is silly, because it's like...
It's just necromancy that, like... Because it wasn't healing originally necromancy?
Yeah, we changed it to transmutation, but yes. People love debating
Spare the dying is necromancy, I'm pretty sure.
Yep.
Yeah, Ghost ends up going on a big rant about how, like, a lot of healing spells used to be classified as necromancy, but then they switched them because people were like, ooh, bad necromancy, so they just reclassified them, even though they are still technically using necromantic sigillry. And...
Right.
So if the classifications aren't real, then what makes those spells different for you?
I'm not sure. I wish I knew.
As you guys are having this conversation, you look out the window, and the sun is beginning to set. It's beginning to become sort of duskish outside as you guys are getting close to maybe 7 p.m. or so. The day growing long. Been on this train for nearly 12 hours. Not quite 12. You guys can continue your conversation though if you wish to.
No, probably, unless Ghost has anything specific to say, it probably just becomes like a academic conversation about it.
Yeah, you guys want to just like chattering about schools of magic and stuff. Go ahead, Cadence.
Nothing huge, but just throughout the evening, given the various activities, I do keep just glancing over at Gloria in the corner, just watching her.
Yeah. she likewise glances at you a few times, but mostly is just focused on her cross-stitching. And she never, like, makes any, I don't know, move to, like, pressure you into playing or anything. She doesn't, like, get up from her chair. She just kind of keeps working on her thing. And if you approach, you approach. If you don't, you don't, as far as she's concerned.
Okay, cool.
Adelina eventually gets back up from playing, and she kind of has, like, her eyes are a little watery, but she gets up and...
Oh, because she's made of water.
Because she's a fish.
Right.
That's what she wrote down.
Is an awakened fish.
Correct. He has nailed it. After he finishes his wine and gets some dinner, Eleni heads back to his seat to just keep reading, because that's what he do. He just love reading.
Nerd.
He's a fucking nerd, such a loser.
Which was fine.
And eventually, unless you guys have other sort of conversations you want to have and such, around... go ahead, Cadence.
Sorry, I kind of wait for the food cart to empty out of, like, the bartender and the other patrons and...
Yeah. The bartender
other people
stays there, like, for the night, but you wait till, like, the dinner rush passes. A bunch of people come and eat dinner, and then they all kind of leave. The bartender largely stays there, but you can catch a time when he, like, takes a bathroom break or something if you really need the bar to yourself.
I'm trying to get just me and Gloria in here.
Understood.
Ideally, I don't care if there are other party members in here or not, but...
Yeah, no, Jules will go with Marisco wherever Marisco's headed. We can iron that out a little bit later. Adelina, likewise, will eventually just kind of go back to her seat. She's been in the dining car, like, all day, so she'll eventually just head back to her seat up in the front of the train. The bartender, at some point, takes, like, a bathroom break so that you don't have him in there, and then I'll leave it to the rest of the party to say if they are, like, present in this car with you or not.
No,
Eventually, go back up and listen to music.
I'm having a really intense conversation with Ghost right now.
So you get a moment where Ghost and Marble are, like, pretty locked into a conversation, so they're probably not going to be listening to whatever you do. So I guess that just leaves
Patches is locked
I do
in.
as the die says.
Understood.
I'll look good. So
Oh, shit.
Is that good for being in there?
I don't
No,
know.
he's gonna look good.
It's an illusion of rolling a die without knowing what it means first.
I'd say that I leave.
Okay, got it. Where do you go? Back to your chamber, or do you go?
Yeah, I'll just go back to.
Understood.
There you go.
Alright, so Cadence, you find a moment where the bartender is not present, and it's just Gloria and then Ghost and Marble having a conversation.
Yeah, okay, so I'll get up and I'll wordlessly walk behind the bar and look for a top shelf bottle of brandy.
Perfect. Oops, yeah, sorry.
I'll take it off and I'll just look over at Gloria. It was brandy, right?
That's my flavor.
I'll walk it over with 2 glasses.
Perfect. Much obliged.
It's an interesting story you told before you started your game.
I'm glad you liked it. I suppose saying it's interesting isn't the same as saying you liked it, though.
What do you make of the truth?
Me? Well, I'm just an old lady on a train, but if you want my opinion, I think that it's always best for it to see the light of day. And sometimes that can have unintended consequences, but it's better than being hidden in darkness.
You think it always deserves the light of day?
I'm more interested in what you think.
I can tell. It's usually how it goes. Do I need to write anything on the books, or do you already know just by looking?
Yeah, people always think that I can just read minds, but I wouldn't need the book if I could do that. Cigarette, and she offers you a cigarette.
No, thank you. And I'll pour the brandy into the 2 glasses.
She lights a cigarette and puts it into her long cigarette holder.
Puts it in the glass.
I'll take a sip, and then I'll put the glass down. How many times can I play?
Just once, I'm afraid. You're welcome to ride as much as you want, though.
Oh, it's me for sure. I can't barter for a second go.
I suppose it would depend on what you're offering.
Who usually gets more out of this game? The people who do it for personal gain or professional gain?
And the truth is, I don't really know what other people get out of it specifically. I get a general sense, but this game ends for me after we play it.
All right, I'll hold my hand out for the book and the pen.
She passes it over to you.
I write, I left my brother in Daybreak in a situation I know is bad.
She nods a couple times. Says, I think that'll do.
I'll flip the page. I want to know what happened to Asilia.
She holds her hand out for the book.
Hand it back.
She says, go ahead and roll me a persuasion check if you want to try to get her to
I'm gonna
take another go.
You have inspiration.
I don't. I used it trying to make sure that Ricketts was real.
All true. It's not the consequences of my actions.
For the record, worth it. 11.
11. She says, yeah, I'm afraid the old lady's got to follow her own rules. She sticks the book back in her purse.
Woman's got to have a code.
She does.
I'll stand up and I'm just gonna swing for the fences here. I'll say goodnight in Infernal.
Okay. She looks back up at you and just kind of nods. Says, you have a good night.
Okay, yep. And I'll walk off to bed.
You head off to your chamber to bed. It's at this point, it's probably not quite bedtime yet, although you can head to your room and just get some wherever you head. It is about this time that you guys do arrive at your first stop of this train journey. I think actually your first and only stop. Yeah, this is the only stop you'll have before you get to Prospect. Arriving here in Green Junction.
We won't stop in Lux first then?
No, you'll pass through Lux, but you won't stop. It's just, and the conductor, as you get close to Green Junction, comes through the train and says, all right, folks, we're going to make this a quick stop. We're going to make up lost time from our little incident earlier, so if you don't need to get off the train, do please just stay on the train. If you do not absolutely need to get off the train, please do just stay on the train. We're going to make this a quick stop.
Boss steps off the train.
If he wants to step off the train.
Oh, I would love to step off the train and stretch my legs. Yes.
No, I'm just kidding. Boss stays on the train.
Yeah, some people do step off just to stretch their legs. Timothy Crimple is for sure one of them, even though he's not stretching his legs. He's just kind of walking around and seeing Green Junction. It's just this little rural town, very little going on, seated on a river bend, surrounded by vast green grasslands. Mainly just a crossroads. The train station here is actually quite large, larger even than the one that you guys went through in DC, though a lot less technologically advanced. There's no power grid here, or there's like lamp lighters out lighting the streets and people walking around with lanterns. And as promised, you don't spend very much time here unless anyone wants to get out and, I don't know, do whatever you would do.
This is where the people were from, right?
No, they were from much, much closer to Daybreak City. They're way over here in a little town called Dawn Song. That was, you passed it within the first hour of your travel.
I'm not getting out of the train.
But yeah, with that, you guys very shortly thereafter, unless people have things they want to do while the train is stopped, the conductor's pleased that this stop goes quicker, and train gets moving again.
Go over to Bones.
Yeah, go ahead.
Bones, do you really think that they should have just told the truth?
I like to think so. I stand by what I said. I think that the only way that secret is maintained is if nobody else ever learns the truth, and the truth has this nasty tendency of coming to the surface. I think that they may have bought a little bit more time of delusional peace, but if they want a real solution, a long-term solution, they need something that does not require an unknown sacrifice, yeah.
I don't know about that.
Yeah?
I think that we all need to believe in little lies once in a while to get through the day, through our lives, to be able to push and strive for something better.
Perhaps I enjoy fantasy, I enjoy fiction. I think that there are lies that are useful, but an integral part of this is that the lies you tell yourself you know are lies and they don't hurt anyone but you. It was the spirit of the child in the tree that was at stake here. They did not consent to this lie.
I suppose. But the potentially hundreds or thousands of people who were living a safe and happy life didn't consent to having that all destroyed either.
Would you do it?
Those,
Would you go into the tree? This question was framed from the perspective of the scholar and not from the perspective of the victim. Assume that you had been the one killed and that your soul was eternally trapped in this tree. What would you then want the scholar to do? Would their temporary suffering be worth your eternal soul?
I think at first I would be... At first I would have wanted the scholar to tell them. But if generations have passed, the people who had wronged me would be long dead, and the people who were living contently as a result of my sacrifice, I think may be worth it. But I have no way to picture or imagine what suffering they're undergoing, so
Same.
it's perhaps selfish. And it's short-sighted of me to feel.
It's like she said. The specifics of the story break apart if you inspect them too closely. The real question is it worth telling and maintaining a harmful lie for the greater good? And I suppose my answer is just as much of a cop-out, that you should find some other greater good. But, in a vacuum, I think the idea is that there is no alternative. It's not a fun scenario. I think that the real lie we all tell ourselves is that there is an alternative.
I suppose so. I think that lies are... They don't always have to be lies. It can just be a change in perspective, and oftentimes I think that can be very healthy for somebody. Obviously, the problem with lies is that they're very easy to abuse and manipulate, but when a child has a toy that's broken, or a pet that dies, and the parents go and replace it in the middle of the night and tell them that a fairy fixed it. For that child, that's magical, that's a miracle. And is it wrong for them to have a moment of happiness just for the sake of truth? A harsh reality that they maybe aren't ready for yet?
Maybe. I'm already fishing for alternatives. I think back to when my first transistor broke, and my father told me that he fixed it, and how happy I was that it was him and not a fairy that fixed it for me. But I take your meaning. I have no argument against it. I think you're right. I think a big important factor is whether the lie causes suffering. Lies are not inherently bad. There is no evil tool.
You can learn a lot from lies. That's what we do with books.
As the night grows late, you guys are having this conversation. Adelina is there with you, if you don't mind her being there. She's just listening to more music with you, if you're open to that. Timothy has fallen fast asleep.
This is my chair now.
All 3 arms on one side point.
As we move back the train here, it gets to be about maybe 10 p.m. The night is getting dark outside. The train's lights come on. Alini is still just reading as he has been all day. He's moved back to the first book he started with. Boss and this bison folk have just been kind of chatting for a while, getting to know each other a little bit. Bartender has made it back to the bar. Several people have moved back to the bar as well, just like random travelers to get drinks and stuff as the night grows late. Marble, as it gets to be like 10 p.m., what are you up to? Are you getting ready for bed? Or are you doing other stuff as the night gets late on this train? No. You're making a face right now.
He did make a face.
Bonkers.
Yeah. Well, he's a little nervous because he's sharing a room with Cadence tonight.
There is that.
Yeah, just I guess after he's just conversating with the ghost, he'll probably I guess psych himself up and then just go to the room.
You just psych yourself up and go back to your room by yourself to wait for Cadence to arrive.
I thought Cadence already went there.
I think it was already back there, yeah.
Okay, well, you go back to the room where Cadence is. Gloria stays right where she's at.
I wanted to see if she stayed up all night.
The Dragonborn guy never really left his room.
Stakeout.
Let's see, where were you guys at? You guys were in this room. Patches, are you just heading back to your room?
Yeah.
Okay. Before we jump to Marvel and Cadence, Marisco, you and Jules basically spend the day together, getting to know each other a little bit, doing some flirting. He's you don't need to roll any dice to know that he's clearly quite flirtatious with you. Also, on one occasion, as you guys earlier in the day, as you guys were back together in the dining cabin with your whole party, he's like, "You have quite striking friends." And he kind of looks around at your whole party, and his eyes kind of stop on Bones, especially.
I suppose we do. Yes. Bones is probably the best of the bunch, but everyone has their qualities.
If I had to pick, he kind of looks around and says, "Well, I think I've already made my choice." And he kind of winks at you.
Smooth.
Just the face Seth just made of me in real life is insane.
It's like to think he said, "I made my choice," and just walks away.
Gets away. Walks over to Marble and starts stroking his fur.
That's funny.
You have good taste.
Yeah, it seems you do too. That's where I'd kind of blown it this morning.
Yeah, it's fine.
It wasn't
Beginnings are rough sometimes.
It wasn't my smoothest move, but here we are nonetheless. It's been a lovely day. That's where this would be quite a boring ride.
I wasn't sure what to expect. I figured I'd be looking out the window the whole time, not talking with a stranger I hadn't met.
Yeah.
I guess I'd met you at that point.
Nothing wrong with the window, but it's a more boring view than this one. He kind of just looks across the table at you as you guys are drinking and kind of puts a hand on your hand.
Do you want to, I know we're not neighbors, but...
We can still be neighborly. And he'll kind of take your hand and get up and start walking back to his room.
I do have one thing I probably should tell you before we, do anything too much.
Oh, sure.
I might have led with it, but it's, it sounds bad when you lead with, I have a fiance and she is okay with this.
Oh. You see his eyebrows kind of raised a little bit. That is not what I was expecting.
I know. I apologize. I not told you sooner. I understand if it is too much and you do not want to anymore. We've been together a while, and there's something missing. I don't know quite what it is, if it's me, but part of the reason that I am out here is to see if I can find a missing piece. Granted, she would have to also approve of the piece, and I can't tell if the piece fits until you bring it back and put it on, but it's complicated, and I understand if complicated is not what you're looking for.
No, it's quite all right. You said she's all right with it?
Yes.
I don't know if I can jump all the way to being the missing piece for your future marriage, but we can start one step at a time, I suppose.
One step at a time, but I figured this would be a good thing to know before you...
No, certainly. I would hate to have this revealed to me 3 months from now or something.
Right. That would be a little unfair.
Well, I won't let it dissuade me. And I think you and him head back to his room.
Yup, if he's okay with it, sure.
Sure.
That went better than I thought I was going to.
We will fade to black as the curtains of your room close. I guess there's a door to it, and as the door to your little chamber closes.
We need a third wheel.
Meanwhile, Cadence and Marvel. Marvel enters your room.
Marvel.
Cadence?
These two destroy me.
Turning in for the night?
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that it?
Is it?
What do you want out of this, Marvel? Don't get too grandiose on me. What do you want out of tonight?
You can virtually hear Yo-Yo in the back of your mind. Get your kisses, Furbo! Get your kisses!
The number of faces that he's going through right
It's
now.
a lot of faces. It's a lot of faces.
I actually like to imagine Marvel's
Actually, making faces, for sure.
just in silence. Just
Marvel, make me a luck check.
okay.
Will he get lucky?
A 2?
A 2?
Not
Okay.
very lucky.
I need you to be honest with me.
Okay.
Do you want a convenient and sudden break from this conversation? Or do you want it to continue as it is currently continuing?
Like, do I want to cut away or do I want someone to burst through the room?
Basically that question, not the cutaway. Do you want something? Would you
no.
prefer if something happened in world right now to disturb this conversation and give you an escape from it?
No.
Okay, then on a 2 luck check. Before you get a chance to answer Cadence's question, the train starts to lurch like it is suddenly stopping. This guy lied to my face. And I fell for it.
There is relief, but it's not necessarily what he wanted.
The romantic tension left hanging. The train. Yeah, fair.
On a luck check with a 6, how far into my fade to black did I get?
That's not a luck check. Give me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh my god.
Sorry, that was really loud to the microphone.
That's a good Constitution saving throw. Yeah, you know. Okay, now also add in the luck check, I suppose.
Okay. That was a 6, unfortunately.
Oh, okay. I think the bad combo here with 15 Constitution check with the 6 luck, or with the 15 Constitution saving throw with the 6 luck check is that you're it's taking too long to have been finished before this happens. So it's you're in the middle of your goings on when you feel the train start to lurch like it is coming to a sudden stop. As if on cue, the conductor starts moving through the train, going, "Nothing to worry about, folks. Just stay in your seats. Everyone, please stay in the train.
Boy.
Nobody get out of the train. I really must insist. Please do stay in the train. I'm quite serious this time. Stay in the train, please."
Head out the window with the crystal over my eye.
You stick your head out the window with the crystal over your eye. You see something that I will show you.
Cool.
He's back.
It's a normal motor
The train has begun to move through a forested area. Now you move out of the grassland and into sort of forested spots under the fading night. The train's lights comes on, and you are like moving through thickets of trees where sometimes you can like barely see around the bends. And as boss, you stick your head out the window as the train is like whipping past trees in this eerie sort of fake artificial light. You look out front, and a fair distance away, once again, with room to stop before reaching this hazard. There are figures standing in the tracks. You see two figures, both strange looking, roughly humanoid in shape. They are bipedal, but standing each somewhere between 12 and 15 feet tall. Tall enough to easily peer into the window of a second-story building. One has the face and tusks of like a warthog, but its skin is all green, and it seems almost plant-like, with patches where like thick green moss dangles from it, like hair almost. The other essentially just looks like a giant stag person, like a stag giant. Huge antlers and brown furred skin, enormously muscular, wearing the pelts of bears and other creatures on its shoulders. Each of these giants has what you would assume to be a pet or a trained animal of some kind that they're holding on massive leather leashes. The green warthog-looking guy holds what, for the most part, just looks like a scraggly black and brown dog, except that it has two heads instead of one that are sort of like snapping and snarling at each other. It looks kind of mangy and haggard. And then the stag-looking giant is holding what looks to be perhaps a bobcat, though it is much too large, about the size of maybe a cheetah instead, with long white fur that seems to glow ever so slightly and has sort of a golden undertone. It stands out stark and unnatural in the dark, like something that glows in the dark, sort of. And as the train begins to sort of screech to a halt, approaching these two, that is where we're going to end tonight's session of Spirit and Salt. We will pick up here next time. Thank you, everyone, so much for watching.
Thank you,
We
everyone.
love you very much.
So much
We
for
will see
watching.
you next
Love you very
time.
much. We'll
Bye.
see you next time.
Goodbye.
Bye.